Chapter 548. Facing the persuasion of the surrounding people, Ma Xun's expression was ashen as he resolutely rejected. No, my Ma tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle, not cowards who run away. I am one of Ma tribe's banners. If I run away, it will be a huge blow to the army's morale. I can't leave, we haven't lost yet, I still have the Pegasus group. Saying so, he willed, and for a moment, the Pegasus flew up like a white cloud. The incomparably handsome Pegasus had snow-white fur, their manes fluttering in the wind and their pure white wings spread out. These Pegasus were the pride of Ma tribe. Seeing these Pegasus, a sense of heroism rose in the hearts of the Ma tribe clansmen, their panicked emotions quickly calmed down. That's right, we still have Pegasus. Wuxia had just said half of his words when he screamed in fear. Fang Yuan flew over like a meteor without any intention of dodging, fiercely crashing into the Pegasus group. Pegasus with rank 4 battle strength exploded into flowers of blood. The Pegasus group let out panicked and sorrowful neighs, their pure white feathers were trampled on and their feathers fell along with the horse corpses, drifting helplessly in the air. He was invincible, unstoppable. Fang Yuan was unreasonable, he pierced through the Pegasus group and arrived above Ma Xun and the rest. Ma Xun was stupefied, the Gu masters around him looked at Fang Yuan with their mouths wide open, their hearts filled with extreme shock, helplessness and panic. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their hearts, never to be erased. No, I haven't lost yet. Ma Xun lost his composure and shouted. He was about to activate his killer move but was stopped by Wuxia. Uncle, let me do it. Once this killer move is activated, your realm will fall. Ma tribe can do without me, Wuxia, but it cannot do without you, uncle. Wuxia shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Hero. Ma Xuanxiong's body trembled. He looked at the disciple he admired the most and was most pleased with. He could feel his determination to die. Ma Xun, of course, did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. However, just as Wuxia had said, the Ma family could do without Wuxia, but they needed Ma Xun to command the horses. Now that the eagle group had collapsed, the rat group could not be counted on. If they lost the horse group as well, the Ma family would definitely lose. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Uncle, leave quickly. After Wuxia finished speaking, he calmed down and frantically mobilized his primeval essence, pouring it into several Gu worms. Killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shuesong Zi had specially prepared for them. Neigh neigh neigh. The horses around him raised their front hooves and neighed crazily. Large amounts of blood and sweat oozed out of their bodies. Soon they fell down one by one, losing their lives. But at the same time, colorful horse souls that were as beautiful as rainbows emerged from the corpses. A mutated horse soul. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Normal souls could not be observed by the naked eye. And these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their heads, and their sizes varied, similar to when they were alive. Moreover, they shone with colorful light, only a blind person could not see them. The dragon horse floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan at a rapid speed. Fang Yuan flew far away, pulling apart the distance while probing his attacks. These horse souls were quite troublesome. Because they were souls, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against them. At the same time, once they self-detonate, each of them would have the power of the shark fin wolf's soul explosion. Although Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful, it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-detonate at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only a 1,000-man soul. But why should I fight them head-on? Fang Yuan sneered and slowly landed on the ground. He was not a pure strength path Gu master, he also had enslavement path methods. At the next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolf group beside him. The wolf howled and the wolf group's battle strength increased by several times. The wolf group was like hungry sharks, charging towards Wuxia and Ma Xun. Damn it! Wuxia immediately experienced Fang Yuan's treachery and shamelessness. In order to activate the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit, he sacrificed most of the horses around him and formed mutated horse souls. But Fang Yuan did not fight the horse souls head-on, and directly sent the wolf group to their deaths. The wolf group used their lives to exhaust the horse soul's strength. The mutated horse souls' bodies dimmed in order to resist the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dissipated, some self-detonated. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp decrease in the number of horse souls. Fang Yuan displayed the essence of enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, expending the primeval essence in the aperture, or perishing together with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie was helpless against Fang Yuan. The mutated horse souls were strong and slaughtered large numbers of wolves in a short time, but they were no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. "Uncle, leave quickly. You are Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly." Ma Yingjie screamed, urging Ma Xun to leave again. Ma Xun's face was covered in tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth until they almost broke and moved his body with difficulty. Driven by reason, he led a group of horses away from Ma Yingjie and retreated towards Ma tribe army. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Xun's traces. Ma Xun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more important than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning Ma Yingjie and chasing after Ma Xun. "Wolf King, don't leave." Ma Yingjie was anxious, and quickly urged the horse souls to soar into the sky to stop him. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, his body drawing an exquisite arc in the sky, leaving all the horse souls behind. He was a flying master, and these mutated horse souls were merely Ma Yingjie's puppets. Seeing the death god Fang Yuan chasing after them, the Gu master guards beside Ma Xun were scared out of their wits. Helpless, Ma Xun also activated his killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his command, the mutated horse souls formed a defensive line, cooperating with each other, and were much more threatening than Ma Yingjie. Even if Fang Yuan had the attainments of a flying master, it would be hard for him to break through. At this time a dragon roar resounded. A huge shadow shrouded Fang Yuan. The three-clawed golden-horned giant dragon, once again attacking Fang Yuan's back. Cheng Long was defeated by Fang Yuan in one hit, and was thrown into confusion. After climbing out of the pit with much difficulty, he was attacked by several people. Cheng Long and Fagin used all their strength to disperse these obstructions, and under the urge of anger and vengeance, they charged forward. "You actually came looking for death." Fang Yuan sneered, looking at the flashing indestructible dragon claws grabbing at him, unmoved. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he brushed past the dragon claws. Using the exquisite flying technique, he played the giant dragon in circles. "Not good, I am not the Wolf King's match in the air." When Cheng Long realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Fang Yuan grasped the flaw and flew to the dragon's head. The two giant brass arms on his side were like war spears and sharp swords, fiercely smashing into the giant dragon's two dragon eyes. The next moment, the dragon's eyes shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon instantly went mad, the intense pain causing him to let out a miserable roar. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his whole body was covered in scarlet blood, and his two arms went deep into the eye sockets, straight for the brain. The other two arms were like heavy hammers, fiercely smashing down. Bang bang bang. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan used the dragon's head as a war drum, beating it continuously. The giant dragon fell from the sky, and frantically struggled on the ground, like a golden snake, twisting its body into a fried dough twist. Mud and stones tumbled, both man and beast were sent flying by the dragon's tail. Fang Yuan's beating did not stop at all. After 20 to 30 times he finally got his wish, and completely smashed the giant dragon's head. White brain matter and blood sprayed all over his body. He took a deep breath, the thick smell of blood made him feel satisfied. Especially the giant dragon's corpse under his feet, it silently bore witness to his conquest. Men, no matter which world they live in, they all live to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although dead, the transformed dragon body still remained, showing Cheng Long's profound attainment in the transformation path. His head is quite hard, but he is an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan evaluated indifferently, and once again looked at Ma Xun. He even killed Cheng Long. Is this still the Wolf King? Isn't he an enslavement master? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the dragon's corpse shocked many people. Most people simply could not believe their eyes. How could the Wolf King turn around, and turn from an enslavement master into a fierce warrior that dominated the battlefield? At the same time, the wolf pack howled and clashed left and right. Wave after wave of continuous charge, showing Fang Yuan's superb beast-taming skills. Ma Xun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually drying up, and he struggled to maintain the killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls formed a military formation, forming a tight defensive line. The wolf pack charged forward wave after wave and then died. Fang Yuan was unmoved by these sacrifices, and only sneered in his heart. Now, I will let you see the true power of enslavement and strength dual cultivation. With a thought, the wolf pack's attack suddenly changed and divided into several groups. Like a sharp cone breaking through, the mutated horse soul's formation was inevitably pulled apart. Seeing the defensive line thinning, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Xun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the mutated horse souls to intercept. Like this, the defensive line became chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed and changed the direction of his assault. At the same time he urged the wolf pack to attack, approaching 300 steps. Ma Xun blocked left and right and soon could not hold on. If he defended against Fang Yuan's assault, he would not be able to let go of the wolf pack. If he defended against the wolf pack, he would not be able to take care of Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan found an opening, and fiercely charged in front of Ma Xun. The first punch broke through his defense, the second punch heavily injured him, and he lost the ability to escape, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement master. Ma Xun was dead. The horse group collapsed, and the Ma family army's morale was extremely low. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I definitely would not believe this. The horse king was actually killed by the wolf king, who is also an enslavement master, using a decapitation tactic. Chapter 549. The terrifying strength that Fang Yuan displayed made the entire Ma tribe army feel an immense pressure. Despair spread rapidly in their hearts. We can only rely on Rat King now, only the rat group can resist the wolf group. Ma Shangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Xun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But as Ma tribe leader he had no other choice, he could only turn his gaze towards Jianghu. However, at the next moment, the last bit of hope in Ma Shangfeng's eyes vanished. Rat King actually ran away. Oh heavens, this wolf king is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Qinglong, Jianghu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. If I don't run away, how can I still be alive? Jianghu ran while bleeding from his 7 apertures. He had no choice, he had sworn a poison oath and submitted to Ma tribe army. Now that he fled, he would naturally suffer the backlash of the poison oath. But even if he had to risk the backlash, Jianghu had to retreat. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had completely crushed his remaining fighting spirit. Rat King, quickly come back. Ma Shangfeng shouted. But Jianghu kept on running, ignoring him. Blood spurted from his 7 apertures, splattering along the way, showing his unparalleled determination. His escape brought the people around him along with him. Soon, large numbers of Ma tribe Gu masters started to retreat, and large numbers of tribes retreated from the battlefield. Outsiders are really unreliable. Ma Shangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision turning black as he fainted on the spot. Ma tribe's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Even with the snowman elite troops, they could not turn the tide. Gu master experts also retreated one after another. I almost broke the seal and used my true body to fight. Lucky. Lucky. In the battlefield, He Lulan, who had been besieged all along, was gasping for breath. He was riddled with injuries and his primeval essence was being consumed intensely, but the fierce light in his eyes was becoming sharper. Under his command, He tribe army started a merciless chase. The more people they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. This was a logic that even fools understood. Fame and fortune had stimulated He tribe like a ruthless hungry wolf. At first, there were elite troops from all directions, but soon He tribe's elite troops returned and restrained the enemy's elite troops. The Ma family's army was finally defeated. Countless people fled in all directions. Fang Yuan did not move. Instead, he pulled the wolves around him to protect him. My internal organs are bleeding, and my soul has been weakened to the level of a 500-man soul. Fang Yuan examined his body and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Waves of dizziness kept attacking him. The 2 brass arms quietly disappeared. The aftereffects of this killer move 4-arm Earth King were more severe than he had imagined. The previous few experiments were all superficial. This time he pushed it to the limit, even exceeding the theoretical time limit. Then he discovered a problem. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. Killer moves were the perfect combination of goo worms. But it was not a killer move that could be perfected just by thinking of it. Only through continuous practice and adjustments could a perfect killer move be formed. And this process of perfection might take a very long time, several generations, or even more than a dozen generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. The 4-armed Earth King was the result of Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience from his previous life, as well as a little inspiration. It was done hurriedly and was an experiment. Fang Yuan soon understood where the severe aftereffects came from. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on fighting on the ground. The longer one stays on the ground, the smaller the aftereffects. But in this battle, almost all of it was flying. Thus this problem was exposed. It seems that this 4-armed Earth King killer move still has many flaws. From today's battle, flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Gu, and also poses a greater threat to the enemy. Since I have master level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this advantage. He was not willing to give up on flying. In this case, the 4-armed Earth King killer move would need to undergo a huge revision. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor's back, quietly thinking as he watched the He tribe army's reckless pursuit. Damn it, they are really vigilant, not giving me any chance. Killer Wu Ming was hiding far away, observing Fang Yuan from afar. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack while the Wolf King was chasing after him and was careless. Once he succeeded and killed the Wolf King, there would still be a chance for Ma tribe to regroup. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance, as if he had seen through his plan. Wu Ming waited quietly for a while, finally unable to endure the He tribe experts moving around more frequently, he quietly retreated. Ma tribe escaped in defeat, and in the process Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He did not give up, and after escaping into the defensive line, he tried to rely on the defensive line to defend. But Tai by Yunqing's mountain as before Gu made his plan fail. He tribe army broke through the defensive line, Pan Ping used Soul Blade Gu, and luckily took Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. Ma tribe leader died and Ma tribe lost their will to fight. Tao tribe, Yang tribe and Qilian tribe surrendered one after another. During the process, most of He tribe's attention was unavoidably drawn. Run faster. Zhao Lianyun urged from inside the carriage. Fei Kai acted as the coachman, whipping the horses with all his strength, and the 2 wheels of the carriage spun rapidly behind him. As Ma Yingjia's personal servant, Fei Kai was in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's daily life, and naturally had to follow the army. Zhao Lianyun had no home to return to, and could only follow him. Ma tribe was routed, and the 2 of them, along with other mortals, could only escape. But with just this horsepower, the carriage's speed could not compare to Gu Masters. The moment they escaped, they were left far behind by Gu Masters. But precisely because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, Ma tribe's pursuing army let them go. The battle merits of killing mortals were negligible. Of course, if they met a Gu Master who was in a bad mood, or a Gu Master who loved to kill, or a wild wolf that did not differentiate between mortals, they might casually give them 1 or 2 moves, and die without a burial ground. But Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck was not bad. Not only did they not encounter such a situation, they even escaped from this battlefield under the watchful eyes of countless Gu Masters. The 2 escaped with all their might. The old horse pulling the carriage was so tired that it was foaming at the mouth, and finally fell on the grass. The carriage also overturned and broke into pieces. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were battered and exhausted as they crawled out of the carriage's fragments. Although they were injured, the soft grass made their injuries not serious. Where should we go next? Without pursuers and Gu Masters facing the vast world, Fei Kai was at a loss. Zhao Lianyun only breathed roughly and did not speak. She also felt flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chang Shanin, in this world there is actually such a strong monster. Damn it, if I knew you were so fierce, I wouldn't have persuaded my father to join Ma tribe. Thinking of Fang Yuan's terrifying and invincible figure in the midst of the army, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind shuddered. Thinking of his father who died in the battlefield as well as his pitiful and cruel fate, Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel sorrow and started sobbing. Xiaoyun, don't cry, don't worry, I am here. Fei Kai quickly consoled her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head between her knees and cried even louder. Fei Kai was flustered and repeatedly consoled and apologized, but his speech was extremely clumsy. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while and suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I'm so pitiful, why did I come to such a world? Now that we are in a desperate situation, we have nothing to eat and nothing to drink. At night, the stench of blood on the battlefield will attract batches of wild beasts to hunt for food. Sooner or later we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with a pleading gaze. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and shouted angrily, You are really trash. You are older than me, can't you think of a good idea? Relying on me to think of everything, do you think I am Dongfang Yuliang? Fei Kai lowered her head from the scolding, and only dared to look at her own feet. Suddenly he raised his head and his eyes shone. I thought of a good idea. What idea? Zhao Lianyun raised her eyebrows in surprise. This idiot could actually think of a way? I feel that as long as we have a horse we can leave the battlefield. Without the stench of blood we can avoid those wild beasts. Zhao Lianyun kicked Fei Kai's leg in anger. You think I don't know, you think I don't know. You idiot, you big idiot. What good idea is this? I also want a horse, can you get one for me? Fei Kai jumped on the spot from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly he pointed ahead and shouted, Look, there is a horse there. Zhao Lianyun looked back and was stunned. She cried out involuntarily, Motherfucker, there really is a wild horse. But she quickly reacted, Actually, Northern Plains does not lack wild horses, what we lack is a way to capture and tame them. Fei Kai, what idea do you have? Fei Kai let out an sound. He pointed to the front and shouted, Quickly look, there is a person on the horse's back. Zhao Lianyun concentrated and saw there really was a person. When the horse got close to the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide, recognizing the identity of the injured person on the horse. It is Ma Yingjie. Congratulations brother, He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe has the support of Gu immortals, they are powerless to reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw through the investigative Gu that He tribe had started to tidy up the battlefield, and finally could not restrain the excitement in his heart, congratulating He Cheng. He Cheng laughed lightly, Same to you. This kid He Lulan did not let us down. Oh right, the demonic path Gu immortal supporting Ma tribe has already been found, it is Snowy Mountain's 6th peak Shuesongzi. He Bai's expression immediately sank, so it was him. If he had not interfered and fought with me over wooden chicken Gu, causing the immortal Gu to break free and disappear without a trace, I would have obtained wooden chicken Gu long ago. He Cheng consoled with a smile, Brother, don't disturb me. If we could use 88-point Jinyang Tower to obtain wooden chicken Gu, it would be the same. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken immortal Gu, you will become an expert among Gu immortals. I am ashamed. He Bai heard this and immediately bowed deeply towards He Cheng, saying sincerely, If not for brother's guidance and help, how could I, He Bai, be as wealthy as Shuesongzi? Brother is truly wise and far-sighted, throwing out large amounts of immortal yuan stone, it is truly moving. Then, you amassed the wolf group and sent them out to help, truly catching Shuesongzi unprepared. Now, even if Shuesongzi wants to continue helping, he has no one. Ah. He Cheng laughed heartily, sighing, Without investment, how can there be profits? Pausing for a moment, he continued, It is also fortunate that in this imperial court contest, the other super tribes did not make a move. Earlier, I also received information from female immortal Tan Baiya and learned of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Furthermore, this Wolf King Chang Shanyin is also an outstanding junior, his performance is breathtaking and he is the brightest in this contest, suppressing this generation of Northern Plains. He Bai nodded in agreement. I have already investigated Chang Shanyin, he is a member of Chang tribe and has an illustrious reputation, even us Gu immortals have heard of him. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, evidently having a fortuitous encounter. Now he is a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. I have seen the killer move just now. The aftereffects are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan's injuries could be concealed from the surrounding people, but it could not be concealed from Gu immortals. He Cheng was silent for a moment before saying, This is a Gu immortal seed, I intend to take him into He tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, I will properly inspect him. If he is willing to pledge his loyalty, he might even become an external supreme elder of our He tribe in the future. He Bai smiled, Becoming a Gu immortal is extremely difficult, brother has overestimated him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunxing is also not bad, he can be persuaded to pledge allegiance to He tribe. Yes, but he is a bit too old. He Cheng nodded. Chapter 550. When Ma Yingjie woke up from his slumber and finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Fei Kai's ecstatic smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, Young tribe leader, you are finally awake. The honest voice warmed Ma Yingjie's heart. The latter struggled to sit up, the intense pain made him open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, asking with difficulty, Where is this? Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, I also do not know where this is, but we should have escaped from the battlefield. Battlefield? Ma Yingjie was shocked and immediately asked, How is the battlefield? We failed, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people are escaping and even more have surrendered. Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjia's face turned extremely pale, his body shook and he almost fainted again. Thankfully Fei Kai supported his back from behind. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at the once glorious Ma tribe young tribe leader now in such a pathetic state. He did not feel good. Sai, this Ma Yingjia is actually young and promising, but unfortunately he encountered Wolf King Changshanin. It is not that you did not work hard, but the opponent is too abnormal. Ma Yingjia closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. After a long time he opened his red eyes and turned to look at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking with a hoarse voice, "You too saved me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded at the same time. "Young tribe leader, what should we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjia's expression was gloomy as he said, "We return. Ma tribe lost this round, but we still have a portion of tribesmen in Warm Pond Valley." Back then, before the Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe schemed to cause internal strife in Fei tribe, annexing them and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, as a precaution, placed a portion of the old, weak and sick in Warm Pond Valley. If the Ma family won, they would bring them over. If the Ma family failed, they would be the seeds to continue the tribe. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we had no water or food. It's such a long journey. Zhao Lianyun frowned. "Ha, little girl, as long as I'm here, there will be enough food and water. You don't have to worry," Ma Yingjia said. The 3 of them traveled together. Along the way they came across many Ma family members who had escaped, and they were all taken in by Ma Yingjia one by one. "Young clan leader, I never thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would be able to see you again." Ma Yuliang cried uncontrollably when he saw Ma Yingjia. He was a rank 3 elder of Ma tribe. He was lying on a stretcher, missing an arm, and his right calf was broken. His injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjia saw him, tears of excitement welled up in his tiger-like eyes. "Elder Ma Yuliang, it's great to see you." Although he had taken in many clansmen along the way, most of them were mortals. Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured, but he was a Gu master after all. After this battle, Ma tribe suffered a huge loss. Before the battle, they were a large-scale tribe with deep foundations that could charge into a super tribe. But after the battle, Ma tribe had completely turned into a small-scale tribe. Their strength had fallen to the bottom and they were on the decline. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was the tribe's most precious strength and hope. "Lord Young clan leader, old clan leader has already died in battle." Ma Yuliang cried bitterly, bringing the grievous news to Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia's body shook intensely. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with endless grief and sorrow when he heard this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemed to have turned into an iron statue. After a moment of silence, he forcefully wiped the tears in his eyes. "Then from today onwards I am Ma tribe's leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Although our Ma tribe lost, we did not perish." Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun had set a rule that we cannot slaughter the Huang Jin tribe's bloodline. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle, now even He tribe cannot exterminate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley, we need to climb back up from our defeat. I believe Ma tribe's glory will not disappear because of this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young clan leader in front of him, and in his blurry vision he seemed to see Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's figures. He stopped sobbing, hope rising in his heart again. The next moment he used his deepest voice to reply, "Lord Clan Leader, I also believe you. Winner takes all." While Ma Yingjia was fleeing miserably, in the countless tents of He tribe's alliance army, there was a celebratory banquet. There were cheering crowds, warm bonfires and rich delicacies. We won, we won. Ma tribe's ambition was too great, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. It was this ambition that destroyed them. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of the Imperial Court. Honorable Wolf Wangda, please allow this lowly one to toast you a cup of wine. In the main tent, there was also a lively atmosphere. Other than wine and delicacies, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing to their heart's content. Everyone present were the leaders of He tribe's alliance army, experts of all sizes. Their cultivation level was at least rank 4, and they could be said to be the brightest talents of the current generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan sat on the main seat and on his left was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's seat had been pushed to the back due to the arrival of Tai by Yunxing, as well as the other rank 5 clan leaders. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and fought against 3 enslavement masters by himself, killing Qing Long, Wu Yi and other experts. One could say He tribe's victory over Ma tribe was 70% due to Fang Yuan. He tribe was shocked by Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and on that night, they adjusted the ranking in the main tent. No one objected to this. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the experts who toasted him, but he only drank a small mouthful each time. This was not the demeanor of a forthright Northern Plains warrior, but at this moment, when placed on Fang Yuan, it displayed the arrogance and solitude of Wolf King. In the main tent there was a joyous atmosphere. The Gu master who toasted him was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. In the battle, he had used Soul Blade Gu and luckily obtained Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head. Thus, on the battle merit board he was only inferior to Fang Yuan, ranked second. Seeing Fang Yuan drink a mouthful of wine, Pan Ping retreated gratefully. Northern Plains people admired warriors. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance was rarely seen even in the previous imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Master, the halo of two masters shrouded his body. Such enslavement and strength dual cultivation would give any of his enemies a headache. He watched as Pan Ping respectfully retreated with a satisfied and excited expression. The gazes that were directed at him were filled with respect, adoration, or fear. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup without batting an eyelid, sighing inwardly, "Unknowingly, I have already reached this step." Relying on the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose rapidly. At this point he was already at the peak of the mortal realm. To mortals this was already the peak. Any higher and it would be the immortal realm. In the previous battle he slaughtered famous experts, unstoppable and unstoppable. Such a performance was rarely seen even among rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. He Lolan's elegance was completely taken away by Fang Yuan. Enslavement and strength dual cultivation had a huge flaw. Four-arm Earth King killer move, even if it was hastily created and not perfect, was enough to be the foundation for Fang Yuan to stand proudly in the mortal realm. On Three Kings Mountain, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master experts. But now he used his own strength to do it. Even if it was Tai tribe's previous leader, Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan had the confidence to kill him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose explosively. This huge achievement that others could not achieve in their lifetime was built on his 500 years of experience, who immortal blessed land and painstaking planning. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What is the peak of the mortal realm? If I am not a Gu immortal, I will always be a chess piece. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, I have not even saved Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his heart surging with the raging fire of ambition and lofty aspirations. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing beside him. To save Danghun Mountain he needed Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal Gu, landscape as before. This was his main goal in this trip to Northern Plains. In fact, 88-point Jianghu Tower was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then the inheritance in 88-point Jianghu Tower would make up for his losses. But to take away other people's Gu worms was a troublesome matter. The life or death of a Gu worm depended on the owner's thoughts. For example, Fang Yuan only needed one thought and even the immortal Gu Spring Autumn Cicada would easily self-detonate. Precisely because of this, when Gu masters died in battle, the Gu worms obtained from their corpses were negligible. As for Tai Bai Yunxing's situation, it was even more troublesome. Landscape as before, this immortal Gu had yet to appear. It was an immortal Gu created by Tai Bai Yunxing after he became a Gu immortal, using river as before and mountain as before Gu as the main materials. Thus there were two plans in front of Fang Yuan. The first was to capture Tai Bai Yunxing alive and use soul path Gu worms to search his soul, searching his mind for the Gu recipe of landscape as before. Then he would refine it himself. This plan was too risky. Firstly, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunxing alive. Capturing and killing were two completely different concepts. Especially when Tai Bai Yunxing had high prestige and was also a time path Gu master. If he failed, the impact would be huge. Secondly, even if he was captured alive, would he be able to obtain river as before and mountain as before Gu? If Tai Bai Yunxing had a thought and made these two Gu self-detonate, Fang Yuan's efforts would be in vain. Finally, it was unknown whether Tai Bai Yunxing had the Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal coming up with an original immortal Gu recipe was too small. Especially when Tai Bai Yunxing was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Tai Bai Yunxing became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth resonated, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration burst forth, causing the two Gu to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal Gu. If that was the case, then the Gu recipe of landscape as before simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape as before could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Tai Bai Yunxing became a Gu immortal after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a Gu immortal and obtained an immortal Gu. This meant that Fang Yuan wanted to use the identity of a mortal to harm a Gu immortal. Chapter 551. If a mortal schemed against a Gu immortal, what were the chances of success? Even though Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, he could not surpass the gap between mortal and immortal. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life. No mortal could have a deeper understanding of this gap than him. Fortunately, in Fang Yuan's plan, he did not dare to fight a Gu immortal alone. He wanted to borrow the power of 88-point Jianghu Tower. His previous life's precious experience gave him guidance, as well as the precious information provided by land spirit Langya, giving him more confidence in his plan. This way there was a 20% chance of obtaining landscape as before immortal Gu. 20% was the highest among the 3 plans to save Danghun Mountain. Only immortal Gu could resist Gruel Mud immortal Gu. With his 500 years of foresight, Fang Yuan knew that there were only 3 immortal Gu that could save Danghun Mountain at this moment. The first was Earth Path rank 6 Gu immortal Sun Vinegar. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal Gu, called Comeback Mountain. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal Gu, called Comeback Mountain. It was kept in Eastern Sea's High Sure Blessed Land. The third was the Time Path rank 6 immortal Gu landscape as before. This Gu had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunxing, was only a rank 5 Gu master in Northern Plains. To obtain Petrification Gu, Fang Yuan would have to deal with Gu immortal Sun Vinegar, who had been an immortal for more than 10 years. If he tried to obtain Comeback Mountain, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan would be under the watchful eyes of a group of Gu immortals. Using the identity of a mortal to exchange for an immortal Gu? This was no different from a child carrying gold and going to the black market. Thus, the third plan regarding landscape as before Gu had the lowest risk and the highest possibility. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing became a Gu immortal, he would only be a newbie Gu immortal, he would not be familiar with attainment realms and qualitative changes. Such an opponent would be much easier to deal with than the veteran Sun Vinegar and the group of Gu immortals in High Sure Blessed Land. Northern Plains 12th month. The snowstorm was getting stronger, the frequency increasing. Even without the wind and snow, pure white frost covered the entire northern plains. Even though the sun had risen into the sky, the blazing sunlight of the past had become weak and powerless. The day of the 10-year blizzard was getting closer and closer. Tianchuan Warm Pond Valley. Patriarch, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the spirit spring that had dried up to the bottom and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie frowned deeply. Spirit Spring Sea was one of the 3 remaining in Warm Pond Valley. Now that it had dried up, the only thing supporting the Ma family was the A and B springs. This was bad news for the Ma tribe. Northern Plains Spirit Spring was different from Southern Borders Spirit Spring. Most of the northern springs had very little spring water. The spring mouth was narrow and the water gushed out violently. The foundation was thin and the duration was the shortest. The east spring was ample, the south spring gurgled, the north spring was vigorous, and the west spring was pure. In the southern border, a small to medium-sized tribe could continuously use a spirit spring for more than 10 years. As long as the spirit spring of the southern border was not overexploited, it could be used continuously. But it was different in Northern Plains. Northern Plains spirit spring formed quickly and also dispersed quickly. Adding on the intense war in Northern Plains, a small to medium-sized tribe needed at least 3 to 4 spirit springs to be able to support it. After Ma Yingjie returned to the tribe, he became Ma tribe's new clan leader. Ma tribe failed to become a super force and was now reduced to a small tribe. Even the huge Warm Pond Valley seemed empty. Ma tribe had rations and water, and they had made ample preparations. But Spirit Spring was a currency, and was an essential resource for Gu masters to cultivate. Once the snow disaster came, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the last refuge. Not only beast groups but also other Gu masters would come to rest. As the landlord, Ma tribe not only had to resist the blizzard, but also had to negotiate with these people. The Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was the backbone that supported the Gu masters' battle strength. Now one of Ma tribe's 3 backbones was broken. The weakened Ma tribe only had 30% of its strength left. Because the Spirit Spring Sea dried up, its confidence immediately dissipated by 10%. However, facing such a difficult problem, Ma Yinjie had no countermeasures. If he had a river as before Gu, he could immediately restore the spirit spring sea to its original state, and this problem would be solved immediately. But Ma Yinjie did not have one. Lord Clan Leader, is the spirit spring really so important? On the way back, Fei Kai asked. After he returned to the tribe as Ma Yinjie's savior, he was immediately released from his slave status, and was now a free man. At the same time he was still Ma Yinjie's personal attendant. Ma Yinjie nodded with deep worry. The drying up of a spirit spring has a huge impact on Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as the main force to resist all kinds of disasters during the blizzard. And after the blizzard, we need Gu masters' battle strength to snatch new resources and develop the tribe. Fei Kai gave an "oh" sound and asked while walking, then can we find a new spirit spring? I mean look, our Warm Pond Valley is so big, maybe there are more than 3 spirit springs. Fei Kai's words were filled with an optimistic spirit. Ma Yinjie laughed bitterly. Northern Plains spirit springs will indeed form in a short period of time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley. But this possibility is too low, almost impossible. You have to know, every time the 10-year blizzard arrives, the spirit springs in all parts of Northern Plains will dry up and die. After the blizzard subsides, new spirit springs will appear in large numbers. At that time, all parts of Northern Plains will have lush water plants, and every 100 li, there might be a spirit spring. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to develop and strengthen. So it's like this. Fei Kai finally understood. He had lived for so long, but was still ignorant and not familiar with these situations. Suddenly he screamed and fell down from the roadside. They were walking on the side of a cliff, but fortunately it was not a cliff but a gentle slope. Fei Kai lost his footing and rolled down the slope, letting out continuous screams. You. Ma Yinjie was amused by Fei Kai's comical screams, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. You have no sense of direction, you don't even know how to walk now? Hurry up and climb up. Ma Yinjie suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he looked in disbelief at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the gentle slope. This spirit spring's mouth was originally covered by a mountain rock. However, this mountain rock was knocked to the side by Fei Kai, who was tumbling down. The spirit spring that was covered by the mountain rock was then revealed. Very clearly, this was a spirit spring that had formed recently. Otherwise, Ma tribe's investigation before the war would not have missed it. This spirit spring had a huge amount of water, and in a short time over 100 yuan stones sprayed out along the spring water, landing on the surrounding ground. This is a new spirit spring, directly surpassing the A-grade spirit spring. Ma Yinjie was overjoyed, even his eyes were slightly red. Is this the so-called extreme misfortune followed by happiness? Longevity heaven above, this must be the blessing of the ancestors. Clan leader, I'm here. At this time, Fei Kai rushed up with a grin, and after seeing the new spring, he also opened his eyes wide. Strange, why is there suddenly a spring here? Ma Yinjie laughed loudly. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star given to me by the heavens. From today onwards you will change your name. Don't be called Fei Kai anymore. Fei Kai trash, how can I Ma Yinjie have trash by my side? From today onwards you will be called Hong Yun. Fei Hong Yun. This indicates the good fortune of our Ma tribe, extreme misfortune followed by happiness. However, Ma Yinjie was not happy for long. 7 days later, He tribe's army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. On the night that He tribe's army set up camp, the 3 spirit springs in Warm Pond Valley turned into black water at the same time, completely polluted. A letter to persuade them to surrender was then sent to Ma Yinjie. Ma Yinjie did not expect that He Lulan had clearly obtained the final victory, but still did not let him go. The spirit springs polluted by Gu worms could no longer produce yuan stones, they were all useless. Although there were still yuan stones in storage, Ma tribe had already lost the possibility of continuing to live in Warm Pond Valley. To think that He Lulan would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In his letter he requested our Ma tribe to surrender. This does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then. Damn it. Ma Yinjie clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness and powerlessness. He Lulan, known as the Black Tyrant, has always been violent and crude. It seems that he is wary of our Ma tribe because of the previous battle. But due to Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to place Ma tribe under his eyes and continue to suppress Ma tribe. Ma Yu Liang sat paralyzed on the chair and analyzed with a low voice. After a pause, Ma Yuliang continued, actually this is also not bad. Ma tribe surrenders to He Lulan, we can also enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Ma Yingjie shook his head, this is the sinister part of He Lulan's intentions. Ma tribe can enter Imperial Court, but what about the others? Let me ask you, in the current tribe, how many relatives surnamed Ma are there? Ma Yuliang's face paled, only around 130 people. That is correct. Ma Yingjie nodded with a heavy expression. If our Ma tribe wants to expand, we need to recruit outsiders, we need to wantonly marry and have a large number of children. But as long as He Lulan gives an order, we are not allowed to accept outsiders, and will only be allowed to marry within our tribe. At that time, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yuliang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huangjin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his idea. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. We will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huangjin bloodline will really... Ma Yuliang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huangjin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe, it will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Yingjie said. Chapter 552. The carriages rumbled, the horses neighed. The grand group, numbering in the millions, moved towards the Imperial Court area at the center of Northern Plains. The snowstorm raged outside, the big stomach horses could not even raise their heads. The snow on the ground was knee-deep, every step was much more difficult than usual. Bluefield slug goo after Bluefield slug goo were moving slowly. Their stomachs were filled with all sorts of resources, causing their bodies that were 3 times the size of elephants to grow to the size of small hills. Groups of carriages followed behind the Bluefield slug goo. The latter blocked the incoming snowstorm for these mortals, their bodies were covered in icicles. To prevent the slug goo from freezing to death, there were 3 goo masters in charge of 1 slug goo, removing the frost on them while using fire path goo worms to keep them warm and maintain their body temperature. The army moved towards the Imperial Court area. The increasing snowstorm caused the army's speed to slow down. Large numbers of mortal slaves fell along the way, unable to get up again. Although He Lulan could order goo masters to save them, he did not do so. Even though the Imperial Court Blessed Land was huge and could hold 5 million people. But from He Lulan's point of view, the resources in the Blessed Land belonged to him, why would he give them to these lowly slaves? Every additional person meant that he had to give away more benefits. Using the snowstorm to purposely sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was the unspoken rule of the Imperial Court Lords. The lives of mortals were not worth cherishing. They were like weeds, after the snowstorm, they would grow rapidly and spread, devouring the resources of northern plains like locusts, until the next 10 years' snowstorm arrived. The cold wind became stronger, the people moved forward against the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house goo. He could hear the howling of the wind outside the window. Inside the large lizard house goo, it was warm like spring. Urging it to move forward in such an environment consumed 5 or 6 times more true essence than before. But to Fang Yuan, just a rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture was more than enough to sustain this expenditure. Moreover, his second aperture had recently advanced to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan came to the window and cast his gaze through the translucent, sealed crystal window to the front left. It was the Ma family's team. Ma Yingjie inherited the position of clan leader, Ma Hongyun also appeared, and even Zhao Lianyun was by his side. On this point, Fang Yuan had already secretly inquired about it and instructed the people of Gu family to take care of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memories, Ma Hongyun had received an inheritance from the giant sun immortal in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Fang Yuan's next plan, he would be a very useful chess piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, he was still a kid and posed no threat. At the same time, he was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan decided to observe him first. 500 years ago, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, even with my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still have the same achievements as in my previous life? After experiencing rebirth, Fang Yuan had a deep interest towards the topic of changing history. The flow of history had inertia and also changes. Based on his personal experience, the butterfly theory on Earth seemed to be a little biased. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyun was bestowed with a surname and allowed to cultivate. It was because he obtained a relic gu in the wild and offered it to Ma Yingjie. Now, because of He Lulan's coercion, Ma Yingjie made a decision. This decision created Ma Hongyun once again. The process was different, but the result was the same. This matter made Fang Yuan ponder. He could not help but think of a word. That was fate. Fate, this word was even more mysterious and ethereal than space and time. In the rumors, gu master paths seemed to have a path called Luck Path, but until now nobody could be sure. However, there were many important people who were connected to fate. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded fate gu. The second generation immortal venerable of the celestial court, the creator of wisdom path, grasped this gu and schemed against the three demon venerables of the later generations. When Fang Yuan was in Three Kings' blessed land, he was told by the land spirit, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was actually a great hero. He broke the restraints of fate and let the people of the world control their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had even vaguely heard this rumor in his previous life. Giant Sun Immortal controlled a luck path gu worm. Thus on his path of cultivation he was able to avoid calamities and welcome blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that tightly connects all living beings? Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a gu immortal, he had only uncovered a corner of this world's mysteries. Be it his previous life or this life, the more he moved forward, the stronger he became, the more he felt his own insignificance and ignorance. The more he felt insignificant and ignorant, the more joy he felt in moving forward, the more he wanted to move forward. Compared to this world, I am just an ant. Pride and modesty, stubbornness and understanding coexisted in Fang Yuan's blood. Putting away his overflowing thoughts, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the present. Imperial Court blessed land rejects gu immortals from entering. I am already at rank 5 peak stage. This might be the first and last time I can enter Imperial Court and personally come into contact with 88-point Jianghu Tower. Maybe I can obtain an immortal venerable's luck path inheritance in the tower, who knows? But this time He Lulan took the initiative to go to Warm Pond Valley and forcefully force Ma tribe to surrender. This is quite strange. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn. Ma tribe had already suffered a huge loss, and they also had the Huangjin bloodline. Why did He Lulan do this? It was understandable in his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma tribe's strength had not declined. They were a tough turtle shell that was hard to chew. He Lulan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was in an extremely weak state, He Lulan mobilized his army and spared no effort to force Ma tribe to surrender. To deliberately suppress Ma tribe like this, did he have a deep grudge against Ma tribe? Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was no evidence to support this guess. Forget it, maybe this is He Lulan's whims and wants to show off his contributions. This is only a minor detail, my own strength is always the most important. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sent his mind into his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move 4-arm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had also made some slight modifications. The original Earth Overlord Gu was changed to Wind Overlord Gu. The other Gu worms that he used were also slightly modified. This way he did not need to step on the ground and it was best to fight in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he could display, and the smaller the repercussions of using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This was only a concealment and compromise, the flaw of this killer move had not changed. If he fought in a windless environment, the result of activating the killer move would not be any better than before. For Gu Masters there were too many methods to restrict wind. Once this weakness was exposed, the killer move would no longer be terrifying, and the threat it posed to enemies would fall to rock bottom. Actually, no matter how much this move is modified, I will not be satisfied. My true goal is to resolve the flaw of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. This killer move 4-arm Earth King is only the initial result. But this result could not escape the barrier of transformation path. Fang Yuan's goal was to completely and permanently modify his body. And not this kind of temporary transformation. However, to reach this step, Fang Yuan had already used up 500 years of accumulation. After all, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal in his previous life. He had only dabbled in strength path and enslavement path. If possible, Fang Yuan also wanted to quickly become a blood path Gu immortal. But ever since his rebirth, the situation was different. His vital Gu was no longer a blood path Gu worm. One of the keys to becoming a Gu immortal was the vital Gu. Originally, Feng Yuan had obtained the second aperture and had a new opportunity. But that crucial blood path vital Gu was still buried in the inheritance. It had yet to appear. Feng Yuan could not wait. The situation was pressing on him. He could only choose to strengthen himself first to deal with the upcoming tests and enemies lurking in all directions. Survival, this was the most important thing. Feng Yuan also realized that his foundation in strength path and enslavement path was insufficient. His extensive knowledge in his previous life allowed him to easily control Gu worms of all paths, and was proficient in the exquisite combination of Gu worms of all paths. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the deepest. But to solve the ancient problem of dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, he needed to be at the forefront of history and create new and bold experiments. Thus, his foundation was insufficient. Even though Feng Yuan now had clues to Luopa Valley, he might be able to directly cultivate Soul Path, which had a bright future after obtaining Luopa Valley. But Feng Yuan would never place his hopes on a certain possibility in the future. Even if he were to cultivate Soul Path in the future, his efforts in the aspect of enslavement and strength path would be a precious asset to him. It would be of great help to his future cultivation. Knowing his own shortcomings, Feng Yuan had been reading extensively these days. He used that enormous amount of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul and other killer moves. At the same time, he also obtained dozens of small strength path inheritances, as well as the insights of 4 enslavement path masters. Among them, the 4 killer moves, Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush and Horse Stamp, were extremely valuable. Feng Yuan had broad horizons to begin with, and after these days of hard work, his understanding of enslavement path and strength path had deepened by several times. Different from his previous life where he only dabbled in it, in this life he personally experienced it and combined it with theories, giving him countless inspirations. But these inspirations were far from enough to solve his problem. Actually, speaking of the transformation of the body, the earliest records are in the legends of Renzu. When Renzu was in a death situation to save his father, Desolate Guiyue came to Qingbai Mountain and killed the Rockman. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he flipped open the legends of Renzu. Chapter 553. Feng Yuan flipped the legends of Renzu. There was a record inside. Renzu fell into a dead end and fell into Luopa Valley, unable to get out. Desolate Guiyueyin, in order to save his father, personally went up Qingbai Mountain and attempted to climb to the peak to obtain that one and only success Gu. As long as he made a wish to success Gu, Desolate Guiyueyin would be able to save Renzu. But when Desolate Guiyueyin reached the foot of the mountain, he was obstructed by the Rockman. It turned out that Renzu's second daughter had come to Qingbai Mountain and disturbed Love Gu's dream. Out of anger, Love Gu enlightened the Rockman to disturb Desolate Guiyueyin. Desolate Guiyueyin killed the Rockman and walked to the waist of the mountain. But Love Gu did not leave. It appeared in front of Desolate Guiyueyin and said, "Oh human, you disturbed my dream and still want to take away success Gu. Now I will collapse the whole of Qingbai Mountain. You can search for that one and only success Gu among the millions and millions of rocks." Ah. Saying so, Love Gu charged towards Qingbai Mountain. Mount Qingbai was not an ordinary mountain. The entire hill was made up of small stones piled up together. Once Love Gu crashed into it, Qingbai Mountain collapsed. Love Gu left proudly, leaving behind Desolate Guiyueyin looking at this pile of rocks, falling into a daze. How could he obtain that one and only success Gu from these chaotic rocks? Desolate Guiyueyin was troubled. He had no choice but to go back and ask Cognition Gu for advice. Cognition Gu sighed after hearing Guiyueyin's explanation. Love Gu has always been so unreasonable, sigh even I or my child Wisdom Gu, do not want to face it. Now that Qingbai Mountain has collapsed, you can only use your hands to pick up these rocks and distinguish the success Gu. Other than that there is no other way. Cognition Gu continued, but you need to be careful, there are actually 2 Gu on Qingbai Mountain. One success Gu is at the peak. One failure Gu is at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it has many children. Those rocks are the brothers and sisters of success. When you pick up those stones, a lot of unimaginably bad things can happen. Let me tell you a trick here. As long as you persist in saying, in your heart, these bad situations will gradually disappear. When Desolate Guiyue heard this, her heart couldn't help but become heavy. She asked again, then how should I distinguish the stone in my hand? Success Gu or failure Gu, what do they look like? Cognition Gu sighed, they look the same but it is easy to differentiate them. As long as you hold them with your own hands, you will naturally discover their identity. You want to find success Gu, but that failure Gu is your greatest threat. You cannot hold on to failure Gu, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life will be in danger. Guyue nodded his head to express his gratitude. Before she left, Cognition Gu reminded her, "Don't say that I told you. If love Gu finds me, it will be troublesome." In the face of passionate, naughty love, thought and intellect give way. "Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate Guyue agreed and returned to Qingbai Mountain. Looking at the large pile of stones in front of her, her heart was heavy. Success was not so easy to obtain. To obtain success, one had to bend down and take a huge risk to search for it. Desolate Guyue breathed in deeply and picked up the first stone. This stone was very ordinary. The moment Desolate Guyue held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A shallow wound appeared on Desolate Guyue's hand. This was not Success Gu, but Success's brothers and sisters, one of Failure Gu's children. Desolate Guyue was shocked. She touched the wound on the back of her hand and recalled Cognition Gu's words, "When you pick up those stones, many unimaginably bad situations will happen. At this time, you need to think of I in your heart." So this is the bad situation. Desolate Guyue realized. She chanted in her heart, I. As she continued to chant, the wound on the back of her hand miraculously healed. All that was left was a shallow scar. She threw the stone in her hand to the side and picked up the second stone. When she held this stone in her hand, Desolate Guyue's heart shook, and intense fear assaulted her heart. Desolate Guyue's body trembled in fear. She almost wanted to escape and leave this place. But she persevered and continued to think of it. After a long time, she regained her senses. The fear in her heart was mostly dispelled. She picked up the third stone. This stone made her feel very dejected. She could not help but think, I want to pick up the one and only Success Gu among these billions of stones. How difficult is that? How long do I have to continue? She almost could not move. She felt that the future was dark. The difficulty of finding Success Gu was too high. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought of her father who was trapped in the door of life and death. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Guyue was shocked. Oh no, I almost forgot to say, eh. Desolate Guyue chanted again, trying to get rid of the dejection in her heart as she bent down to pick up another stone. When she held the fourth stone in her hand, Desolate Guyue was shocked to find that her nose had changed. It had actually turned into a pig's nose. She chanted again to let her nose recover. Good heavens, she tried her best to get rid of the pig's nose. But the bridge of her nose was still slightly sunken compared to before. Like this, Desolate Guyue continued to pick up stones, hoping to find Success Gu among them. But countless days passed, she only found the children of Failure Gu. Some of these stones caused her injuries, some caused her to feel dejected, despair, fear, and some even caused her to turn into a pig's head or grow a rat's tail. Even though Desolate Guyue kept chanting, there were still traces left on her body. After accumulating for a long time, these traces turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a human with a horse's body. She had 16 legs, some were covered in soft fur, some were covered in snake-like scales, some had sharp claws and some had sturdy hooves. In the process of searching for success, people often changed beyond recognition. But Desolate Guyue also became stronger because of this. After experiencing so much, she was hundreds of times stronger than before. Those stones could no longer cause her any trouble. Success, success, where are you? Her 7 mouths spoke at the same time. Some were shouting, some were roaring, some were crying, and some were whispering. The more she failed, the greater the desire for success in her heart. After her relentless efforts, there were fewer and fewer stones left. Finally, when there were only 2 stones left, Desolate Guyue fell into hesitation. There was no doubt that among these 2 stones, one was Success Gu, while the other was Failure Gu. If she picked up Success Gu, then everyone would be happy. If she picked up Failure Gu, then Desolate Guyue would be completely lost, her life would be in danger. Even if Desolate Guyue became a monster and became so strong. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, how should she choose? Desolate Guyue could not help but fall into hesitation. If I do not dare to give it my all because I am afraid of failure, then I will never succeed. I'm already so strong now, success is just around the corner. Even if I get Failure Gu, as long as I keep chanting, I should be able to get through it, right? Finally, she mustered her courage and stretched out her hand, picking up one of the stones. But unfortunately, she picked up that Failure Gu. An unprecedented sense of confusion and self-doubt assaulted her body and mind. Desolate Guyue kept chanting but her voice gradually became lower. Eventually her 7 mouths stopped moving, her gaze was dull and lifeless. She fell into endless confusion, completely losing herself. The greatest failure of a person was to lose themselves. Sigh. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed lightly, closing The Legends of Renzu. For a moment, his thoughts ran wild, and the expression on his face became complicated and subtle. The snow outside the window was still falling, fluttering in the wind. As the 10-year deadline approached, the snowstorm did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, it was getting stronger. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lulan led her army and arrived at the entrance of Imperial Court Blessed Land at the end of the deadline, the Alliance army had already lost more than half of their numbers. Large numbers of mortals froze to death on the way. Many Gu masters even died from the beast group's attacks. The token to open Imperial Court Blessed Land was He Lulan herself. When he stood up, a faint golden light blossomed in the air. Shortly after, the golden light shone brightly, forming a ring of light. The ring of light expanded rapidly, forming a grand city gate. On the vermilion red city gate, there were exquisite and complicated silver patterns. Copper buttons that were as thick as fists were densely covered the surface of the door. Rumble. Behind the gate, there seemed to be a pair of invisible giant hands, slowly opening the heavy vermilion gate. Immediately, a dense sandalwood fragrance assaulted their nostrils. The falling snow in the air stopped at this moment. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the falling snow gathered like a swarm of bees, instantly condensing into a large and sturdy ice staircase. The top of the staircase reached the Imperial Court gate in the air, and the bottom was on the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan could not conceal his excitement. He took 3 steps at a time, climbing the ice staircase, becoming the first person to enter Imperial Court. 88-point Jianghu Tower. Fang Yuan was the second person. He had a deep gaze as he steadily walked in. Following him were Tai Bai Yunxing, Hao Ji Lu and other higher-ups experts. About an hour later, He tribe's army entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice staircase crumbled, the huge vermilion red city gate slowly closed. The golden ring of light shrunk into a point and dissipated. They have all entered. The Gu immortals who were observing secretly retracted their helpless and reluctant gazes. Chapter 554. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had completely changed. The sky was pale gold, the ground was like spring, there were green terraced fields, quietly flowing rivers, low hills, and a vast field of vision. This was a peaceful world, in stark contrast to the snowstorm outside. This was the largest shelter in Northern Plains. Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opened once every 10 years, and was specially rewarded to the kings of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around, only to find that he was alone. Although everyone had entered the same door, the moment they stepped through the door, they were scattered and randomly teleported to any corner of the paradise. This was common practice. Fang Yuan was not surprised. According to the previous agreement, he was going to move towards the center of the Blessed Land. There, Giant Sun Immortal's former residence. Northern Plains Sacred Palace. I'm finally in. Fang Yuan adjusted his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was just a prelude. What came next was the main point. He tried to activate Eagle Rise Gu. The crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, and poured into the Eagle Rise Gu. Swoosh. With a soft sound, accompanied by intense pain, 2 huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back, the wingspan exceeding 10 feet. Imperial Court Blessed Land did not prohibit the use of mortal Gu. As for immortal Gu, no blessed land could restrict them. The strong eagle wings lightly flapped, and Fang Yuan's entire body was brought into the sky. Flying in the sky, a light breeze greeted his face. The wind carried with it a unique fragrance that permeated the entire paradise. Compared to the outside world in Northern Plains, this place was tranquil and peaceful. It was simply heaven. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. He flew leisurely, admiring the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's terrain was extremely similar to Northern Plains. Looking at it from afar, it was a vast plain. Even though there were hills, they were all gentle slopes. The contours were gentle and graceful, like a lush green without any contours, flowing smoothly and gracefully. But what was different from the Northern Plains was that every 8 li, there would be a tower erected on the ground. These towers reminded Fang Yuan of totem poles. Every single one of them was 25 meters tall and stood perfectly straight. Their surfaces were covered in gold and silver, and they were carved with all kinds of gems and agates. The tower was divided into countless compartments, like a beehive. Inside there were many goo worms. When the worms in the blessed land produced goo, these goo worms would often leave the swarm and come to live in the tower. The tower was Giant Sun's current arrangement. No matter what goo it was, they would find their food in the tower. In each tower there were tens of thousands of goo. There were many types of goo. There were a lot of common ones, but precious ones were relatively rare. Without a doubt, every tower was a huge fortune. Even Feng Yuan would covet it. He even saw a group of thousands of starlight firefly goo in one of the towers. Unfortunately, these goo worms cannot be used without permission. At the beginning of the Imperial Court contest, there were often goo masters who were extremely daring and wanted to steal, or even attack the towers to seize the wild goo worms inside. In the end, they were like candles, their skin and flesh melted, leaving behind pale white skeletons that fell to the ground, forming a pile. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the power of the blessed land, the power of this world. As long as they were mortals, they could not resist it. Even goo immortals would be in a difficult situation. The lesson they received was deep enough. Until now, no goo masters had any designs on these towers. If we trace back to the source, the goo immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path goo immortal. His name is no longer known. Thus, this blessed land is extremely vast, far surpassing other blessed lands of the same level. Before Giant Sun Immortal became an immortal, he luckily inherited this place and became the new owner of the blessed land. After Giant Sun became an immortal venerable, he possessed supreme strength and set up a great method, establishing the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, which allowed this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Feng Yuan recalled in his mind as he flew. An immortal venerable's methods had already surpassed his understanding. He did not know how Giant Sun Immortal did it, but under his control, Imperial Court Blessed Land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss. After flying for an hour, passing countless towers in the sky above a small valley, Feng Yuan was provoked by a giant python. This scarlet python was huge, at least 100 feet long, and its body was as thick as a tower. On its head, there was a sharp horn, and a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Feng Yuan in the sky, flicking its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a strange purple color with eerie blue flames coiling around it. It is a rare eerie fire dragon python. Feng Yuan was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, the giant python opened its mouth and spat out a lump of carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame rapidly approached and the temperature in the air rose sharply. There were still hundreds of steps between them, but Feng Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of withering. The terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame could be seen. Feng Yuan lightly raised his eyebrows, and with a flap of his eagle wings, he flew up and easily dodged the attack of the flame. Killer move, Forearm Wind King. He activated more than 10 goo worms at the same time, and the crystal purple primeval essence in his aperture started to be consumed intensely. Beside him, 2 new bronze arms grew out. Then, like a falling star, he swooped down brazenly. Bam! He fiercely collided with the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in an intense battle. At once, smoke and dust rose, flames spewed everywhere and the valley shook. The eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts had rank 4 battle strength, and the kings among them could match rank 5 goo masters. But Feng Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, and after using the killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python obediently hid, Feng Yuan might not have been able to find it if he was rushing. Now that it provoked him, Feng Yuan was excited, and used the modified killer move on it. 30 minutes later, the dust settled. Feng Yuan's body was charred black, and he stood in the almost completely collapsed valley. The broken rocks covered half of the eerie fire dragon python's body. Feng Yuan coughed several times and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The modified killer move had much smaller repercussions than before. Of course, this was also because the eerie fire dragon python did not have the intelligence of a human, and could not analyze Feng Yuan's flaws from the battle. If the wind was suppressed, Feng Yuan would have much more worries. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land's environment was excellent, and there were many goo worms, thus the eerie fire dragon python had a large number of fire path goo worms. Some of them were of high value. Feng Yuan's killer move was sharp, but his defense against fire path was not outstanding. If he could save the effort of dodging the flames, the 30 minutes battle would be shortened by at least a third. Feng Yuan started to clean up the battlefield. This mutated beast king's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood was the best food to feed some blood path goo worms. Python skin, python tendons and so on, if placed in a mortal market, would cause a huge commotion. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious, and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan dealt with it slightly, and to save time he only placed the things he wanted into the goo and stored them. Eerie fire dragon pythons live in caves in the form of families. If there are dragon pythons young, I might be able to raise them in Hu immortal blessed land, it would be a source of income in the future. Fang Yuan thought of this and started to search around. Soon he found something. Oh, so there is a goo master inheritance here. Fang Yuan did not find the little dragon python, but unexpectedly found a red boulder that resembled a fire lotus. With his experience he soon found out that this was a goo master's method. When he got closer to the boulder, this fire lotus resembling boulder split apart layer by layer, like a blossoming fire lotus. The fire lotus boulder opened up completely, revealing the goo worms inside as well as the stone tablet. The stone tablet was one with the boulder and Northern Plains words were carved on it. Fang Yuan saw everything and immediately understood the whole story. The fire path goo master who left behind this inheritance was called Jianghu, a righteous rank 4 goo master. He entered this valley by mistake, and was harmed by the eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he had no choice but to leave behind all his goo worms, and set up this inheritance. In the future, if someone was fated to come here, then this set of goo worms would belong to that fated person. Jianghu had left behind 7 goo worms. But after all these years 4 had died and only 3 were left. Among these 3 goo worms only one caught Fang Yuan's attention, it was the rank 4 fire pupil goo. When a goo master uses fire pupil goo, wherever they look, flames would appear and burn their enemies. Such a convenient attack method was often hard to defend against. But there were flaws. For example, if it was activated continuously, the goo master's eyes would be burnt. A good healing goo had to be used as well as other corresponding goo worms to reduce this side effect. This fire pupil goo was Jianghu's core goo worm. Other than the goo worms he left behind on the stone tablet, there were also goo recipes that he remembered. Fang Yuan looked through them 3 times, and stored all the information into East Window goo. Although he did not cultivate fire path, these goo recipes were useful for his future goo refinement, and even his cultivation they would be useful as inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the fire pupil goo, it was very valuable. According to this goo recipe, rank 4 fire pupil goo was refined from rank 3 fire eye goo, together with sight strike goo, and some related goo refinement materials. Rank 3 fire eye goo Fang Yuan knew, it was a one-time use goo used for reconnaissance. It could transform its eyes into fire eyes and have the ability to see through fog. It did not succeed every time and once it failed it would go blind. Fang Yuan also knew about sight strike goo. Hey tribes, Hao Ji Lu had one. Hao Ji Lu had once used sight strike goo together with rank 4 swap position goo, using them together. Fang Yuan stored the fire pupil goo, he did not plan to walk the fire path. Fire pupil goo was not compatible with his own path. Attacking methods, although convenient, were limited, they relied heavily on eye contact. In this world there were too many goo worms of all shapes and sizes. There were countless ways to block vision. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master. Goo worms were only carriers of the great Tao, they were essentially tools. When goo masters used them together they could form extraordinary effects. Some of the more outstanding combinations which were hard to break were killer moves. This means, this should be the first goo master inheritance I obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought about it, feeling it was interesting. Imperial Court Blessed Land had many goo master inheritances. Because this place had the most favorable environment, many inheritances set up in the outside world were destroyed by calamities and beasts before they could find the fated person. Furthermore, all the goo masters who entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were heroes who had gone through the baptism of war. Even if he wasn't a hero, he at least had some skill. Thus, there were many inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land. As long as one was fated, they could gain something. Fang Yuan stored the 3 goo worms in his aperture, and destroyed the stone tablet. Finally, he continued his search. Sure enough, he found a cave entrance and went deep underground. In the cave that was over 100 feet deep, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. This made him feel troubled. If they were young eerie fire dragon pythons, Fang Yuan could take them away and bring them to Hu immortal blessed land, letting them hunt freely. But eerie fire dragon python eggs were not easy to hatch. They needed to be soaked in eerie fire and python blood day and night. After the little dragon python hatched, it would need to receive the teachings of the eerie fire dragon python, and learn how to use its own strength to hunt. Fang Yuan did not have the leisure to waste his precious time to incubate these few snake eggs. Without a choice, he could only keep these eggs. Soon after, he made his way out of the hot and stuffy cave. He didn't linger here any longer. He flew high into the sky and continued on his way. Chapter 555. Like this, Fang Yuan flew for another 3 days, but there was still no sign of the sacred palace. Fang Yuan thought, it seems that after I entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, I was sent to a very far place. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace in 3 days. On the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals. They were all members of He Tribe Alliance. After entering the Blessed Land, those with the ability gathered at the sacred palace. Those without the ability would choose a nearby place to stay. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe. There were large numbers of wild insects and fierce beasts. The arrival of He Tribe army broke the tacit understanding here, disrupting the territories of the beasts and insects. Thus, collisions and killings were unavoidable. But the overall environment was much better than the blizzard outside of northern plains. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw several scenes of massacres. Some were corpses of beasts, some were broken limbs and bones of humans. Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation was many times deeper than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have astronomical changes, but Imperial Court Blessed Land did. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land had day and night. This might not be strange in the eyes of mortals. Because in the outside world of northern plains, it was also day and night. They were used to it. Only a knowledgeable person like Fang Yuan would know how precious this was. It was already rare for a blessed land to have astronomical changes. If it had day and night, it meant that this place already had a deep foundation, at least in terms of time path laws. Normally speaking, blessed lands with astronomical changes were first-grade blessed lands. Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land had not had astronomical changes yet. And having day and night was the characteristic of a grotto heaven. A blessed land was a small world, and above the blessed land there were even more complete small worlds. They were grotto heavens. Imperial Court Blessed Land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven. It was already a quasi-grotto heaven. Langya Blessed Land had fallen from grotto heaven level. Even now there was no distinction of day and night. Night descended. Fang Yuan looked at the sky. The glorious golden sky was slowly turning into an elegant silver. The day of Imperial Court Blessed Land was a glorious golden sky. At night it was no longer pitch black. Instead it was a silvery night. Flying high in the sky, Fang Yuan witnessed the changes in the sky with his own eyes. The silver light sprinkled down, but it didn't have the brilliance and heat of the golden radiance during the day. Instead, it was gentle and contained a hint of sharpness. Fang Yuan's flying speed gradually slowed down. He looked down, and after scanning for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his many years of experience, he knew that this gentle slope was a good campsite. However, he was not in a hurry to land. Instead, he circled around the gentle slope a few times, his body stretching freely like a bird. Finally, after confirming that the slope was safe and reliable, he slowly descended and retracted his wings. The broad and powerful eagle wings were as black as iron. After Fang Yuan stopped activating the eagle rise gu, it turned formless and dissipated in the air. Only 1 or 2 black feathers were left, scattered on the grass on the gentle slope. Fang Yuan willed and activated the lizard house gu. Immediately, a mystical light shot out of his aperture and landed in front of him. The light expanded and expanded until it turned into an enormous lizard house gu. The lizard opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, revealing the door in its mouth. Its tongue was like a flight of stairs on a red carpet. As Fang Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. When he entered the gu house, the door closed automatically. At the same time, the lizard's mouth closed, leaving no gap. Although Fang Yuan was full of energy, he was still immortal. After his fatigue accumulated to a certain extent, he needed to rest properly to maintain his full mental and battle strength. Ja ja ja. Not long after Fang Yuan entered the gu house, he heard noises coming from outside. His gaze flashed as he muttered, "Blissful snow bats again." Fang Yuan had already understood the pattern. Every time white night changed, a large group of blissful snow bats would fly out from the sky. Blissful snow bats were white as snow and had furry bodies. They did not look ugly like ordinary bats and were very cute. This beast group was huge. Each group had hundreds of thousands of them. Among them were large numbers of beast kings. Myriad beast kings were common, and there were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Fang Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like four-arm Wind King, he could not contend against them and could only retreat. Snow bats only hunted in the air, devouring the particles or flying insects in the air. The large lizard housegu was not in their food list. But for the sake of caution, Fang Yuan moved the large lizard housegu to the back of the gentle slope. The large lizard lowered its head and retracted its tail, curling into a ball. Looking from above, it looked like a large rock. Fang Yuan lay on the bed. Not long after he fell asleep, the cries of the blissful snow bats became hurried and noisy, and there seemed to be wolf howls mixed in. What's going on? Fang Yuan was startled by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from the bed, walking towards the window. In the silver night sky, two groups of beasts were fighting against each other. The snow-white group was a large group of blissful snow bats. The dark green group was an azure wolf group. Although they did not have as many numbers as the bat group, they were fierce and had great teamwork. Although there were many snow bats under the attack of the wolf group, there were many casualties. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Azure wolves had the remnant bloodline of the desolate beast celestial wolf. Thus they were born with the ability to float in the air. Adult azure wolves could display this talent to the fullest, and could run freely in the air. Azure wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. In an azure wolf group, each azure wolf was at least 100 beast king. Azure wolf groups were not large in size, but they had great battle strength. But no matter how strong a beast group was, they could not withstand the baptism of time and the turbulence of the mortal world. In the current northern plains sky, very few people could see the azure wolf's figure. Azure wolves were becoming rarer and rarer. They were already very rare. However, as the largest blessed land in northern plains, it was not strange for Imperial Court blessed land to have such a large azure wolf group. The wolf group fought fiercely. The bat group could not hold on any longer, leaving behind tens of thousands of bat corpses as they retreated pathetically. The azure wolf group, however, had few casualties. Most of the azure wolves landed on the ground and started to eat the warm bat corpses. Only a small portion of the azure wolf group floated in the air, looking around and maintaining their vigilance. Fang Yuan had a thought. After entering Imperial Court blessed land, my wolf group has scattered. Imperial Court blessed land is huge. I cannot gather all of them in a short time. This azure wolf group came at the right time. Not only can it fly, it can also keep up with my speed. It can also protect me. If I encounter a bat group in the future, I can just charge out. At this time, several azure wolves discovered Fang Yuan's large lizard house gu, and surrounded it. Fang Yuan left the gu house, keeping the large lizard house gu as he charged towards the myriad wolf king in the sky. The wolf group went into a frenzy, attacking Fang Yuan from all directions. But the azure wolves that had just eaten slowed down. Their desire to fight also fell by a level. To Fang Yuan, this was the best opportunity to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan snickered, turning left and right, his body twisting and turning in the sky. With his flying master attainment, these azure wolves could only eat his dust. The myriad wolf king that he targeted was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the battle earlier, it was at the front. It was injured and lost many wild gu. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to it, and knew about the wild gu it had. Charging in front of it, Fang Yuan activated four-arm Wind King killer move, beating up the myriad wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to use rank 5 wolf enslavement gu, subduing it. Once it became Fang Yuan's subordinate, it howled, and a third of the azure wolf group also defected. Fang Yuan laughed. It was extremely dangerous to subdue the myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he succeeded, it was a different story. With the wolf group, the situation turned around. Under Fang Yuan's control, the wolf group attacked left and right, cooperating with him, and soon surrounded the second azure myriad wolf king. The wild wolves attacked furiously, but Fang Yuan's subordinates formed a defensive line to protect themselves. He himself took action and fought with the myriad wolf king. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan successfully subdued the second azure myriad wolf king. The situation was settled. Seeing this scene, the last remaining myriad wolf king ran away, leading his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. Fang Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his injuries. After cleaning up the battlefield, he stored the large lizard house gu and moved his camp. This slope emitted a thick stench of blood, and soon attracted wave after wave of beast groups. If Fang Yuan was still there, he would not be able to bear the disturbance. 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But this time was different from the previous few days. Fang Yuan was surrounded by 2 azure myriad wolf kings, 38,000 beast kings, and 250,650 beast kings. It was a huge commotion. Like this, 6 days passed unknowingly. During this process, Fang Yuan found 3 inheritances. But they were all small inheritances in his eyes. The gains were negligible. What was worth mentioning was that the wolf group had grown. On top of the 2 azure myriad wolf kings, another one was added. This way Fang Yuan had 3 azure myriad wolf kings now. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true treasure land. There were many beast groups inside. Azure wolves, which were rare in northern plains, were commonly seen here. Other than the azure wolves, Fang Yuan also gathered a group of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves. These wolves were originally his subordinates, but after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan only gathered a small portion of them. Chapter 556. 2 days later, a tall mountain peak suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The dark blue mountain peak was like a lone vulture. It had a strange shape. Fang Yuan was slightly startled, but his gaze was filled with joy. This should be Xingjiu Peak. It seems my direction was correct. According to the description of Gu Immortal Lord Heaven weeping in my previous life, Vulture's gaze was on the sacred palace. Imperial Court Blessed Land, in the eyes of Northern Plains people, had a sacred status. It was the symbol of their spirit. It was also the cradle that nurtured Northern Plains Gu Immortals. When Jianghu State invaded the Northern Plains, the first place to be attacked was this major strategic location. Due to their carelessness, Imperial Court Blessed Land was invaded by the allied army of Central Continent Gu Immortals. The sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into ruins. 88-point Jinyang Tower became a lost cause, vanishing in the long river of history, making future generations sigh in regret. Lord Heaven Weeping was one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the assault on Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was based on the sneak attack methods of Central Continent Gu Immortals. Oh, there are people on Xingjiu Peak. Fang Yuan was about to ride the wolf group and cross Xingjiu Peak, when he suddenly stopped. At the peak of Xingjiu Peak he saw many Gu masters. Among them were some familiar faces. He was not in a hurry. He rode the wolf group and landed on Xingjiu Peak. Pan Ping greets Wolf Wangde. Brother Shanin, we meet again. Seeing Wolf King descend, the Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. 2 leading Gu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had made a fortune in this imperial court contest, and the other was one of the demonic path's twin demons, Zhu Zai, who was invited by Tai by Yunxing. Pan Ping had rank 4 peak stage cultivation now, and with Soul Blade Gu, his battle strength could match some rank 5 Gu masters. As a rank 5 strength path expert, Zhu Zai specialized in close combat. Thus he was more wary of Soul Blade Gu than ordinary people. After he entered Imperial Court, he split up with his partner Gao Yang and rushed towards the sacred palace, arguing with Pan Ping along the way. We pay our respects to Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the other Gu masters paid their respects and knelt down on the ground. The battle with the Ma family had raised Fang Yuan's prestige to an unprecedented level, and he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the current generation. She suppressed He Lulan and even Yi Lui Sang, who possessed a fire path immortal Gu. If not for the fact that Chang Shanin did not have Huangjin bloodline and He Lulan was the alliance leader, there might have been people shouting for the alliance to change leaders. Get up, there's no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan sat on the back of an azure myriad wolf emperor and nodded lightly. He then asked bluntly, did you guys gather here because you found some inheritance? Everyone could not help but groan inwardly. That was the truth. At first, some people discovered the inheritance on Xingjiu Peak, but they did not have the strength to take it. Helplessly, he called for the other Gu masters to work together. In the end, they lost several people. The discoverers were unwilling to accept their failure, so they searched everywhere for helpers. In the end, it attracted Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. The 2 fought for their own benefits, causing the situation to come to a deadlock, and finally Fang Yuan encountered them. Now that Fang Yuan asked directly, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to lie, and could only explain the matter one after another. Wolf Wangde, it is fortunate that you came. This inheritance opens once every 7 days, and when it opens, starlight will burst into the sky, revealing a starlight door. Not only is this opening very short, there will also be insect groups that will rush out of the starlight door, blocking our entry. Pan Ping smiled as he introduced. There is only a short while left before the inheritance opens. Lord Changshanin, since you are here, I represent all the Gu masters here to request for you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with a sincere expression. Pan Ping's lips twitched and he looked at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai is a demonic path expert, he is actually so obsequious. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Although Wolf King is strong, one day Pan Ping will also reach his level. Pan Ping was young and still had some pride in his heart, but he did not show it, and instead lowered his head, expressing his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master, and naturally had a clear understanding of the situation, and knew the principle of being flexible. Fang Yuan agreed without hesitation, and immediately became the person in charge here. As time passed, everyone saw starlight slowly spreading to the peak. When the time came, the starlight majestically rushed up, piercing through the sky. A small door slowly opened under the dazzling starlight. Buzz buzz buzz, a large number of insects gushed out like a tide. These insects were of different colors and there were many wild Gu among them. Although they were ferocious, they only surrounded the starlight door, and did not pounce towards the group. Evidently this was a test. Fang Yuan observed carefully and laughed inwardly. This insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with everyone's strength, they could overcome it. But Pan Ping and Zhu Zai were fighting amongst themselves, and their strength was scattered. Everyone supported one side and no one was willing to give way, thus Fang Yuan managed to catch up. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, and saw that their expressions were somewhat ugly. Fang Yuan did not care about this and directly ordered, "When these insects show their might, they are more difficult to deal with than beast groups. Listen to my arrangements and we can reduce our losses and deal with them calmly." Everyone quickly agreed. Next they were led around by Fang Yuan, and attacked in sections, luring the insects away and killing them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, more than half of the insects were lured away, and a huge hole appeared in the tight defensive line. Pan Ping was overjoyed. Wolf Wangda is truly amazing. We were all blinded by a single leaf. Actually, exterminating the insects is not important, the key is to open a path. This way we have plenty of time. Zhu Zai also sighed, with Wolf Wangda leading us, it is our fortune. But soon after, Fang Yuan said, "Stay here and restrain the insects, do not make any mistakes. I will be back soon." Saying so, he drove the wolf group towards the starry door. This Wolf Wangda. Zhu Zai's expression changed, he did not expect Fang Yuan to take everything for himself. Pan Ping also stared with wide eyes, feeling indignant. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first used an azure wolf to scout the path, and seeing that there was no danger, he rode the azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind most of the azure wolf group to guard the door, forming a defensive line and protecting their path of retreat. Isn't Wolf King said to be proud and aloof? How can he be so shameless? This inheritance is very powerful. We were the ones who discovered it first, but Changshanin got it first. Changshanin is the great Wolf King, he actually left us here. Everyone was filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Lord Pan Ping, should we charge in as well? A rank 3 Gu master's eyes moved as he ran towards Pan Ping, urging him. Pan Ping snorted, raising his leg and kicking him away, saying fiercely, "If you want to go, you can charge in. What, you want to use me as a weapon?" "Lord, you misunderstood, I wouldn't dare." The rank 3 Gu master quickly complained. "Scram!" Pan Ping shouted, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the starlight door. The hole was already empty, but now it was blocked by the azure wolf group. 2 myriad wolf kings, dozens of thousand wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and over 200 in the air. Pan Ping could not charge in at such a scale. His thoughts changed as he looked at Zhu Zai, saying in a mocking tone, "This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice?" Zhu Zai looked at Pan Ping coldly, he could see through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted in disdain in his heart. This Pan Ping is still young and has just made a name for himself recently, he is so impetuous. He is actually encouraging me to work together with him to break through the wolf group's defense. So naive. Is the Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if the Wolf King left behind an ordinary night wolf, I wouldn't dare to make a move. This scoundrel really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When Pan Ping saw that Zhu Zai was ignoring him, he snorted angrily and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Back to Fang Yuan, after entering the starlight door, came to a courtyard. The courtyard style was peculiar, it was made entirely of blue metal, its shape was strange and abstract, not in the style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and entered. The courtyard was bathed in a thin layer of light, mysterious and beautiful. At first, Fang Yuan was very careful, but after some exploration he did not find any tests or traps. There were 6 rooms in the courtyard, all of which were explored by Fang Yuan one by one. So this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Do Minjun over 100 years ago. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance of the courtyard's owner, and knew this person's identity. Do Minjun was a rank 5 Gu master. He had never married in his life and was a maverick. He was known as the Wandering Lone Star. He was a famous poet immortal in Northern Plains. His poems were mostly about the starry sky, expressing his longing for his hometown and his powerless struggle against fate. He was aloof, detached from the mortal world. In his life he was pursued by many Northern Plains girls and even men, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Later generations evaluated him, praising him. He was immersed in his own world. Although his body was in Northern Plains, his heart was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plainsman, he was a poet immortal who was banished from the starry sky to the mortal world. So Do Minjun chose to commit suicide here. Fang Yuan sighed. Do Minjun could not bear the melancholy in his heart, and established his final residence on Xingjiu Peak, taking the initiative to end his life here. And he left behind countless poems for future generations to recite and revere. Do Minjun had outstanding talent, and left behind a rich inheritance. The first to bear the brunt was an emotion poetry gu. Emotion poetry gu was used to store emotions, and was on the same level as painting will gu. They were both wisdom path gu. They were very rare and had high value. Next, there were large numbers of star path gu worms. They were numerous and varied. It could basically be an exhibition of all the star path gu in Northern Plains. This made Fang Yuan feel astonished. It seems this Do Minjun had a fortuitous encounter, otherwise how could he have so many in such a complete collection of star path gu worms? He actually created a whole set of star gu recipes? Fang Yuan looked at the recipes and found Do Minjun was indeed a genius. He created a new set of gu from rank 1 star gu, to rank 2 stars shining gu, to rank 3 stars in the sky gu, to rank 4 stars cube gu, and finally to rank 5 stars aligned gu. Chapter 557. Although I am not a star path gu master, refining this set of star gu will be extremely helpful in opening the stargate and connecting to Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a slight joy in his heart. He had spent a huge investment to nurture some starlight firefly gu in Hu immortal blessed land. He also got many air bubble fish to raise the starlight firefly gu's production rate. But even so, the starlight firefly gu's consumption was too fast. Every time he opened the stargate he would lose large numbers of starlight firefly gu. And nurturing starlight firefly gu required a lot of time. Fang Yuan had it better in Northern Plains. At least one of the stargates could use the starlight in the night sky. But in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no starlight to draw upon. Thus, once he opened the stargate he would need to expend even more starlight firefly gu. But if he refined this set of gu that amplified the power of star path, one starlight firefly gu would have the effect of several starlight firefly gu. This way the expenditure would be reduced by several times. Moreover, this gu recipe is quite interesting. Its way of thinking is different from the mainstream view. It is like an analogy of scientific data from Earth. To think that poet immortal Do Minjun had such a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan deduced a part of poet immortal's wisdom from the gu recipe. After ransacking these few rooms, Fang Yuan leisurely returned the way he came. Do Minjun was a righteous path gu master. The inheritance he left behind was a righteous path inheritance. Thus there was only one test. It was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain top, the insect group that was making things difficult for everyone had already dispersed. Lord Chang Shanin, you are finally out. I wonder what gains Lord had inside. Pan Ping's expression was gloomy as he walked forward. His meaning was clear. You Wolf King ate the meat, you should at least let us have some soup. Haha, congratulations to Wolf Wangda. Obtaining this inheritance is like adding wings to a tiger. Zhu Zai cupped his fists in celebration, not mentioning the matter of splitting the inheritance. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was created by poet immortal Do Minjun. There are still many treasures left inside. You can go and take them. Saying so, he sat on Azure Myriad Wolf King and rose into the sky. Pan Ping saw that the situation was bad and quickly shouted, Sir Chang Shanin. We worked hard to restrain the swarm for you, and you took the essence of the inheritance. According to the rules, you should at least give us some compensation. Compensation? Fang Yuan pressed down on the wolf's head and floated in the air, looking at the single-blade general with a faint smile. What kind of compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping requested with an expressionless face. It's hard to say what kind of compensation it is. My lord, why don't you show us your inheritance and let us evaluate it together? Fang Yuan laughed, saying to Pan Ping in an amiable manner, look at this compensation, do you like it? Saying that, with a single thought, the Azure Wolf Pack stared at Pan Ping, surrounding him from the ground and the sky. Pan Ping's expression suddenly changed. He held the handle of the golden saber with one hand and exclaimed, Wolf Wangdo, what are you doing? Fang Yuan sat upright on the wolf's back, looking down at the single-blade general below him and only sneered. Oh! The Azure Wolf Pack charged towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping was shocked. He blocked left and right, using all his strength. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He had made a fortune from the war. His goo worms were of high quality and comprehensive. His battle strength had far surpassed before. But the Azure Wolf was not an ordinary wild wolf. Each of them was at least 100 Wolf King. This meant that they had large numbers of wild goo worms on them. After Pan Ping killed a few Azure Wolves, he could not hold on any longer. His body was bathed in blood. He was in danger. Lord Wolf King, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm your comrade. Are you trying to put me to death? He shouted loudly, using righteousness to pressure the other party. The other goo masters did not know what to do. Fang Yuan's overbearing attitude made them feel disgusted. But because of their strength, they did not dare to say anything. Wolf Wangda, please calm down. Pan Ping does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended Lord with his words. But what kind of person is Lord? Why bother with a junior like him? Zhu Zai quickly persuaded. Pan Ping was He Lolan's favorite general. It was said that he had already been absorbed into He tribe. If he died here when He Lulan pursues the matter, it would not do anything to Chang Shanin, but it would not be good for Zhu Zai. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you are thinking too much. I am not angry. Fang Yuan smiled lightly at Zhu Zai. Under his control, the Azure Wolf Pack's attacks became more ferocious. Zhu Zai was anxious and was inwardly shocked at Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. On the other side, Pan Ping was in a critical situation. He activated the single-blade goo, but he could only protect himself. He could not break out of the wolf pack's encirclement. Wolf Wangda, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai's expression was one of panic as he pleaded again. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his attacks, sighing to Zhu Zai. Sai, it is not that I am ruthless, but this junior does not know how to respect his elders. If I do not teach him a lesson today, will he turn the world upside down in the future? Yes, Lord is right. Zhu Zai quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan waved his hand. The Azure Wolf Pack's attacks stopped as they retreated, but the encirclement did not disperse. Once the outside pressure was gone, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood. His body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw his expression and smiled. It seems you are not convinced? Maybe my lesson was not enough. What do you think, Zhu Zai? Zhu Zai's body shook. He could clearly sense the hidden killing intent in Fang Yuan's calm gaze. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Enough. Pan Ping has already received enough of a lesson. Pan Ping quickly apologized to Wolf Wangda. Pan Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After a few breaths of silence, he finally closed his eyes and said with difficulty, Wolf Wangda, I was wrong. But he was screaming in his heart, today's humiliation, I will return it to you in the future. Wolf King, remember this. Not just anyone can humiliate me. Pan Ping was originally a cautious and low-profile person, but his experience in the Imperial Court contest had ignited the pride in his heart. Especially when he was killed by 3 heads 6 arms in the battle with Lu tribe, but was revived by Tai by Yunxing using man as before Gu. This experience of coming back from the dead had caused his temperament to change, giving him a feeling of destiny. According to the rules, I should have checked my gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing. You will definitely regret what you did today. Although you are strong now, you only started cultivating a few years earlier than me. One day I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return today's humiliation to you. Pan Ping shouted in his heart. Fang Yuan naturally did not know what he was thinking, but Fang Yuan had no interest in understanding what he was thinking. If I had killed him on the spot, He Lulan would not pursue the matter. But this is a blatant demonic act, it does not match my identity. Moreover, it is of no benefit to my next plan. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for later. Pan Ping only had that soul blade goo on him that could catch Fang Yuan's attention. But even if he killed him now, he would not be able to obtain this goo. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "Since you admitted your mistake, that is good, it means you have finally realized my good intentions. A junior should act like a junior, do you understand now?" "I understand." Pan Ping shut his eyes tightly, he squeezed out the words from his gritted teeth in anger. Fang Yuan sneered, he was well aware of his emotions but did not expose him, he only nodded and continued, "Very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to properly educate you, I have spent a lot. Look at the wolf corpses on the ground, there are 15 of them." "What?" Pan Ping was furious, he suddenly opened his eyes. "What, you are not willing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze towards Pan Ping was filled with undisguised mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. "I am willing." Pan Ping took a few deep breaths, he finally nodded and agreed. This is the attitude a junior should have." Fang Yuan chuckled, his smile was very kind and amiable. But in everyone's eyes, it was even scarier. "It is all thanks to Lord's teachings." Zhu Zai flattered at the side. Of course." Fang Yuan did not pass on this responsibility, he smiled and accepted all this hypocritical flattery. Next he looked at everyone, "What about you guys? Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" Everyone quickly said they did not dare, their faces were pale and their bodies were shivering, they were greatly frightened. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, extorting Pan Ping's goo recipes and several goo worms in front of everyone. Pan Ping was shaking from anger, the goo worms that Fang Yuan chose were crucial to his goo worm combinations. Without them, Pan Ping's battle strength would fall by 2 levels. After toying with Pan Ping for a while, Fang Yuan felt satisfied, he patted the wolf's head and flew into the sky. "Let's do this, there are still many good things inside, they are all unique. Go ahead and take them." Everyone heard this and their spirits rose. Many people could not help but think, Wolf Wangda still has feelings for people, it is natural for him to take the biggest share, Lord Pan Ping is too arrogant. Only when Fang Yuan and the Azure Wolf Group's figures disappeared into the horizon, did everyone dare to move towards the Starlight Door. In terms of seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were naturally the first to go. The two first entered the courtyard but only found Do Minjun's poems. As for the goo worms and goo recipes, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan long ago, not a trace was left. Wolf Wangda is right, these are all unique treasures. Zhu Zai waved the poetry book in his hand, smiling bitterly. Pan Ping, who was filled with hope and wanted to get some benefits from this to make up for his losses, had an ashen expression. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot from anger. A few days later. According to my speed, I should be close to the sacred palace. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back as he estimated. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he stared fixedly at the ground below. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Chapter 558. Fang Yuan looked down at the ground, only to see a mound standing tall on the ground. The mound did not have a solid peak, there was a hole on it, revealing a huge hole that seemed to lead underground. And around this mound was a swamp. In the swamp there were sparse small trees. At the southwest corner there was a river. The river was not clear, but it flowed for a long time, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. Light in the soil, shine as high as 1,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms. Looking at this terrain, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase. Is this the location of Di Qiu inheritance? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, he came to a realization. Back then he had obtained information about Di Qiu inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting Wu Gu on the gray-white stone slab directly sent this map into the depths of his mind. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it, even if he wanted to forget it, he could not. He flapped his wings, flying around in the air, confirming that this terrain was the same as the one in his mind. So it was like this. I had my doubts earlier, using the terrain as a clue to the inheritance is usually not reliable. If this inheritance was set up in the outside world of Northern Plains, it would be easily destroyed by external forces, changing the terrain. But in this Imperial Court-blessed land, it is different. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This Imperial Court-blessed land opens once every 10 years. The victors of the Imperial Court contest would swarm in, maybe because of the battles and other reasons the terrain would change. But when Imperial Court blessed land closes, the terrain would slowly return to normal. 10 years later, when Imperial Court blessed land opens again, it would return to its original state. Dichio inheritance. Since it was set up in Imperial Court blessed land, and even had the ingenuity to tamper with the fake gray-white stone slab. The inheritance owner spent so much effort, the inheritance inside should not be bad. With such a thought, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the hole in the mound for a while, he summoned several azure wolves and sent them into the hole. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan's side unscathed. This deep cave looked pitch black from the outside, but deep inside, it was covered in glimmering moss, so it was not dark at all. There was nothing in the cave. The air was moist and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan also personally went down to investigate, but he also did not find anything. He frowned slightly and walked out again. He was already mentally prepared for this outcome. This inheritance isn't simple. If it were so easy to obtain, it would have been taken by someone else long ago. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this inheritance has been taken by someone else. However, Fang Yuan secretly analyzed that the possibility of this was very small. There are at least two conditions to come here. The first was to coincidentally obtain clues to the inheritance, and to appraise the gray-white slate. Only a Gu master proficient in appraisal could do it. Secondly, a Gu master must be able to enter Imperial Court blessed land. This means that you need to survive in the battle for the Imperial Court and have a unique vision in order to become the victor. This inheritance isn't simple at all. It seems that to obtain this inheritance, I need to decipher the password. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. Light in the soil, radiance reaching 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What was the meaning of this password? Fang Yuan thought hard but could not get an answer. His mind was filled with complex thoughts without any clues. Forget it, I'll leave it at that. I still have some time left in Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, leading the wolf group towards the sacred palace at the center of the blessed land. That was the main point of his plan. He had spent so much time in hiding, it was to enter Imperial Court blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before Immortal Gu was his main goal. Other than that, it was Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance in 88-point Jianghu Tower. Not just him, most Gu masters with ambition and ability would rush towards the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the core of Imperial Court blessed land, and also the place where the essence was. The sacred palace was one of the 4 above-ground chambers of Giant Sun Immortal, and also the most important one. The other chambers were located in Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border. And in Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal had an even grander and more glorious heavenly chamber, located in Longevity Heaven. In history there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 traversed the long river of history, from the remote Antiquity era to Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era and Recent Antiquity era. Each of them was an expert of their own era, invincible and invincible in the world. At the same time they each had their own specialties and differences. The bloodthirsty spectral soul Demon Venerable, the mysterious red lotus Demon Venerable, the intelligent star constellation Immortal Venerable, the indifferent paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal was also an extremely legendary character. He was a demonic path Gu master, born in northern plains. His life was filled with endless blessings and good luck. Not only could he turn calamities into blessings, he could even turn calamities into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu Immortal, he wandered around amorous, nobody could stop him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, was taken in as his concubine. Because of this, he was recruited by Spirit Affinity House as an external supreme elder, turning into the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal was a playboy by nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable, he went to Immortal Court and became a 4th-generation Immortal King. He built 5 chambers and had tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was over 1,000 years old, he even recruited girls from all over the world to fill his harem. Thus, among all the venerables he had the most children. He had too many children, he could not even name most of them. These children had once spread all over the 5 regions, but now most of them were gathered in northern plains. The Gu master tribes that had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Family is the world. Beauty is a woman's natural dowry. I wish I could marry all the women in the world. These were his famous sayings. Even though the world changed and time passed, the mark he left in history was still shining brightly. Especially in northern plains, the Huangjin tribes controlled the entire situation. Giant Sun Immortal still influenced every generation. Sacred Palace, Central Control Great Hall. Night. Silver light shone brightly, shining on He Lulan's face. He raised his head, looking at the plaque on the Central Control Great Hall. His muscular body that resembled a bear stood silently in the silver light. As the leader of the Alliance forces, he had the Huangjin bloodline. The moment he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he entered the Sacred Palace. The plaque on the Central Control Great Hall was extremely huge. It was 60 meters long and 80 meters wide. There were 3 words written on it: "Family is the world." The golden light was like glass, dazzling to the eyes. The Central Control Great Hall was grand, as if it was the residence of a giant. Compared to this huge plaque, He Lulan's fat body seemed very small. Family is the world. He raised his head. His expression was extremely complicated. There was hatred, admiration, anger, and indifference. Lord. Cunning Lord's grandson Shirhan walked over slowly, calling out softly. "What is it?" He Lulan turned around. His expression had already been retracted, changing back to his usual wild, boorish, and violent self. Cunning Lord did not suspect anything. He took out a letter from his chest, reporting, "This is a letter sent by Soul Blade General Pan Ping not long ago." In the letter, he accused Wolf King Chang Shanin, saying that he coveted the inheritance and extorted it publicly. His actions are extremely vile. He hopes Lord can uphold justice. He Lulan stretched out his fat right hand. Cunning Lord quickly handed over the letter with both hands. "Lord, it is not me speaking out of turn. This Chang Shanin is getting more and more overboard. He even bullied and humiliated his own comrades. Sai Lord Pan Ping has good intentions. He originally had an inheritance. He wanted to share it with Chang Shanin because of old friendships. But he was treated like this. Werewolf Chang Shanyin's contribution is established, but this does not mean he can do whatever he wants. If everyone behaved like him, wouldn't it be a mess?" Cunning Lord took the chance when He Lulan was reading the letter to carefully speak from the side. He Lulan snorted coldly, stretching out his hand again. "Give it to me." "Ah Lord, you are." Cunning Lord was confused. This letter is only Pan Ping's side of the story. There should also be a letter from Zhu Zai. He Lulan's gaze was sharp. Cunning Lord immediately smiled. "Lord, you are really wise. I admire you from the bottom of my heart." He Lulan took the second letter, his gaze sweeping through the contents. He was expressionless, making Sun Shirhan unable to decipher his thoughts. This letter was nothing more than Zhu Zai claiming credit, but together with the first letter, He Lulan had a general understanding of the situation. He clenched his hand, and the 2 letters were corroded by a layer of dark light, turning into dregs. When Pan Ping and the rest arrive at the Sacred Palace, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lulan instructed. "Yes, Lord." Cunning Lord bowed and accepted the order, but after waiting for a while he did not hear He Lulan's next words. He raised his head curiously, asking, "Lord, will that Wolf King Chang Shani not be punished?" "Punishment? What a joke." He Lulan laughed. "Why should I punish him? If it were me, I would also swallow this inheritance. It's just that his table manners are somewhat ugly." Sun Shirhan was not resigned. He urged, "Lord, this subordinate has a different idea. This Wolf King Chang Shanin is arrogant and unruly. You cannot be so arrogant and spoil him. Although he made great contributions, without the support of Lord's tribe, how could he have so many wolf groups? And he is the hero of Northern Plains. His reputation is very high. If Lord does not punish him, he might become even worse in the future. In the end, his contributions might even surpass his master. Everyone knows Chang Shanyin's name, but they do not know Lord." "Ha ha ha. Lord, why are you laughing? Shirhan, you are thinking too much. Once this matter happens, what good reputation will Chang Shanin have left? Bullying the weak and coveting the inheritance will only cause his reputation to fall. Moreover, he does not have Huangjin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter Truyang building." After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued, "From this matter we can see that Chang Shanin is also a mortal. He has desires and selfishness. This is good. Moreover, I still have Chang tribe and Gu tribe in my hands. He is already rank 5 peak stage. A genius like him will definitely want to advance further. But as for how to advance to Gu Immortal, I will only reveal it to him after he joins He tribe. I know you do not have a good impression of Chang Shanin. but when I challenge Truyang building I will need him. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning Lord lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. Mem, you may leave. Chapter 559. Wind was howling in his ears. The golden sky was glorious. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Wolf King's back. The wind blew his hair back. His gaze was solemn, showing a pondering expression. These last few days he had been trying to comprehend the secret language of Di Qiu inheritance, but there was no progress. A splendid palace gradually appeared at the end of their vision, with a flat, circular roof. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's gaze moved over, putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A trace of emotion flashed past his face. The sacred palace he had finally arrived. As Fang Yuan got closer, a majestic palace slowly showed itself. It had 8 floors over 800 meters tall. The first floor, which was the bottom floor, had the largest area. The second floor was above the first floor and so on for the third floor. Every floor had walls that formed concentric circles. The snow-white walls were 10 meters thick. The walls were connected without any gaps. On the city wall, there were 7 colored towers spaced at certain intervals. Each tower had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. They were separated from each other. Stacked on top of one another, the entire Saint Palace resembled a towering mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, the entire sacred palace seemed to have risen from the ground, appearing out of nowhere and piercing the heavens. Majestic, sacred palace. Even though Fang Yuan was knowledgeable, he was in awe at this sight. What is flying in the sky? The Wolf King is here. Just like the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's appearance attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the sacred palace. Right now there were over 10,000 people stationed in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they were near the sacred palace. Thus they arrived earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lulan had already instructed them. The Gu masters in charge of receiving quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the entrance of the first floor. The moment the myriad Wolf King under Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the guide Gu master went up and greeted, "Wolf Wangda, you have returned. This lowly one is fortunate enough to be responsible for guiding you into the city. Your residence is on the 8th floor, and your room has already been cleaned for you." No rush. Show me around first. Fang Yuan nodded and got off the Azure Wolf. Out of respect for the giant sun immortal, no one was allowed to ride mounts in the sacred palace. They could only walk on foot. Yes, sir. It's my honor. He followed the guide Gu master into the sacred palace. There were many pavilions and courtyards in the Saint Palace. Looking from the outside, the eaves were protruding outwards, the corners of the house were tilted upwards, and the copper tiles were gilded with gold. It was magnificent. All the buildings were built together and connected layer by layer. Some places were vast, bright, and grand. On the other hand, there were other places where corridors crisscrossed, palaces were everywhere, and space twisted and turned unfathomably. In the interior of the pavilion, be it the pillars or the beams, they were all covered with brightly colored paintings and carvings, full of the atmosphere of luxury and wealth. Lord, this is Joy Palace. The great ancestor giant sun is currently residing in the sacred palace, and every day he would hold a grand musical celebration in this palace. According to historical records, in every celebration, there would be large numbers of concubines competing to perform a dance, hoping to win ancestor giant sun's favor. Lord, this is Spring Soup Palace. It has the largest hot spring in northern plains. Every 7 days, ancestor giant sun would invite hundreds or even thousands of concubines to soak in the water and play. This is Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. Ancestor giant sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning the meat forest would produce all kinds of delicious meat fruits. And every night the wine pool would produce all kinds of fragrant wine. The guide Gu master introduced everything they went to. He was quite eloquent. Fang Yuan strolled leisurely as he looked around, feeling it was quite interesting. At the 4th floor of the sacred palace, the guide Gu master brought Fang Yuan to the main hall. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of the sacred palace, Painting Palace. Ancestor giant sun had many talents, and was especially skilled in painting beauties. The murals in this palace were all painted by him alone. Please come this way. The guide Gu master opened the side door of the palace and invited Fang Yuan in. The sacred palace's 8 main palaces all had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal could enter and exit them. Although Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, this rule was still passed down. Later generations followed this rule, and also expressed their reverence and love towards Giant Sun Immortal. After entering the palace, the grand murals immediately filled Feng Yuan's vision. There was nothing in the painting palace, only the surrounding walls. On these walls, all kinds of beauties were painted. Some were seductive and enchanting, some were pure as water, some were grinning happily, some had their heads lowered in deep thought. All of their expressions were alluring, and there were over 80,000 of them. The women who could be recorded in the painting palace were all Ancestor Giant Sun's favorites for a period of time. At that time, to be personally painted by an immortal venerable was the greatest glory of all the women in the world. Ancestor Giant Sun had countless concubines, and those who could be recorded here were all elites. Their beauty can be considered to have been preserved forever. The guide Gu master said this with a look of reminiscence on his face. Feng Yuan did not speak, he only looked at it silently while thinking. It is not to the extent of being preserved forever. At least in the 500 years of my previous life, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent Gu immortals, and the sacred palace became extinct. Sigh, true eternal life, even an immortal venerable cannot achieve it. When bystanders came here, they would be captivated by the sacred palace's luxurious and grand aura. Even if they were not mesmerized by it, they would feel reverence in their hearts. But Feng Yuan could sense a trace of decay and decay from this glory. Without eternal life, so what if one was an immortal venerable? The glorious giant sun that had existed for thousands of years had now vanished into thin air. The traces left behind were like proof, but to Feng Yuan, this proof was filled with the feeling of failure and carried faint mockery and sorrow. The pleasure of touring was over. Let's go, bring me to the 8th floor's residence. Feng Yuan sighed, instructing. The guide Gu master quickly retracted his mesmerized expression, hesitating. But Lord, the sacred palace has countless grand sights. We have only just started. Other than these, there is Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Charm Palace, and Pure Truth Palace. There is also Unique Fragrance Palace. Female variant humans lived there in the past, and even hairy men were there. There is also Jade Statue Palace. It uses soft jade to make statues of beauties for the ancestor to enjoy. The guide Gu master was anxious. With his identity, he could not enter the places he mentioned. He wanted to use this chance to feast his eyes. But Feng Yuan did not fulfill this small wish of his. Giant Sun Immortal rarely descended to the lower realm in his later years, and stayed in the sacred palace. He stayed in longevity heaven, living in seclusion. And every year, Northern Plains would choose a large number of women for him to fill the sacred palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal came to the sacred palace, he did not have any luck with these women. He built 88-point Jianghu Tower, and after setting the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he completely disappeared, vanishing from the eyes of the world. The sacred palace thus withered. Those pitiful beautiful women were like canaries trapped in a cage. Although Imperial Court Blessed Land was big, there was no freedom. No matter how big it was still a cage. In the end, they stayed here obediently, wasting away their youth. They could not escape, and no one dared to save them. Under the glory of Giant Sun Immortal, countless women's pain, resentment, and sorrow were buried. And in Feng Yuan's eyes, the sacred palace did not have much value. It was only the inheritance of Giant Sun ancestor. No Gu master dared to leave behind an inheritance here. And the valuable items left behind back then had already been plundered by the generations of Gu masters. Even when the Central Continent Gu immortals searched together, they could not find anything. The only valuable place in the sacred palace was also the entire Imperial Court Blessed Land. No, more accurately speaking, it was the most valuable place in the whole of Northern Plains. That was the top of the 8th floor, 88-point Jianghu Tower. The Gu house that Giant Sun Immortal had suggested, and Long Hair Ancestor had personally refined. Rank 8 Immortal Gu. But now was not the time yet. The top of the 8th floor was empty. Only when the 10-year blizzard erupts would 88-point Jianghu Tower gradually appear. In the following days, Feng Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for the opening of True Yang Building. The Azure Wolf Group was handed to others to manage. There was no need for Feng Yuan to worry about it. During this period, He Lulan sent people to summon him, revealing her intention to recruit him. Join He tribe and become an external elder? Facing this suggestion, Feng Yuan said he would consider it, showing a moved expression. But the truth was, he would never do that. Human skin Gu could disguise him as the Wolf King, but it was a mortal Gu after all. It could be exposed by the investigation of an immortal Gu. Recruiting external elders was a common trick of the superforces in northern plains. This way, demonic path Gu immortals could be converted into righteous path strength. It would be extremely helpful to the Huangjin tribes in controlling northern plains. As for the matter on Xingjiu Peak, He Lulan did not mention a word. Instead, there was a wave of rumors that started to spread, saying how tyrannical Wolf King was, how vile Fang Yuan's performance on Xingjiu Peak was, how he used his strength to bully the weak. The description was exaggerated, but it seemed to be true. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Someone was clearly manipulating him from behind the scenes to ruin his reputation. Pan Ping is very likely, Sun Shirhan and the rest also have motives, even He Lulan is involved. But even if my reputation is ruined, so what? In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had a terrible reputation, a demonic path Gu master who flirted everywhere. But now, he was an immortal venerable that everyone respected. He had a harem. How many girls had he trampled on? How much happiness had he destroyed? But even until today no one dared to criticize him. Strength was the foundation of everything in this world. On Earth, gossip was a fearful thing. 3 people would become a tiger. That was because everyone was immortal. The rules of the world were different. It could not allow an individual to have strength that surpassed the masses. But here it was not so. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, the golden sky suddenly began to sway slightly like water. The whole ground started to shake. Wind blew in the air. A ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly appeared at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 10 minutes before fading away. In the place that was originally empty, a tower appeared. Chapter 560. This was a tower. It was shaped like a bamboo shoot, tall and thin, standing upright. The tower's silhouette flickered and was multicolored, like a lump of turret-shaped ink liquid that was constantly moving. This is the initial form of 88-point Jianghu Tower. When the outside world is filled with storms and snow covers northern plains, the small towers in Imperial Court-blessed land will sink into the ground. Only then will 88-point Jianghu Tower stabilize layer by layer. At that time I can enter and explore inside. Fang Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence, looking towards the direction of the dome. Right now, the sacred palace was filled with cheers and gasps. Gu masters were cheering and jumping, while many mortals were kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves and praising the greatness of Giant Sun Immortal. But even if 88-point Jianghu Tower forms, I cannot enter. Because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal, I do not have his bloodline. To enter, I need He Lulan to obtain the guest token. No rush. How can Truyang Tower be so easy to enter? He Lulan will need an external help like me sooner or later. A moment later, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his residence. He closed the door of this small hall, and the cheers outside immediately weakened. Arriving at a special cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. My 2 apertures have already advanced to rank 5 peak stage. In Enslavement Path I have Azure Wolf Group, and in Strength Path I have Forearm Wind King. Together with my battle experience I am already at the peak of mortals. But to deal with Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. He was deeply aware of the huge gap between immortals and mortals. To fight against immortals as a mortal was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Right now, the best situation for him was that Tai Bai Yunxing already had the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. Fang Yuan could not make a move in northern plains, but in the future, it would be very convenient to make a move in 88-point Jianghu Tower. Using Gu worms, he stole Tai Bai Yunxing's river as before and mountain as before Gu, and then stole the immortal Gu recipe from his mind. With such sufficient conditions, Fang Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai Bai Yunxing, who had yet to become an immortal, and use the 3rd request from the land spirit of Langia to ask him to refine landscape as before Gu. But for Tai Bai Yunxing as a mortal, the possibility of him having this immortal Gu recipe, landscape as before, in his mind was almost zero. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was formed when he became a Gu immortal. Heaven and earth resonated, the Tao marks attracted each other, and the 2 Gu merged to form an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature and never placed all his hopes on the vague future. If the situation turns bad, I will have to deal with Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. At that point, I could only rely on myself. The Azure Wolves and the Four-Armed Wind King are clearly not enough. Fang Yuan's strength was already at the peak of mortals. Even though he cultivated enslavement and strength path, he had not solved the biggest problem. But even so, he was at the top of the rank 5 experts. In southern border, only Shang clan's genius clan leader Shang Yanfei and Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji were at this level. Using his previous life's experience and the advantage of rebirth, along with a series of adventures and struggles between life and death, Fang Yuan's rapid growth could shock the world. But this strength, against a Gu immortal, even a newly advanced Gu immortal, was not enough. To solve this huge problem, there are only 2 ways. First, search for 88-point Jinyang Tower and find a strong Gu worm or unique method. Second, make arrangements in secret and try to scheme against Tai by Yunxing, making ample preparations for the moment I make my move. Third, solve the problem of cultivating enslavement and strength path, and try to increase my battle strength as much as possible. Fang Yuan calculated quietly. He was clear that the 4-armed Wind King had already used up all of his previous life's foundation. After all, in his previous life he was proficient in blood path, and only dabbled in enslavement and strength path. The so-called arrangements and methods used to scheme against Gu immortals were mostly unreliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew that when a mortal becomes a Gu immortal, they would be cleansed from head to toe, from the inside out, even their appearance would change. The only thing he could really place his hopes on was the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Days passed, golden light and silver light alternated in the sky. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was still brewing, the aurora was getting brighter and brighter. Eventually, more than half of the sacred palace was bathed in the aurora light. Imperial court-blessed land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a cool breeze was blowing. But in the outside world, northern plains, it had been snowing for over a month. Wind and snow were raging, bone-chilling winds were blowing, snow was falling. Heaven and earth were covered in white, one's vision was blurry. The trees had already withered, frozen into ice pillars. The hills were covered with a thick layer of snow, and the valleys were also filled with deep snow. Beast groups had countless casualties, and even weeds with vigorous vitality were frozen into ice. A person only needed to spit out a mouthful of saliva and it would instantly turn into an ice cube. But heaven would never seal off all paths in the unseen world, there would always be a sliver of hope. In various parts of northern plains, there were still tribes remaining. These tribes were big or small, but they relied on terrain like Warm Pond Valley to resist the wind and snow, struggling to survive in the blizzard. Man tribe that controlled Hongyan Valley was one of them. Discussion hall. The elders were divided into 2 rows, and Man tribe leader Man Tu was sitting on the highest seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu knelt on the ground. Lord tribe leader, this subordinate is here to ask for forgiveness. Oh Shi Wu, what crime did you commit? Man Tu asked with a smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, the spirit spring D that I was in charge of guarding suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It has been completely abandoned. Shi Wu respectfully replied. No matter. Man Tu lightly waved his hand. In fact, he already knew about this. Elder Shi Wu, please get up, it is now the 10-year disaster, there is a possibility that the spirit springs will suddenly freeze and dry up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader is magnanimous and magnanimous, I am ashamed. Shi Wu pretended to be moved to tears, but inwardly he sighed in relief. His surname was Shi, to Man tribe he was half an outsider. Although he married a Man tribe wife, he was still ostracized. The spirit spring he was in charge of guarding had a problem, this could be a big or small matter. But fortunately this generation's Man tribe leader was an open-minded ruler, he did not pursue the matter. The matter of the spirit spring is a big matter of the tribe. Manduo, how many spirit springs do we have now? Man Tu frowned and asked. Manduo was Man Tu's 3rd son, he was thin and small, but shrewd and cunning, he had always assisted Man Tu in handling the tribe's internal affairs. He immediately answered, Lord Father, there are 7 spirit springs A, B, C, E, G, Gung and Xian in Hongyan Valley. Among them, Gung and Xian spirit springs are already close to drying up, they can't last a month. Yes. Man Tu nodded, that is to say after a month we will only have A, B, C, E and G springs. What do you think, elders? Lord tribe leader, this matter is very difficult. This is a natural disaster, human strength cannot reverse it, we might as well reduce the supply of Yuan stone to Gu masters. These 8 spirit springs in Hongyan Valley are the result of our tribe's hard work over these 10 years. This year's situation is much better than our tribe's history. This is all thanks to Lord tribe leader's wise leadership. There is no need to worry, the other tribes are in a worse situation than us. Even if all the spirit springs dry up, what can we do? Wait until we get through this 10-year snow disaster. At that time, new spirit springs will appear one after another. The clan elders spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Mantu nodded. After quietly listening to these words, he said, "The spirit spring is the most important aspect of a Gu master's cultivation. It cannot be neglected. Without Yuan stone, a Gu master's cultivation will be hard to advance. The snow disaster has just started. Not long later, snow monsters will appear. Hongyan Valley's true defense still relies on Gu masters." Saying so, he paused and muttered, "How about this? We will take out a spring egg Gu from the tribe warehouse and plant it. Let's name this new spirit spring as Spirit Spring D. Lord Tribe Leader, Spring Egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu." An elder felt heartache and objected. Mantu raised his brows. "So what if it is a rank 5 Gu? You must know, with the supply of spirit springs, our tribe's Gu masters can advance continuously. Only then can we maintain our battle strength and protect ourselves when we resist the snow monsters in the future. As long as our tribe's Gu masters do not lose too many members, our tribe's vitality can be preserved. After the snow disaster, when the flowers bloom in spring, it will be the time for our tribe to realize our grand ambitions." Realize their grand ambitions. Hearing these words, the elder's eyes shone brightly. Mantu worked hard, and under his leadership, Man tribe continued to grow stronger and had already annexed many small and mid-sized tribes. Right now, Man tribe controlled Hongyan Valley and was already an overlord of a region. But now, everyone heard Mantu's words. This Man tribe leader still wanted to go further. The current Man tribe could not satisfy his ambition. The elder who raised the objection quickly apologized. "Lord tribe leader is wise and decisive. I can only bow my head and serve you to the death. I am willing to die for the tribe." The other elders said in unison, "I have everyone here. I have a great ambition." Mantu laughed for a while and ordered with a firm expression, "Elder Sherwu will be in charge of the new D Spirit Spring." Everyone looked at Sherwu with envious and jealous gazes. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Sherwu was truly moved this time, his eyes turning red. "I am favored by tribe leader. I will definitely do my best to repay you." Everyone discussed for a while more before dispersing. Sherwu did not leave, but followed Manduo to the tribe warehouse and took the spring egg Gu. "This is the spring egg Gu?" Sherwu held it with both hands and looked at it with curiosity. His tone was even trembling. Soon, his expression became firm and he bowed to Manduo. "Third young master, please teach me how to activate this Gu worm." Manduo saw that he understood the situation and laughed. "I don't dare to teach you. This spring egg Gu is rank 5 and consumes a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage Gu master cannot activate it in one go. Elder Sherwu, you have rank 3 cultivation. If you want to activate it, you will need to use endurance Gu and continuation Gu. However, it would take at least half a month for the spirit spring to be planted. Elder, you don't need to worry. I will help you during this period of time." Chapter 561. The location of the spirit spring had already been chosen. Sherwu brought the spring egg Gu and Manduo to the destination. After making preparations, he started to mobilize his primeval essence. He first injected it into endurance Gu and continuation Gu, before injecting it into the spring egg Gu. The spring egg Gu floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it floated up and down. 17 to 18 days passed. Sherwu only slept for 3 hours a day, eating and going to the toilet as much as he could. Although it was hard, the results were clear. The spring egg Gu was shining with a beautiful light after being injected with primeval essence. On this day, Manduo came to inspect again. Seeing this, he said with joy, "The time is almost up. Look at this spring egg Gu. There are already cracks. When it breaks, it will be a success. Elder Sherwu, it has been hard on you." "Not at all, not at all." Sherwu refined the Gu as he spoke humbly. He was tired, his body had clearly become thinner. With his cultivation level, forcefully activating a rank 5 Gu was very tiring. But if he did it, it would be a huge contribution. Manduo continued, "During the tribe meeting, Lord Father specially instructed us. Elder Sherwu's hard work is clear to everyone. Ask Elder if you have any requests, we will try our best to satisfy them." Sherwu was moved to tears. "I am ashamed to have troubled Lord Tribe Leader so much. How can I go overboard and have any requests? It's just that I've had a question recently." "Please speak." "Young Master Manduo, I feel that Hongyan Valley has been getting colder recently. I see that many of the flowers, birds and beasts nearby have frozen to death. Man Duo's expression sank. Hongyan Valley was indeed in trouble. It had been mentioned several times in the tribe meetings. The result of the investigation was that the underground lava supporting Hongyan Valley had decreased by a lot for some reason. This was completely different from the history. In the meeting just now, tribe leader Man Tu had flown into a rage and demanded everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, he tried to hide it to prevent people's hearts from wavering. Elder Shi Wu is at the crucial moment of planting the spirit spring. I will not tell him this news in case he becomes unstable and ruin this important matter. Thinking of this, Man Duo made up a few lies to make Shi Wu relax. Shi Wu didn't suspect anything and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it's actually Flying Hand Snow." Man Duo turned around and was shocked. Why is there Flying Hand Snow in Hongyan Valley? But in the sky, intense winds blew, snowflakes in the shape of palms fell from the sky along with the aura of the rank 5 Gu. "Oh no, come quickly, protect the spring egg Gu." Man Duo shouted, summoning the nearby Gu masters. However, the momentum of the snow was astonishing, and the wind was like blades. The might of the world was wreaking havoc. After resisting for a while, they gradually became unable to hold on. Snow monsters. Snow monsters have appeared. Misfortune never comes alone. The wind and snow condensed, forming a snow monster that was 6 meters tall. The Gu Master's defensive line was quickly broken through. In the sky, a large number of flying snowflakes condensed together, forming a giant hand. Under everyone's indignant but helpless gazes, the huge snowy hand grabbed the spring egg Gu in the air and clenched it. Bang! With a soft sound, the snow-white hand collapsed. The snowflakes fell to the ground, but the rank 5 spring egg Gu was nowhere to be seen. The silver light was tranquil and hazy like a veil, shining on Imperial Court-blessed land. Howl, howl, the Azure Wolf group was running around, roaming in the sky or diving down to the ground. Even though there were Gu masters in the sacred palace to feed them, the wolf group still yearned for freedom. They were fierce beasts that yearned for a vast world, not canaries in a cage. As their owner, Fang Yuan allowed these wolf group to roam freely. Meanwhile, he spread his eagle wings and circled in the sky, looking down. Di Chio inheritance was below him. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, roam in the sky for 100 li, praise the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What does this mean? Fang Yuan pondered. These last days he would personally come to the inheritance site every few days. His intuition told him that this Di Chio inheritance was not simple. As for the reason he came out, it was to stroll around these wolf groups and train his basic techniques to control them. But even so, he could not stay here for too long. Fang Yuan had a high status now. He was only second to He Lulan. His every action attracted everyone's attention. It was no longer as convenient as before. This time he did not find anything to prevent others from suspecting him. Fang Yuan could only leave this place temporarily. With his current status, he could use his own name to encircle this place. But Fang Yuan did not do so. If this inheritance's value was too high, even if he had great strength, people would fight with him for it. He did not have Giant Sun's bloodline to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. He needed He Lulan's guest token. But he had sent people to monitor this place. The reason he used was because of the Azure Wolf group. Every time he led the Azure Wolf group out to hunt, there would be a rout. Every time he went out, he would send Gu masters to scout for him, and go to whichever route had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from, and no matter which one they would pass near Di Chio. Putting on a show, Fang Yuan brought the Azure Wolf group and continued to hunt according to the predetermined route. In Imperial Court-blessed land, there were many beast groups and resources were plentiful. Especially near the small tower, there were groups of worms and many wild Gu. Only a small portion of Gu masters had the chance to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. Most Gu masters would roam around the vast blessed land, subduing wild Gu or searching for inheritances. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw many Gu masters. As for the area near Di Chio inheritance, there were also many Gu masters passing by. Fang Yuan was not worried that Di Chio inheritance would be obtained by a fated person. He was instead looking forward to it. If someone accidentally opened the inheritance, he would definitely hear about it, and it would not be too late to make a move then. After all, he was bullying the weak and snatching the inheritance. He had already done it on Xingjiu Peak. Cough, rumble, a series of muffled sounds came from the ground. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King. Looking down, he saw a small tower shining with a dazzling light, slowly sinking into the ground. Fang Yuan was not surprised. During the process of 88-point Jinyang Tower condensing, every 8 li in Imperial Court blessed land, there would be small towers that would sink into the ground. These small towers were like beehives, filled with the wild goo that were accumulated over the past 10 years. Many people guessed, the wild goo in these small towers were the source of energy to condense 88-point Jinyang Tower. From a certain point of view, these countless small towers were perhaps a part of the 88 True Yang building. This guess had never been verified. The Gu immortals who could verify this could not enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the mortals who could enter Imperial Court Blessed Land were worlds apart from the giant Sun Immortal, and they did not have the ability to scout. But Fang Yuan was an exception. 88-point Jinyang Tower has a unique design, it is truly a work of art. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Tower. Fang Yuan knew this better than many Gu immortals, because he had comprehensive information on 88-point Jinyang Tower. The source of this information was the land spirit of Langya. And the land spirit's predecessor was the rank 8 Gu immortal in charge of refining True Yang Tower, Long-Hair Ancestor. Wait. Fang Yuan's body shook, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like lightning piercing through the fog. At this moment he suddenly discovered something different about Diqiu. There were no such small towers near Diqiu. That's right, that is indeed the case. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He had brought azure wolves out several times. Even if he did not fly above Diqiu, he would observe from nearby. Now that he thought about it, he immediately discovered something strange about Diqiu. According to logic, there should be a small tower every 8 li. Actually, every tower corresponded to a region in northern plains. But there's nothing around Diqiu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel excited. This was a breakthrough discovery. With this clue, he could very likely unravel the profundity of Diqiu inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not turn around. If he ran back excitedly, he would be suspected. He suppressed the slight excitement in his heart and continued to walk according to the previous route. The Azure Wolf group set off from the Sacred Palace. After taking a huge detour, they returned to the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was like a mountain. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was still being nurtured at the top. The colorful aurora that it emitted had already covered the whole of the Sacred Palace. The originally grand and majestic Sacred Palace was now dyed into a grand and majestic scene. Fang Yuan would go out every 6 to 7 days to hunt with the Azure Wolf group. However, plans could not keep up with changes. 3 days later, the colorful aurora in the sky suddenly gathered and condensed into a shape. The first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower had appeared. This delightful news caused a commotion in the Sacred Palace. At once, everyone was discussing this topic after their meals and tea. Of course, most Gu masters could only watch from the sidelines. He Lulan could not wait to enter. Several hours later, he walked out in a miserable state with injuries all over his body. His injuries were not light, but he could not conceal the shock on his face. The second time he set off, he brought many He tribe Gu masters with him. He tribe members had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal. They could freely enter and exit True Yang building without any restrictions. At this time, tribesmen were more reliable. If they could keep something for themselves, why would they share it with outsiders? When He Lulan came out again, he had an extremely tired expression. And of the Gu masters he brought in, only 60% returned. Soon after, all sorts of rumors spread. They were all related to True Yang building. Some said True Yang building's uncanny craftsmanship, some said it was difficult to enter, some said it was difficult, some said it was very exciting. Chapter 562. Bam. He Lulan raised his leg, kicking the tribesman He Qi Sheng to the ground. Useless thing. The black fatty cursed loudly, his face was twitching, his gaze was cruel and ruthless. The hall was silent. He tribe's Gu masters did not dare to make a sound. He Lulan was known as the Black Tyrant. He was famous for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Especially when he was obstructed by the 54th round 6 times, his temper was like a barrel of gunpowder that was ignited. Lord Tribe Leader, I am useless, I deserve death. He Qi Sheng crawled on the ground, prostrating himself as he begged for mercy. Fool. How can our He tribe have such a useless fool like you? He Lulan gritted his teeth, kicking He Qi Sheng several times. Seeing him spit out blood from his kicks, He Lulan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were all silent, not daring to speak. Previously, an elder had pleaded for He Qi Sheng, but he was heavily injured by He Lulan. He was still bedridden now. He Lulan's temper was slightly restrained during the Imperial Court contest. But after entering the blessed land, his violent temper and cruel nature were completely exposed. You are all a bunch of fools, useless trash. Why are you standing here in a daze? Speak, tell me a good way to pass the 54th round. If you can't think of one, I will punish you with your offerings. The tribe does not support useless people. I gave you yuan stone, I gave you wealth, I promoted you, I nurtured you, what was that for? Now is the time for you to perform. He Lulan screamed, his voice was so loud that even the windows were shaking. The group of elders secretly complained, each and every one of them were like frosted eggplants, lowering their heads and secretly glancing at each other, but no one dared to be the first to speak. He Lulan's tiger-like eyes swept around before finally fixing on Elder He Pei. As the most experienced big clan Elder He Pei, he could only brace himself and respectfully bow. Lord, in this subordinate's opinion, this 54th round is testing the enslavement path. It is extremely difficult, only Grandmaster level attainment can pass it. Elder He Chi Xing might be an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by our tribe, but he is not a master. If we want to pass this stage, I'm afraid we'll need the strength of Lang Wangda's men. Are you asking me to ask for help? Do you want outsiders to laugh at us and think that our He tribe is useless? He Lulan's eyes blazed fiercely as she roared fiercely. He Pei's heart trembled. He bowed deeply again and hurriedly said, Lord Patriarch is wise and valiant, leading the masses and the lord of this imperial court. With Lord here, whoever thinks that He tribe is useless is the world's #1 idiot. The so-called external help was far from it. This Wolf King Chang Shan-in has joined the Alliance army and is Lord's subordinate. It is his duty to ask him to help. I'm sure Chang Shan-in is very grateful to Lord. After all, as an outsider, it is his greatest honor to be able to enter Truyang building. Hearing this, He Lulan's anger eased slightly. The elders observed his expression and praised He Pei's eloquence in their hearts. To be able to become a big clan elder, he truly had some ability. He Lulan paced around slowly, he was not resigned to his fate. Right now he only had 2 guest tokens, they were the rewards for passing the 12th light and 46th round of Truyang building. It was not that he could not bear to part with the guest token, but once he invited the Wolf King, the rewards for passing this 54th round would fall into Chang Shanyin's hands. If it were his own tribesmen, He Lulan could use the authority of the tribe leader to take all these good things for himself. But according to tradition, these rewards should go to the external helper. The rewards of 88-point Jinyang Tower were all extraordinary, even He Lulan was moved. Be it goo recipes, goo worms or anything else, almost every reward could allow a goo master to rise up from mediocrity. He Lulan paced around for 5 to 6 steps before sighing softly. He knew in his heart that forcing He Chi to win was useless. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path goo masters. 1 died in the imperial court contest. He Chi won among them and was the strongest. But he was not an enslavement path master. Any master needed sufficient talent, it was not something that could be nurtured directly. He Lulan stopped. Where is He Shu? Subordinate is here. He Shu was standing outside the hall. He was He Lulan's personal goo master follower. Hearing He Lulan's summon, he immediately came in to pay his respects. Go invite the Wolf King. He Lulan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He Chi Sheng, who was lying on the ground, felt his body relax. He was finally free. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu received the order and left. Bam. He Lulan kicked He Chi Sheng again. You trash, why are you still lying here? When Chang Shan-in comes later, do you want him to see our He tribe's incompetence? Lord, I was wrong. He Chi Sheng quickly apologized. Get lost and recuperate. He Lulan shouted. Yes, Lord. He Chi Sheng struggled to get up, stumbling as he left in a hurry. Not long after, He Shu came back with an ashamed expression. Lord Tribe Leader Wolf Wangda is not in the sacred palace, he went out to raise his wolf group. What? He Lulan raised her voice, her eyebrows raised, anger appeared on her calm face again. The elders' hearts shook. First Elder He Pei scolded He Shu. Junior, you do not know how to do things. Wolf King is not here, are you going to return empty-handed? Can't you just send a letter and state your intentions? The Wolf King will definitely come running back. Lord, it is not that I did not do things well. He Shu complained, I have already sent the letter, but Wolf King replied. He said that he is leading the wolf group to hunt. It is a habit, he does not want to stop, he asked us to wait. If he cannot wait, we can call Tang Miaoming and the rest. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with wide eyes, he could not believe it. Someone is so indifferent? Did he really say that? The evidence is conclusive. Lord Tribe Leader, this is the letter Gu that Wolf King Chang Shanin replied to. He Shu said as he handed a star letter Gu to He Lulan. This was a star path Gu worm. It was rank 4 and had the fastest speed of sending messages. But when flying, it would shine brightly and create a huge commotion. It could be easily intercepted and captured by enemies. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land there was no worry. He Lulan's mind entered the star letter Gu and sneered, this Wolf King has a good temperament, he can actually keep his composure. Lord Wolf King is arrogant, everyone knows that. In my opinion, Wolf King is already laughing in his heart, but he is putting on airs. First Elder He Pei's conjecture made the other elders nod. Humph, it is only right for him to put on airs. He is an enslavement path master and also a flying master. If you are all masters, why would I need to ask an outsider for help? He Lulan shouted angrily, immediately shutting everyone up. The other elders also lowered their heads even more. Fang Yuan was not paying attention to Truyang building at this moment. He looked at Diqiu under his feet, his heart filled with shock. There really is no small tower here compared to the surrounding small towers. There should be a small tower here on top of Diqiu. But now there is only a pitch black hole here. Amazing, the Gu master who set up this inheritance is truly amazing. Every 8 li in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there would be a small tower. Actually, these were all a portion of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. 88 Point Jinyang Tower was an immortal Gu house that long-hair ancestor had personally refined back then. It was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements, it corresponded to the whole of Northern Plains. Small towers were located in Imperial Court Blessed Land, and could be seen almost everywhere. In every small tower there were tens of thousands of wild Gu, but no one dared to touch them. Anyone who touched them would die. But now, it seemed that the Gu master who set up Diqiu inheritance not only touched the small towers, but also used them to set up the inheritance. Such methods, such talent, such ability, immediately made Fang Yuan confirm that this mysterious Gu master was not simple. No, rather than saying he is a Gu master, he is more like a Gu immortal. Even with the passage of time, Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements have loosened a little, but it is not something mortals can move. Only a Gu immortal level character can move a corner and create such an arrangement. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had unexpectedly obtained Diqiu inheritance. It was actually a Gu immortal inheritance. The light in the soil, the radiance reaches 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What did this secret phrase say? What kind of treasures would there be in a Gu immortal inheritance? Could there be an immortal Gu? Fang Yuan made a bold guess. If it was an immortal Gu, it would be comparable to a floor of Truyang building. Because even for 88 Point Jinyang Tower, the final round of each floor might not have an immortal Gu as a reward. Even if there is no immortal Gu, Diqiu inheritance put so much effort into setting it up, there should be an immortal Gu recipe. Even without an immortal Gu recipe was still a huge gain. Complete immortal Gu recipes were not sold in jewel yellow skies. Gu immortals would at most sell incomplete recipes. Even if there was a complete immortal Gu recipe, they would break it up and add in mistakes before selling it. Complete immortal Gu recipes could only be exchanged. However, this kind of exchange was also very rare in history. Fang Yuan restrained his thoughts and started to think calmly. Now that he had the key clue, his thinking ability improved by leaps and bounds. He combined all sorts of clues and deduced that Diqiu inheritance had been set up a long time ago. At least, it had been here since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era. But as he thought deeper, more and more mysteries appeared. Let's call this creator Diqiu Gu immortal for now. Then who was he or she? Why did he set up his inheritance here? As a Gu immortal, how did he or she come in? The more crucial question was, how did he or she know about the arrangement here? How did he or she understand the principle of 88 Point Jinyang Tower? If he or she was like Tai Bai Yunxing and advanced to Gu immortal in Imperial Court Blessed Land, then there would be a new explanation. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought about it. He stopped thinking about it. A star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it and saw that it was He Lulan's urging letter. Forget it, I will go to Truyang building first. Gu immortal Diqiu could be said to have used the loophole in Giant Sun Immortal's arrangement. After I enter Truyang building, I might be able to follow the clues and indirectly comprehend the secret of this place. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan replied. Since He Lulan had personally sent a letter to urge him, Fang Yuan did not need to maintain his stance. He directly returned. I will need to borrow Wolf King's strength this time. He Lulan laughed loudly when he saw Fang Yuan. He was actually very anxious. The time spent in Imperial Court Blessed Land could not be considered long, but it was not short either. As long as the 10-year snow calamity in northern plains subsided, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close and they would have to come out of the Blessed Land. Before that, He Lulan not only had to carry the tribe's Gu Immortal's mission, more importantly, he had to find a strength path Immortal Gu for himself. With Wolf King's return, He Lulan could not wait and formed a team again. Everyone came to the front of the building and He Lulan handed an ancient token to Fang Yuan. This is a guest token, Wolf King. You do not have any ancestral bloodline, you are an outsider to True Yang building. To enter the building once you need a guest token. Fang Yuan received the guest token and laughed lightly without any pretense, saying eagerly, I am looking forward to seeing the grandeur of True Yang building. Next, He Lulan did not push open the door but directly entered the door. Chapter 563. Fang Yuan felt his body tense up. The moment he entered the tower, a pressure pressed down on his body and mind. But immediately after, the pressure disappeared. He entered the True Yang building completely. In front of him was a lake. The sky was blue, the lake was sparkling, and the surroundings were hazy shadows of green mountains. The guest token in his hand turned into a pool of cold molten iron, dripping down through the gaps of his fingers. The guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook his hand and got rid of the molten iron. He looked around and found himself on a small island in the middle of the lake. Beside him stood He Lulan. This is the 54th checkpoint. He Lulan did not look at Fang Yuan, but looked straight ahead. Look, that is the difficult problem that Brother Shanin has to overcome. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and saw that not far away, there was another small island. On the small island there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had bright blue fur that was extremely glossy. Their forelimbs were not claws but frog webbing. Their tails were poisonous snakes, either coiled around the back of the water lion, or stood upright and flicked their scarlet tongues. Without He Lulan's introduction at the same time, there was a message directly injected into Fang Yuan's mind. Use the hedgehog fish on the island to break through the protection of the water snake lions and occupy the opposite island. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at the edge of his island. In the blue seawater on the edge of the island, he saw the figures of hedgehog fish. At this time, He clan elders came in one by one and stood beside He Lulan. Whether it is the water snake lions or the hedgehog fish, they are wild animals from the medieval era. Now they can only be seen in the depths of the Eastern Sea. An elder said emotionally. In my opinion, this checkpoint is extremely unfair. Water snake lions are strong to begin with, one is equivalent to 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish on our side is only about twice that of the pride. A He family member stared at the small island in front of him and explained the difficulty to Fang Yuan. Brother Shanin, there's no need to worry. I came here today to test my skills. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. After all, Fang Yuan was controlling a pack of wolves. But this time it was a school of fish, and it was the rare and extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. Black Flag Xing had already failed 8 or 9 times. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe's Gu masters realize the difficulty of this round. Chang Shanin might be an enslavement master, but this was the True Yang building set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan stared at it for a moment and frowned. He secretly estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for him to control these hedgehog fish and kill the water snake lions with his own strength. Could even be said that it was a sure thing. But even though the round looked simple, there was actually a lot to pay attention to. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had set up 88-point Jinyang Tower to leave behind an inheritance for his descendants, and to reward talented juniors. Thus, the rewards for every round in True Yang building were divided into 3 grades, high, middle and low. Low grade round would give the least reward and directly enter the next round. Middle grade round would give twice the reward of low grade, and when entering the next round they would even receive information about the round. High grade round not only gave twice the reward of middle grade, it could also teleport the challenger into the depths of True Yang building, to a place called Treasure Room. In this treasure room, there were countless rare treasures and even several true immortal inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. But these things in the treasure room could not be casually taken away, they had to be exchanged by the challenger. Exchanging for goo worms, exchanging for goo recipes, even one's own cultivation experience could be used as an exchange item. Only after the contestants completed the exchange would they proceed to the next stage. He Lulan only needed low-grade round to enter the 55th round, he would be satisfied. But Fang Yuan's requirements were different. He needed high-grade round to enter the treasure room. Only in the secret treasure pavilion could he use the means that he had prepared for a long time to reap the greatest benefits. Low-grade round is as easy as flipping my palm. But I don't know what the criteria for middle-grade and high-grade rounds are. I can only give it a try now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and nodded at He Lulan, indicating that they could begin. He Lulan took out a token and waved it towards the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained this token out of nowhere, it represented his noble identity. As the owner token waved, ripples appeared in the air and dozens of fish enslavement goo appeared, there were rank 1, 2, 3. When Fang Yuan received these goo worms and easily refined them, the others were restrained by a formless gentle force and could not help him. Only He Lulan could still speak. He reminded, "Brother Shanin, pay attention to the time. You only have 10 minutes to finish this round." Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand. The fish enslavement goo in his hand turned into dozens of mystical lights and flew out. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and gasped in their hearts. If it was He Qixing, he would have to be extremely cautious and pick the goo worms one by one. When this fish enslavement goo is used, the goo master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were not careful, the enslavement would fail. It could even lead to a backlash on the soul. Isn't Wolf King being too careless? I have never seen such an enslavement. This is bad. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. But soon after, their eyes widened. They saw that after the goo worms were planted, the fishes started to move, swimming out of the island. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. There had never been a case of enslavement failure. The water snake lions were also alarmed by this situation. They changed their laziness from sitting to standing up. The lion heads roared while the snake heads hissed. Many water snake lions jumped into the water and built an underwater defense line. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His body did not even sway, showing his enslavement path attainment and soul foundation. Everyone praised him in their hearts. Heavens, he actually did it. Just this scene alone is an eye-opener for me. Wolf King is indeed an enslavement path master. He is different from others. A master is indeed a master. Maybe he can succeed in one go. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. Even He Lulan looked on with a hopeful expression. However, the shoal of fish did not go straight for the water snake lions as everyone expected. Instead, it spread out in all directions, constantly patrolling. What is Wolf King trying to do? Wolf King is very steady. It seems he is familiarizing himself with the fish group's habits. But as time passed, the fish group was still swimming freely. Everyone watched anxiously but did not see the fish group and lion group fight. This time, even He Lulan became slightly anxious, urging, "Brother Shanin, hurry up. No rush." Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he leisurely replied. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack for a long time. Some water snake lions came out of the water and climbed onto the island. The underwater defense line gradually weakened. After a while, He Lulan urged again, "Brother Shanin, it has already been 5 minutes. No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping as if he was sleepy. More water snake lions came ashore. The old Lion King even laid on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Everyone was disappointed, cursing in their hearts. This Wolf King is all bark and no bite. To think I thought so highly of him. So what if he is a master? This is true Yang building. It seems that this time, Chang Shanyin's main goal is to familiarize himself with the fish group and accumulate experience for the next attack. Seeing that the time limit was approaching, everyone's last bit of hope was used up. It is a pity that a guest token was wasted like this. Or should I think about what to eat after returning home? After failing this round, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shanin? Just as everyone's mind was in a mess, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and the fish group suddenly charged towards the water snake lion group from all directions. They're here. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. He had already guessed. Since Chang Shanin wants to save the real big move for the next time, then this time he spent so much effort to familiarize and train the fish group. He will definitely test the lions and understand their situation and battle strength. The sudden attack of the fish group caught the water snake lions unprepared. The hedgehog fish group was like a group of hungry sharks. With lightning speed, they destroyed the small number of water snake lions in the water. So that's it. Chang Shanyin was training the fish group earlier while numbing the lions. The effect of this sudden attack has already destroyed 30% of the lions. A master is indeed a master. What amazing beast-taming skill. Compared to Chang Shanyin, He Qisheng is like a baby and a strong man. Everyone stared with wide eyes, amazed at the result that Fang Yuan had created in an instant. Seeing that his sons had been slaughtered, the old Lion King was furious. He roared and personally led the pride to jump into the water, launching a revenge attack on the fish. What was strange was that Fang Yuan swept away his previous unyielding style. Under his control, the fish group retreated again and again. The lions chased relentlessly, and when they reached a certain place, the group suddenly fell into chaos. What is going on? Everyone was puzzled. So there is an undercurrent whirlpool here. He Lulan exclaimed. Soon after, the elder's eyes shined. I know. It seems that Wolf Wang Da's men gathered the fish group not only for training, but also to investigate the terrain. That's right. A beast battle is like a battle between two armies. Not only do we have to consider the enemy, we also have to consider the terrain. Many Gu masters saw this and almost slapped their thighs, shouting loudly. The water snake lions were trapped by the undercurrent, and the fish group immediately turned around and attacked. The lions were huge and the undercurrent had a deep influence on them. But the fish group was small, and the influence of the undercurrent was almost negligible. An incomparably exquisite battle unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. The powerful water snake lions were as weak as paper. And the fish group, under Fang Yuan's control, were like a group of invincible elite soldiers, cooperating well, advancing and retreating, splitting and encircling the lions, quickly nibbling away at them. The fish group would gather at times and attack fiercely. At times, they would scatter, causing the lions' counterattack to be futile. This is like a joke. So powerful, so powerful. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the Wolf King obtained complete victory. This round is past. He tribe members were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with reverence, admiration, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. Good, what a good Wolf King. He Lulan clapped and laughed. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily because the moment he completely killed the lions, information entered his mind, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? He tribe members saw such a shocking change, their eyeballs almost falling out. Chapter 564. Fang Yuan was in the crystal corridor. Light flowed in front of him. The four walls were translucent crystal walls that could reflect one's figure. Fang Yuan's gaze looked around, behind and to his left and right were walls. He could only walk on the path in front of him. I finally arrived at the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a small arc as he strode forward. The crystal corridor was long and transparent. In less than 5 steps, Fang Yuan could see Gu worms or Gu recipes appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects in amber, quietly sitting inside the crystal walls. These were the treasures of the treasure room. If he wanted to obtain them, he would need to exchange for them with items of corresponding value. Oh, there is a wood path heavenly essence treasure King Lotus here. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his footsteps and found a familiar Gu worm sealed in the crystal walls. This Gu was a blooming blue and white lotus. The wash basin laughed heartily. It had an extraordinary origin and was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was a set of rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the 10 Great Immortal Gu. Its value was comparable to Spring Autumn Cicada. Right now, it was in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To a large extent, it made up for his lack of aptitude and was a great help to him. But for this Gu's advancement, not only did Fang Yuan lack the corresponding Gu recipe, the refinement cost was also very high. He needed to use a natural spirit spring. This spring had to be full of primeval energy. It could not be a spirit spring that had been used for many years and lacked foundation. After success, this spirit spring would be completely wasted. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Lotus required 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, another 9. At rank 6, another 11. This number was based on the spirit springs of Southern Border and other places. If he used Northern Plains spirit springs, it would be at least 60% more. It was too difficult for Fang Yuan to advance the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus back then. Moreover, his aptitude had improved greatly, so he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. But now this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus moved his heart. The Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus is known as the Mobile Spirit Spring. Once refined, it could produce natural true essence. The rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo is no longer suitable for me. But rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current state. However, in order to obtain this Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, according to the rules, Fang Yuan had to use treasures of equivalent value to exchange for it. Then let's change. Fang Yuan could be said to be extremely wealthy now, having a blessed land was the capital of a Gu immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, to others, it was a large transaction that required them to give up their capital. For Fang Yuan it was just a small matter of choice. What should I trade for it? Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into the 2 apertures. The Strength Path and Enslavement Path Gu worms in the aperture could not be exchanged. His first vital Gu, the Spring Autumn Cicada, could not even be taken out. But other than that there were also many miscellaneous Gu worms. The value of each of these Gu worms was naturally lower than the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was not enough, 2 or 3 could be used to exchange for it. Oh, why are there 18 Spring Egg Gu here? Fang Yuan was astonished to find that there was a batch of rare rank 5 Gu in his first aperture. But he quickly thought of the reason. I almost forgot, this is my high-grade reward, it was sent into my aperture by Truyang Building. Logically speaking, this Gu Master's aperture was the foundation of cultivation, the secret of all secrets. But Truyang Building was indeed personally created by Longhair Ancestor, and was also arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. It had great power and could directly send Gu worms into a Gu Master's aperture. Spring Egg Gu might not be as good as the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was also a rank 5 Gu. Spring Egg Gu looked like a white goose egg, and was obtained by killing a powerful Eggman Emperor. By planting Spring Egg Gu deep underground, it could form a spirit water spring. Spirit springs were the foundation of Gu Master's cultivation, thus large tribes and clans would collect Spring Egg Gu to strengthen their foundation, in case of emergencies. Even Gu immortals would often purchase them and plant them in their own blessed land, to form a spirit spring and nourish all living beings. Fang Yuan casually took out 1 Spring Egg Gu. But this Gu's quality was not good, the eggshell was covered in cracks. There were clear traces of primeval essence in the Gu, it had clearly been used by someone. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he sneered, it seems this Gu was plundered by Flying Hand Snow when it was activated. The rewards for clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower are all from this source. Giant Sun Immortal, in order to realize his dream of ruling the world, and at the same time to benefit his descendants, had painstakingly arranged this scheme. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken and eradicate the other tribes. Next was the 10-year snow disaster, to store the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from all over northern plains into 88-point Jinyang Tower. One had to know, Gu Master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal's establishment of 88-point Jinyang Tower was to take drastic measures. He plundered resources and gave them to his own descendants, and even cut off the hope of other tribes rising up. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when Central Continent Gu immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they made use of this characteristic of Truyang Building. They sent chess pieces to infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. At the same time, they purposely scattered Gu worms, allowing the Flying Hand Snow to plunder in. Finally, they caused damage from the inside of Truyang Building, creating a crucial gap. After Central Continent Gu immortals destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, they also exposed Giant Sun Immortal's sinister intentions to the public, causing a huge commotion in northern plains, and the public's opinion was in an uproar. But commotion was one thing, northern plains was still second only to Central Continent in terms of battle strength. All the super forces and Huangjin tribes worked together to suppress them, causing northern plains to remain stable. The Huangjin tribes had ruled northern plains for so many years, they were already deeply rooted, and could not be shaken by the public's outburst. No matter how strong the public's opinion was, without the support of military strength, it was nothing. Fang Yuan moved the Spring Egg Gu in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the sealed Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. The nearby crystal wall started to shine with a faint red light, followed by orange light, followed by yellow light. After the red, orange and yellow lights shined together, there were no more movements. Fang Yuan took out 2 Spring Egg Gu, and moved closer to the crystal wall. Thus, another green halo flickered. But the green light was not bright, and was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fang Yuan sneered, taking out the 4th spring egg goo, and moved closer to the crystal wall. This time the green light completely bloomed, similar to the other 3 lights. The crystal wall turned from solid to phantom, slightly shaking. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly flew out from inside, while the 4 spring egg goo in Fang Yuan's hand flew uncontrollably into the crystal wall, replacing Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus position. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly landed in Fang Yuan's hand, and Fang Yuan's primeval essence gushed out, instantly refining it. 88-point Jinyang Tower's power was extraordinary, allowing goo masters to instantly refine mortal goo in the tower. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black. In this treasure room, there are 8 standards. The more colorful the light, the more precious the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus can be exchanged for as long as it reaches green light. Among the 8 standards, this is only the middle tier. It seems the treasure room is truly extraordinary, there are many treasures inside. Fang Yuan estimated in his heart, and immediately had a deeper understanding of the treasure room's value. He stretched out his hand and touched the crystal wall in front of him. From his palm he felt a cold sensation. Inside the crystal wall was the price that Fang Yuan had just paid, 4 spring egg goo. Fang Yuan tried to move them, but there was no reaction. He praised in his heart. Without being modest in this current world, Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was enough to rank in the top 3. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by the land spirit of Langya. The deeper Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the more he could feel the uncanny craftsmanship of this tower, and its exquisite design. Not to mention anything else, just this crystal wall in front of him had a great origin. This crystal wall was created when Long-Hair Ancestor had killed tens of thousands of goo masters, and used a secret method to extract their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the main material, it was refined by combining profound ice goo, ice wall goo, magnificent jade goo, slow turn goo, vitality goo and so on. This crystal wall was the best place to seal goo worms, and the goo worms could enter a natural hibernation inside, and could be preserved for hundreds or even thousands of years without any damage. According to the information, the newly refined crystal wall would flicker with a gentle water-like light, and when walking inside, it would feel like a dream. By now, although the crystal wall did not have its previous elegance, it was still crystal clear. Time flies and dripping water can wear away a stone. The power of time was one of the most majestic powers of heaven and earth. Even a rank 9 venerable would lose to time. Truyang Building might be an immortal goo house, but it was activated every 10 years and had a lot of wear and tear. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, 88-point Jinyang Tower would not have been breached by Central Continent goo immortals. Right now, the crystal wall no longer had its luster, and there was even a thin layer of crystal powder at the corner of the wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. In the crystal wall, there were all kinds of goo worms, goo recipes, bone refinement materials, and even more were the cultivation experiences left behind by generations of goo masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were all elites who had passed the first round, and the things they left behind were not bad at all. After walking for some distance, Fang Yuan stopped. The crystal corridor in front of him stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. But a stone stele blocked Fang Yuan's path. The stone stele was squarish, reaching the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and on it were written 4 words in Northern Plains: Visitor, halt. 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up by Giant Sun Immortal in consideration of his descendants. But treasure room might not necessarily be filled with Giant Sun's bloodline goo masters. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, and placed the more valuable resources behind the stone stele. Outsiders like Chang Shanin could only sigh at the treasures. But Fang Yuan was not Chang Shanin. Visitor, halt? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He first tried to cross the stele but was blocked by a formless wall. So many years have passed, although 88-point Jinyang Tower has some wear and tear, the visitor halt steel's effect is still there, I cannot forcefully break through it. Fang Yuan probed and sat cross-legged, facing the stone stele. He had planned this for a long time and had made ample preparations. Immediately he took out a goo worm and shot it into the stone stele. The first step of refining 88-point Jinyang Tower had begun. Chapter 565. Refining 88-point Jinyang Tower sounded like a crazy idea, but it was not a delusion. In fact, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the 500 years of his previous life, when Central Continent's Gu immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent Gu masters to infiltrate 88-point Jinyang Tower's treasure room. After the deed was done, they recorded the entire process using Gu worms and announced it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains Gu masters. It had extraordinary significance. The recording of the attack on Imperial Court Blessed Land spread throughout the 5 regions. It was not only to display Central Continent's strength, it was also a sinister plan to destroy the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains Gu masters. Most importantly, this detailed recording was proof that Giant Sun Immortal plundered Northern Plains Gu worms to benefit his descendant bloodline. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was shaken. People were furious. Although the Huangjin tribe suppressed the situation and did not reach the level of internal strife that Central Continent's Gu immortals had expected, it did create a Northern Plains with turbulent undercurrents and people's hearts were divided. Central Continent's Gu immortal Song Cheshing, after seeing this recording, gave a direct evaluation. Once this recording spreads to the world, Northern Plains' spirit of freedom will be freed from Giant Sun Immortal's cage. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of this recording. After rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this recording. Saving Dang Hun Mountain was only one of his goals in this Northern Plains trip. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. He would first think of failure before thinking of victory. How can there be such a good thing in this world? If Dang Hun Mountain cannot be saved, I can still obtain other compensations from 88-point Jinyang Tower. The recording of Central Continent's Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land was a huge reference to Fang Yuan. But just this recording was not enough. Fang Yuan could only see the surface from the recording. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained first-hand information from Langya Blessed Land. This way, by combining theory with practice, the chances of refining the 88-point Jinyang Tower had greatly increased. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to completely refine the 88-point Jinyang Tower. But I can refine a part of it. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of reality. He was only a mortal Gu master. To refine an immortal Gu house, he needed to be at least a rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan's plan was only to refine a part of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower had been through the vicissitudes of time. It had long been damaged and was secretly filled with loopholes. It was too grand, too big, like a huge wooden cage. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was like a termite. The power of a single termite could not corrode the entire wooden cage. But it could corrode some of the edges and corners. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The guest halt obelisk in front of him, after being injected with a specific Gu worm, emitted a dim yellow light. Fang Yuan took the chance to stretch out his palms and poured his primeval essence into the obelisk. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt obelisk along with the primeval essence. When a Gu master refines Gu, they would use their will to occupy the body of the Gu worm. And in this process, the primeval essence was the best carrier. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. The guest halt obelisk was only a part of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu. It was too huge. The moment Fang Yuan's will entered, he felt like he was in darkness. In this vast and boundless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It emitted an extremely weak light. The light seemed to be breathing, fluctuating rhythmically. This is Giant Sun Immortal's will? Fang Yuan immediately became extremely vigilant. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was Giant Sun Immortal's possession. It was refined by him. Naturally, there was Giant Sun Immortal's will inside. Although Giant Sun Immortal's main body had already passed away, his will was placed in the body of the 88-point Jinyang Tower and had survived for a long time. This will is truly vast and vast. It makes me feel like I am facing a real sun. An immortal venerable strength is unimaginable, and this is only a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal's will that has been left behind after so many years. Fortunately, this will has fallen into slumber. My movements are light and should not disturb it. I must not awaken it, otherwise, I will end up like those 2 Gu immortals whose souls dissipated in my previous life. The vast and boundless darkness represented the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal's remnant will was as large as the sun. Suppressing the center, it was in slumber and emitting a faint light. And Fang Yuan's will was only the size of a sesame seed compared to it. It also emitted a faint light, hiding in the most remote corner. Fang Yuan continued to inject primeval essence. He was very cautious. As his primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of will he instilled in the 88-point Jinyang Tower also increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fang Yuan continued to expand, gradually expelling the darkness and occupying it. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was very careful. His forehead was slowly covered in sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. My 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures have less than 90% primeval essence. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus I just obtained, I might have to go through a lot of trouble. After 4 hours, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and retracted his palms from the steel. His whole body was exhausted, mainly because of the huge mental pressure. It was more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan looked at the guest halt steel in front of him. A sense of intimacy came from the steel and went straight to the depths of his heart. But the joy of success soon faded. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. My previous life's video indeed had many cuts. I used so much primeval essence, but the Gu Master in the video was only rank 5 middle stage. He did not rest during the process and only refined for a short hour. Maybe this Gu Master's aperture contained some supplementary Gu worms. But Fang Yuan was more convinced of the possibility of the video being cut. The Central Continent Gu Immortals spread this video mainly to attack the Huangjin tribes in northern plains, and to liberate the mental freedom of the other tribes in northern plains. Going deep into the 88-point Jinyang Tower, they definitely had gains that they did not want to expose, or methods that could not be seen. At the same time, in order to make the video more vivid and captivating, the boring and long parts were cut out, which was also to recognize the scene. But to Fang Yuan this was a very bad news. Refining 88-point Jinyang Tower was a risk that was filled with danger. If he was misled by the video in his previous life, he might lose everything. 88-point Jinyang Tower is truly extraordinary. I worked so hard for so long, but I'm afraid I did not even refine half a part of it. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel and stood up. If the 88-point Jinyang Tower was divided into 10 parts, then Giant Sun Immortal's remnant would occupy 30% of it. 10% was 10%, but Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel and did not even have half a part of it. But even so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around leisurely and walked a few steps back, arriving at a crystal wall with a sealed treasure material. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his hand towards the crystal wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand's path. But now the guest halt steel flickered and the crystal wall changed, turning from solid to illusory. Fang Yuan's hand smoothly entered like it was in water, successfully taking out the treasure material inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, Fang Yuan could take any treasure in this crystal wall at will without paying any price. This should be a rushing thunder rock. Looking at the treasure material in his hand, Fang Yuan carefully examined it before confirming it. Rushing thunder rock was a rare Gu refinement material. It was almost extinct now, and would only be sold occasionally in jewel yellow skies. This rock was the essence of lightning formed when the lightning of the 9 heavens collided. But since the immemorial antiquity era, 7 of the 9 heavens had fallen, leaving only white heaven and black heaven. The chances of the lightning of these 2 heavens colliding were very low. Thus, after the immemorial antiquity era, the production of rushing thunder rock became very rare. When lightning path flourished, a large number of rushing thunder rocks were used to refine Gu. Thus there were very few rushing thunder rocks left now. Heaven and earth have changed. Lightning path has also undergone a transformation. It no longer needs rushing thunder rocks. Only those Gu masters and Gu immortals who want to research ancient lightning path Gu worms would be interested in rushing thunder rocks. The treasure room's value was extraordinary. One of the treasures that Fang Yuan casually took out was a rushing thunder rock. But soon after, Fang Yuan placed this rushing thunder rock back into the crystal wall. A lack of patience in small matters would spoil great plans. Because they could only be obtained by exchanging, the amount of treasures in the crystal wall was fixed. And every treasure here was recorded by all the super forces, and even some large-scale Huangjin tribes. If someone came later and obtained a high-grade battle record, they would come here. If they found that there were no treasures here, how shocked and suspicious would they be? Fang Yuan did not hesitate. After experimenting for a while, he walked towards the depths of the crystal corridor. When he arrived at the guest halt steel again, he paused and slowed down his speed. A few hours ago, the formless chi wall that blocked him had already disappeared. But this did not mean he could safely enter. 88-point Jinyang Tower was refined by long-hair ancestor. It naturally had other screening methods. but Fang Yuan was prepared. He willed, and at once 5 to 6 strange goo worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke that covered his body. Fang Yuan inspected again, and after confirming that he was completely covered, he walked past the guest halt stele. Smoke of all colors started boiling, forming a blood-red light that spread to the surroundings. Fang Yuan looked around, and found that the treasures in the crystal wall were indeed of a higher grade than the previous section. Oh, this is... Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a rank 5 strength path goo worm sealed in the crystal wall. Chapter 566. Fang Yuan had just stepped past the guest halt stele when he had a pleasant discovery. A borrow strength goo appeared in front of him. This upper strength path rank 5 goo was already extinct. It was even rarer than all-out effort goo. It could not be used alone, it had to be paired with other goo worms. Paired with heavenly strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the heavens. Paired with earth strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the earth. Paired with firepower goo, the goo master could borrow strength from flames. Paired with water power goo, the goo master could borrow strength from water currents. My killer move, Forearm Wind King, uses Wind Overlord goo and Tyrant strength goo. This combination of goo worms is a substitute for borrow strength goo. Its effect is less than 50% of the original. With this borrow strength goo, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Of course, borrow strength goo still needed to be paired with other goo worms. By now, heavenly strength goo was already extinct. But earth strength goo, firepower goo, water power goo, wind power goo and others were still widespread. But when they used these goo worms, they had already left their original range. Earth strength goo was often used to increase the fertility of the soil, to help goo masters grow crops, or to pair with wood path goo worms. Firepower goo was used as a support goo by some fire path goo masters. It could slightly increase the effect of fire path goo worms. Water power, wind power, lightning power goo and others were the same. Fang Yuan came to the crystal wall and took out close to 10 spring egg goo, exchanging for borrow strength goo. After passing the guest halt stele, he could only exchange for the treasures in the crystal wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall were clearly 1 or 2 grades higher than before. Meteor Rain goo, Star Travel Lightning goo, Wind Fog Hair goo, Starfire Prairie goo, Water Curtain Skyflower goo. Rank 5 goo that were extremely rare in the outside world were very common here. In contrast, rank 4 goo were much rarer. But once a rank 4 goo appeared, it would be a rare rank 4 goo, its value and effect comparable to ordinary rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around. The blood flame light on his body was constantly being worn away. This layer of scarlet flame light was his protection to conceal his identity. Once he was exhausted, he would be discovered by the 88-point Jianghu Tower and eliminated in an instant. Before the protection disappears, I must find that floor master token. Along with the passage of time, Fang Yuan gradually felt anxious in his heart. These goo worms used to disguise one's identity and deceive 88-point Jianghu Tower were not easy to refine, and their cost was high. The main ingredient was the gold family's blood, and it still needed 98 steps of purification. Now that the battle for the imperial court had ended, it would be even more difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain this blood on a large scale. To make matters worse, there was a fork in the crystal corridor. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop and look carefully. Which path was the one he wanted to take? At this time, the image of Central Continent goo immortals attacking imperial court blessed land in his previous life helped Fang Yuan greatly. He chose the one on the left and went in. The value of the treasures in this crystal wall was raised by another level. Rank 4 goo were gone, only rank 5 goo were left, and at the same time, a rare rank 5 goo worm appeared. Fang Yuan moved forward quickly as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something. Found it. An floor master token was sealed in the crystal wall. It was only at the height of Fang Yuan's knee. This floor master token was the work of a Central Continent goo immortal. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court blessed land had existed for so long, it had already attracted the attention of goo immortals of all regions. Central Continent goo immortals had even started to make arrangements hundreds of years ago. The floor master token was usually in the hands of the alliance leader, and once it left Imperial Court blessed land, it would self-destruct. Close to 1,000 years ago, there was a Central Continent goo immortal who spent a lot of effort and plotted in secret. Not only did he bribe that alliance leader, it was said that he even used an immortal goo. After using the power of the immortal goo to tamper with the floor master token, This Floor Master token had been hidden in 88-point Jianghu Tower, becoming a hidden trap, waiting for a good opportunity. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent Gu immortals first started the Five Regions War, and not long after, they created a good opportunity to attack this place. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal. It was much harder to attack this place than other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, and Central Continent Gu immortals' 1,000 years of planning and painstaking effort had finally paid off. But now this Floor Master token was in Fang Yuan's hands. The process of exchanging for this Floor Master token was very smooth, but it was not easy to truly use it for his own use. At this point it was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Gu worms moved according to his will, continuously crashing into the Floor Master token. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of collisions was like music to the ears. The Floor Master token gradually floated in the air. Every time they collided, a layer of light would blossom. Only when it was covered in 38 layers of light did the gray-white color on its surface dissipate, revealing the words Floor Master token. The halos burst one after another like bubbles. The Floor Master token lost its buoyancy and fell to the ground, where Fang Yuan caught it. He quickly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the Floor Master token. The moment the Floor Master token was soaked in blood, the entire metal Floor Master token turned into a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had also seen the Floor Master token in He Lulan's hands. He immediately sensed that the one in his hands was very different from ordinary Floor Master tokens. The method I used earlier was to awaken the true identity of this Floor Master token using the image of my previous life. It seems that this is the power of an immortal Gu. Only an immortal Gu can tamper with the Floor Master token and prevent 88-point Jianghu Tower from discovering it. Fang Yuan looked at the glass Floor Master token in his hands, falling into deep thought. After more than 10 breaths of time, the blood flame and smoke covering his body dissipated completely. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down, and Fang Yuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Safe and sound. The heartbeat gradually disappeared and Fang Yuan slowly stood up, letting out a breath of turbid air. Success. He excitedly clenched his left fist, muttering to himself, but found that his voice had become somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. Truly activating this Floor Master token and making it acknowledge him was not easy. It could be said that it was much more difficult than refining a rank 5 Gu worm. Just one step short, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass Floor Master token, I can freely enter and exit the treasure room. I don't need any high grade to pass. Holding the Floor Master token was equivalent to holding a small portion of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Fang Yuan tried to use the Floor Master token, and almost instantly, the figures of He Lulan and the rest appeared in his mind. After passing the 54th round, they had already reached the 61st round. Currently, they were in an intense battle with a golden white tiger phantom. A true golden white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast, and was suppressing He Lulan and the rest. Although He Lulan's side had the advantage in numbers, it was already showing signs of defeat. Fang Yuan secretly observed for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, He Lulan and the rest won't last for more than 15 minutes, and will have to retreat. I don't have much time left. Although Fang Yuan had entered the treasure room, as long as the owner of the Floor Master token walked out of 88-point Jianghu Tower, he would have to leave as well. Right now, Fang Yuan had the glass Floor Master token and could freely stay. But now it was not good to expose himself. Just the glass Floor Master token is far from enough. I still need to find that hole and blow it up, only then will I be able to create a huge hole in 88-point Jianghu Tower, and I will be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass Floor Master token lightly waved in his hand, and at the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. This should be the central control room. When he opened his eyes again, Fang Yuan found that he was in a secret room. The secret room was circular, with walls flickering with starlight surrounding it, and a white jade round table was placed at the center. There was an exquisite model on the round table. It was similar to a sand table, showing the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, and even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. Fang Yuan took out his Gu worms. They flew into the air and turned into black smoke that landed on the sand table. The sand table was dyed by the black smoke and soon turned black. The black color became thicker, forming a large amount of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw that the black liquid formed a funnel shape on the sand table, as if there was a hole at the bottom, causing the surrounding black liquid to slowly pour into this hole. Found it, this is the hole. Next, I need to expand this hole, and refine the glass floor master token into a one-edge floor master token. With the one-edge floor master token, I can even control any floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused, his eyes fixed on this hole on the sand table. The entire sand table was covered in thick, black, oily mucus. Thus, at first glance, Fang Yuan did not recognize it. But after staring for a while, he suddenly realized that this hole was none other than Diqiu Inheritance Land. What is going on? Don't tell me like the glass floor master token, Diqiu Inheritance Land is also a foreshadowing of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that there was something wrong with this conjecture. No, that's not right. If this is a foreshadowing of the blessed land, then how do I explain that secret phrase in the clues on the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. Right now, the images of his previous life could not help him. Could it be that Central Continent's Gu Immortals also found this inheritance, but could not decipher the secret phrase and used this inheritance like this? No, that's not right either. If I put myself in their shoes, if Central Continent's Gu Immortals found this inheritance that could possibly contain immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. Then they should not have obtained any clues to the inheritance and only found this hole? Of course, there is another possibility. They could not decipher the secret of the inheritance, and attacking the blessed land is a big matter, so they chose to create this hole. But this way, Diqiu inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that both possibilities were possible. He had no concrete evidence now, so he could not confirm it. He could not help but hesitate. Once he used the method of his previous life to create this hole, Diqiu inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not use it and kept Diqiu inheritance, then his plan to conquer 88-point Jianghu Tower would end here. 88-point Jianghu Tower's value is much higher than Diqiu inheritance. In the worst case, I can only give up on Diqiu inheritance. However, the person who set up this inheritance is really amazing. He could actually break through Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements. Wait. Chapter 567. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious Gu Immortal go through so much trouble and take such a huge risk to curry favor and use Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this Gu Immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Jianghu Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Jianghu Tower is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, I would not go far and deliberately take risks. Unless... Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped, a cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless, the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Fang Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a Gu Immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this Gu Immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious Gu Immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Jianghu Tower? Thinking of this, the information that Land Spirit of Langya had given him appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Jianghu Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal Gu house in essence. Back then, the giant sun immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant sun immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly, one day he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal Gu house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless sub-bodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years they would attract wild Gu worms to enter. Every 10 years they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Layer by layer they would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining Gu from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His Gu refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine Gu into a finished product. It was even more so for Gu immortals to refine immortal Gu. But long-hair ancestor had already surpassed the scope of ordinary Gu refinement. He could be said to have a unique craftsmanship that had reached perfection. Had the 88-point Jinyang Tower been refined? Actually, it had not been completely refined. According to normal standards, the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower would be a tower that had taken form, existing in the blessed land and standing at the peak of the sacred palace. But this standard was too difficult. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal had mentioned it, long-hair ancestor had frowned deeply and said on the spot, if it was truly refined, this immortal Gu house would definitely be rank 9. What was the concept of rank 9 immortal Gu? Legend had it that Strength Gu, Wisdom Gu, Fate Gu and others were all rank 9 immortal Gu. These immortal Gu were rare treasures among treasures. They had already gone extinct and could only be seen in the legends of Rinzhu. Just like how rank 9 Gu immortals were called venerables by the world. In the long history of the world there had only been 10 of them. There had never been a rank 9 immortal Gu house, but Giant Sun Immortal did not give up. Long-hair ancestor had no choice but to agree due to the might of an immortal venerable. Eventually he thought of a method that had no other way. He obtained a rank 9 immortal Gu house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus the current 88-point Jinyang Tower was rank 8. Giant Sun Immortal was originally not satisfied, but after inspecting it his attitude changed and he praised it greatly, saying directly, 88-point Jinyang Tower itself was the secret for mortals to become Gu immortals. Why did he say that? It was because mortals needed to pass the 3 Qi to become Gu immortals. 1 Qi is heaven. Heaven above, heaven's might was unfathomable and vast. 1 Qi is earth. The earth was at the bottom, virtuous and heavy. 1 Qi is man. Man at the center, the spirit of all living beings, vigorous and vigorous. Mortals were like ants, only by communicating with heaven and earth could they transcend mortals and evolve in essence. And the formation of 88-point Jinyang Tower used these 3 Qi. The contest for the imperial court was to spread human Qi. 10 years of wind and snow, it was dangerous weather. The small tower sank underground, it was using the blessed land's earth Qi. 3 Qi as 1 mortal became immortal. 3 Qi as 1 created 88-point Jinyang Tower, plundered northern plains resources, created Huangjin tribe super forces, and made Giant Sun Immortal's influence inextinguishable for countless years. Wait, don't tell me? Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, a divine light shot out of his eyes. The small tower was originally a part of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The mysterious Gu immortal who set up Diqiu inheritance destroyed this small tower, creating a loophole. Once the loophole is formed, according to the principle of refining 88-point Jinyang Tower, the return of the heavenly force will be formed. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy. It was like Gu immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Long-Hair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years when the main body of 88-point Jianghu Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then the main body would be created. But Dichio inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious Gu Immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Jianghu Tower. I understand now, the reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, swim in the sky for 100 li, sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of Gu refinement. Actually, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. But he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Fang Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden white tiger phantom and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader, greets all the lords. The He Tribe direct descendant Gu masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had blood stains on their bodies, they were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Fang Yuan in the crowd. All kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Haha, in this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet, we will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Fang Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round, I need to go into closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was and how envious and jealous the others were, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Dichio inheritance. 6 days later. Fang Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Dichio inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal Gu. The mysterious Gu immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Jianghu Tower, using the power of the immortal Gu to refine an immortal Gu. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the Gu step by step, even a mortal Gu master could refine it successfully. That was because the immortal Gu refinement did not rely on the mortal Gu master's power, but the power of 88-point Jianghu Tower. But as for what this immortal Gu was, Fang Yuan did not know, he could only guess from the secret language. As for this Gu immortal, he most likely came from Central Continent. The Gu refinement method is filled with Central Continent style. Combined with my previous life's images, this inheritance should have a complete chain, and I only obtained a part of it. Fang Yuan guessed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent Gu immortals schemed and used this loophole to destroy 88-point Jianghu Tower. They should have found the clues to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many Gu masters set up inheritances like this, one after another, step after step, they would leave behind clues one after another. If the fated person had the ability to break through, they could inherit the complete inheritance. If they did not have the ability, they could only obtain part of the benefits. The Central Continent Gu immortals should have obtained the clues to this inheritance. They did not know the secret language. Otherwise, if they could obtain an immortal Gu, they would not waste it like this. Chapter 568. Speaking of which, this Central Continent Gu immortal is quite amazing, he could actually see through the loophole of 88-point Jianghu Tower and use it to this extent. Evidently, he or she is also a refinement path master. No, to be able to reach this step, he or she is at least a refinement path grandmaster. He actually left an immortal Gu as an inheritance object. This is a true immortal treasure. He or she used the fake gray-white stone slab as a clue. This is truly ingenious and ingenious. I wonder what kind of inheritor he wants to choose. The most crucial secret code had been solved, but more problems had popped up. Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what, this inheritance concerns an immortal goo, I have to try my best. Next, I have to prepare the relevant goo worms, this will take at least half a month. Light hidden in the soil, shine 100,000 feet high, swim 100 li in the sky, chant plum fragrance. These 4 phrases were simple, but if Fang Yuan did not have the foundation of a refinement path master, he would not be able to decipher them. Just based on Fang Yuan's current understanding, to make use of the 88-point Jianghu Tower's heavenly power flow to refine the mysterious immortal goo, he needed over 200 goo worms, among which 28 were rank 4 and 5. And this was only the number of successful refinement attempts. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the goo, he would need at least 3 times the amount of preparations, to prevent any mistakes during the refinement process from leading to the refinement failure. But if he failed, he would need backup goo worms. 16 days later. In the hall, He Lulan displayed the demeanor of a black tyrant. He roared fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded by He Lulan until they could not raise their heads, and even suffered punches and kicks, kept quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lulan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had become increasingly irritable. Since the opening of 88-point Jianghu Tower, he had become even worse. His temper was like a barrel of gunpowder, he would scold and beat his subordinates at every turn. Until now, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily injured and still lying on the sickbed. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not that we are slacking. It was just that these 78 trials were simply too difficult. The golden white tiger virtual image that was guarding the gate was very powerful. It already had 30% of a dire beast's strength. With our mortal bodies, even if we use all our strength, we can only harass them. We don't have any powerful offensive methods. Moreover, once the golden white tiger attacks, our goo masters will not be able to resist it. As the head of the family elders, He Pei carefully spoke after He Lulan vented her anger. He Lulan glanced at him and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. Although the golden white tiger's attack is strong, as long as we are united, we will be able to defeat it. Regardless of the sacrifice, he would definitely be able to end it before the time limit. All of you are afraid to move forward, my He tribe's brave name has been thrown away by all of you." The elders shrunk their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say a word. He Lulan's words made sense. Against the illusory golden white tiger. This was not the first time. If they really disregarded the sacrifice and volunteered to be cannon fodder, even if they died under the claws of the illusory golden white tiger, they would be able to buy time for others. Although He tribe's attacks were weak, as long as there was enough time, they could accumulate and destroy the illusory golden white tiger. But the fact was, once the illusory golden white tiger attacked, everyone was afraid of death and hesitated to move forward, causing He Lulan's plan to attack 88-point Jianghu Tower to be stuck at this stage, unable to advance any further. The hall reverberated with He Lulan's roar. No one dared to at this time. To go against this black tyrant who would not care about anyone once he was enraged. After He Lulan vented his anger, he sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with indignation, especially when he saw the silent elders. He was even angrier. Besides anger, he was also helpless. In the Imperial Court contest, these He tribe elders fought bravely and fearlessly. But now that he was here, he was afraid. Where did his courage go? Actually, He Lulan understood. In the Imperial Court contest, rewards and punishments were fair, everyone fought to be the first, it was all for fame, for power, for survival. At 88-point Jianghu Tower, the rewards for clearing the stage belonged to the tribe leader. Everyone's enthusiasm for clearing the stage was very low. The most important reason was that the Imperial Court contest was already won, there was no danger of survival. Even outside the sacred palace, there were many inheritances. As long as they survived this period of time, after leaving Imperial Court Blessed Land, they would have a brighter future. To give up their lives and become cannon fodder to help others, only a fool would do such a thing. He tribe's elders were all smart people. Preserving their lives was the most important. Other than that, even if they were scolded by He Lulan, so what? Even if they were beaten by He Lulan and laid on the sickbed compared to death, what was it? He Lulan was well aware of the elders' thoughts. Even though I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are scattered, it is not easy to lead even the strongest tribe. Never mind. He Lulan sighed inwardly, saying, In that case I can only open up 88-point Jinyang Tower and gather everyone's strength to attack it. To ask for reinforcements, a guest token was needed. But now, in Imperial Court-blessed land besides He tribe, there were many other Huangjin tribes. For example, Yi Lui tribe, Ma tribe and so on. One could imagine that once He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower to them, these people would definitely rush over like ducks. This way they could be used as cannon fodder. When the elders heard He Lulan's words, they used their gazes to communicate with each other. This method could make them take a back seat, but they were not willing to do so. First Elder He Pei stood out. Lord Tribe Leader, although this plan is good, we must guard against it. Although these people have our ancestors' blood flowing in them, they are not our He Tribe Leader. Once they pass and obtain benefits, we will not be able to spit them out. That's right, Lord. Elder He Qixing added, to think that our He tribe racked our brains and worked hard to become the champion of this Imperial Court contest. This 88-point Jinyang Tower is ours, why should we let outsiders take a share? Although there are precedents for this, looking at history, it was always those weak tribes who won by luck. They did not have the ability to attack it and could only mobilize other Huangjin tribes. But our He tribe has a strong army. We have so many talents, how can we borrow the help of others? He Lulan raised her eyebrows. Since you have a strong army, why can't you even defeat a golden white tiger phantom? You dog farts, all of you cherish your lives. You want outsiders to risk their lives for you, but are afraid that outsiders will benefit from it? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already anxious and impatient. He had the great strength true martial physique, he needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Only by advancing to Gu immortal. Only then could his life be saved. But was there a strength path immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower? Which floor was the strength path immortal Gu in? These were all unknown. Thus, he wanted to break the rules and make the Huangjin tribes work together to attack. Every time he passed a floor, his owner token would be promoted, and he would be able to continue attacking more easily. Although he was stuck at this stage, losing time and time again. But to He Lulan this was a good opportunity. He took the chance to attack, shouting loudly in the hall again. His furious roar reverberated in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Due to He Lulan's might and fierce reputation, the elders could only compromise. First Elder He Pei said worriedly, opening 88-point Jinyang Tower is like pouring a flood. Once the momentum grows, the losses will be disastrous. I suggest restraining it. Wolf King Chang Shanyin's lesson is right in front of us. These words immediately caused a strong resonance among the elders. Someone said with a sour tone, that's right, Wolf King is too shameless, he took all the benefits and kept them to himself. Even now he is in close cultivation, I'm afraid he is secretly rejoicing. Someone sneered in disdain, 88-point Jinyang Tower belongs to our He tribe, we let him attack it. We thought highly of him. But he repaid us like this, humph, what bullshit Northern Plains hero, in my opinion he is just an ingrate. Someone had a cold gaze. In my opinion we should open 88-point Jinyang Tower this time. Don't bother Chang Shanin. Teach him a lesson. He Lulan snorted coldly, he was very dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. If it were someone else he would have attacked already. But Chang Shanin was not ordinary, his appearance during the Imperial Court battle was still deeply engraved in his mind. He would be lying if he said he was not afraid. But it was also inappropriate to reject Fang Yuan. Not only would he lose his magnanimity if he angered the Wolf King, even if Chang Shanin did not attack, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you made this suggestion, tell me about it. He Lulan said. He Pei smiled lightly, speaking with assurance. From tomorrow onwards we can open 88-point Jinyang Tower. But before entering, no matter who it is, they will have to pay a fee. Only 800 people can enter the tower every day, and the fee will increase according to the ranking. At the same time, poison Vaugu will be used, and 50% of the rewards will belong to our He tribe. After pausing for a while, he continued, as for outsiders, if they want to enter the tower, they will have to buy our guest token at a high price. These words made all the elders' eyes light up and they all started to praise him. He Lulan's gaze swept around, his upper body leaning back as he slowly closed his eyes. All right, I will leave this matter to you, He Pei. He Pei was overjoyed. Lord Tribe Leader is wise, thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Jinyang Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, They were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Fang Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Di Qiu inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. Chapter 569. Imperial Court. Blessed land's night sky was filled with silver radiance. It was like a veil of mist, sprinkling on the vast land. A group of azure wolves ran freely in the sky, chasing after birds in the sky or prey on the ground. They were not hunting for food, they were purely having fun. Fang Yuan stood on Di Qiu, slowly opening his eyes. These days he had not only prepared the Gu refinement, he had also recruited a large number of wolves. Not just the azure wolves, there were also ordinary wolves on the ground, including turtleback wolves, water wolves, night wolves and others. There were already over 200,000 of them. The wolf group has already spread out for 100 li, it can serve as a warning. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of my wolf king. When most Gu masters see this, they will understand that I, Chang Shanin, am hunting and will take the initiative to retreat. If they did not retreat, it meant they had ill intentions. Such a Gu master, once discovered by the wolf group, would be surrounded and attacked. Of course, there were innocent people who entered unintentionally. But Fang Yuan could not care so much if they were killed by the wolf group, they could only blame their bad luck. Fang Yuan looked far away. Even though he was far away from the sacred palace, he could still see the radiant rainbow light in the sky. In the sacred palace, rainbow light filled the sky again. It was a beautiful sight. This was a sign that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to condense its second floor. To Fang Yuan this had another meaning. The small towers sank one after another, sacrificing countless wild Gu to form the heavenly force of the immortal Gu house. These rainbow lights signified the accumulation of this heavenly force. It had already reached the point of a qualitative change. And if Fang Yuan wanted to open Di Qiu inheritance, he needed to use this heavenly force to make it flow back. He Lulan, in order to get through the round, she purposely opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, causing a huge commotion and Gu masters to rush over like ducks. As the news spread, the Gu masters who were strolling outside the sacred palace also started to rush over. Everyone's attention. They have already gathered on 88-point Jinyang Tower. This is the best time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Without hesitation he made his move. Go. He patted his stomach and 36 Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu worms. The shape was peculiar. It was pocket-sized and only half the size of a fingernail. It looked like a 5-pointed star and emitted a milky white glow. These were rank 1 little light Gu, a very famous light path supplementary Gu. Following Fang Yuan's mental command, these small light valleys flew into the hole in the mound. All of a sudden, the darkness in the cave was completely dispelled. Fang Yuan took out another 13 light fence Gu. This Gu was only a rank 3 Gu, it also came from source light path. Once it was released, it could transform into a fence and restrict the target. The light fence Gu also flew into the cave and mixed with the little light Gu. There were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. 3 rank 5 light path Gu flew out. These 3 Gu were the rapid lightning Gu used to increase speed, the healing unlimited spring light Gu, and the offensive Gu, blazing heaven illumination Gu. The rapid lightning Gu shone with azure light, flickering with lightning, and flew into the cave. The mound that had been silent for a long time finally had a change. Like a mechanism being activated, the soil around the cave started to extend. They closed together. The blue lightning destroyed the little light Gu earlier, forming a scattered light blue halo that had an intense tendency to surge outwards. But at the same time, the light fence Gu connected together. They formed a fence of light, covering the light blue light. The light was about to burst out. At this time, the unlimited spring light Gu flew in, emitting an infinite jade green light that was gentle like water, suppressing the blue light. The two were in a deadlock. Finally, the blazing heaven illumination Gu flew into the cave and turned into a dense red light, piercing through the green light and the blue light, sinking into the depths of the cave. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entrance of the cave completely closed. In the depths of the ground, the 3 colors of light fused together, causing a mystical change that even Fang Yuan could not explain. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a sigh of relief. knowing that he did not make a mistake in his comprehension. This was the meaning of the secret phrase, light in the soil. Although he had over 80% confidence, he was still worried about making a mistake. After all, he only had the second half of the clues to Dichio inheritance. The first half of this inheritance was in the hands of the Central Continent Gu immortals. But the second half of the clues specifically described how to activate this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his Refinement Path Master Foundation and the information from 88-point Jianghu Tower to forcefully decipher this secret phrase, giving him the possibility of taking the inheritance by force. About an hour later, the rumbling sounds became softer and softer. But the ground started to heat up. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deerskin shoes, he could not isolate this heat. The cave on the ground slowly opened. There was no light inside, it was pitch black. Fang Yuan saw this and was not shocked, instead he was happy. After light in the soil, it was shine 10,000 feet high. If one were to interpret it literally, it would be 1,000 miles off. This secret phrase was also a test to see if the Gu Master had refinement path attainment. The secret phrase was related to refinement path, shine 10,000 feet high, was not just a description of the scene, it also described the steps to refine the Gu. Fang Yuan was unhurried, throwing in 2 rank 5 defensive prickle Gu, 3 scouting Gu, 1 attacking myriad heart-piercing Gu, as well as 9 assisting Gu, 3 scouting Gu, 3 attacking Gu, 1,000 heart-piercing Gu and 9 assisting Gu. But in the cave, gray-yellow smoke rumbled, but it did not leak out. The chirping of birds sounded like the whistling of arrows piercing through the air, vaguely coming from the smoke. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before it was covered by darkness again. The ground closed up again and the cave vanished. This time the mound did not heat up, instead it emitted traces of cold air, causing Fang Yuan's legs to stiffen from the cold. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, he looked towards the sacred palace. If I am not wrong, the sacred palace should be in chaos now. At this time, sacred palace. In a side hall, a hidden door opened under the cover of the trees. An old man with white hair and a middle-aged Gu master. They walked out one after another. Old sir, please take care. First Elder Hei Pei sent Tai by Yunxing out of the secret door, patting his chest as he guaranteed, "Don't worry, I am here. I guarantee that you will get a guest token." Tai by Yunxing chuckled. Since First Elder Hei Pei guaranteed it, then it is a matter of fact. I'm naturally assured there is no need to send me off. Goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder Hei Pei placed his right hand on his chest, bowing as he looked at Tai by Yunxing walking under the cover of the lush trees. After turning a corner, he disappeared from his sight. An immortal venerable inheritance is truly attractive. To think that even Tai by Yunxing would come to bribe me. Hei Pei sighed inwardly. Ever since Hei Lulan opened up 88-point Jianghu Tower, First Elder Hei Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became a very popular person. Every day, all sorts of people would come to visit him openly and secretly. Some would try to establish relationships, some would try to curry favor with him, some would try to bribe him, and some would even try to seduce him. But Tai by Yunxing's secret visit still shocked Hei Pei. Tai by Yunxing was a person of virtue and prestige. He was the #1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains. He saved countless people. He was an upright person with great influence. Hei Pei had never expected that the matter of secretly bribing someone would happen to Tai by Yunxing. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is also a human. There are only so many guest tokens. If it were me, I would not have been able to sit still. Hei Pei chuckled, raising his head subconsciously. Looking at the top of the sacred palace. Over there, the dazzling multicolored light had already accumulated into a thick fog. In the thick fog, the phantom image of the second floor 88-point Jianghu Tower could already be vaguely seen. It won't take long, the second floor will appear. Not far away, Tai by Yunxing was watching from afar. The multicolored light shone on his snow-white hair and beard, as well as his wrinkled face. Tai by Yunxing was in a daze. A scene from deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. That evening, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire, beautiful beyond compare. The 14-year-old Tai by Yunxing met the old beggar who changed his life. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water. It could be said that you saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it. This old beggar will do his best to satisfy you." The old beggar had a head of purple-red hair. Sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was unconscious. But when he was awake, his gaze was like the vicissitudes of the sea. His whole body emitted a deep and unforgettable aura. "I want to become a Gu master." The young Tai by Yunxing blurted out. "Then what kind of Gu master do you want to become?" I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. The first inheritance can let you bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance can let you control wind and float in the sky, roaming the world. The third inheritance can let you transcend life and death, helping the common people. The old beggar smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The young Tai by Yunxing frowned and thought for a while, before finally choosing the third inheritance. The confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated. As he pulled back his mind from his memories, Tai by Yunxing smiled bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am still a person who is afraid of death." When he was young he did not feel it, and because he was used to seeing life and death he was indifferent to it. But when Tai by Yunxing gradually aged and his healthy and energetic body became rotten, he became more and more reluctant to part with the beauty of his youth. Most of the time, a person's thoughts change according to the situation. On Earth, life and death could not be transcended, one had to be indifferent to it. But here, as long as there was a trace of life, a trace of hope, they would struggle. Only when he personally experienced it, did Tai by Yunxing feel a great terror from the word, death. Precisely because of this, he secretly observed and patiently waited for several batches, finally seeing the situation clearly and participating in this imperial court contest, entering imperial court-blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can increase my lifespan. Although lifespan Gu is hard to find and even harder to buy, I believe 88-point Jinyang Tower will have it. If I cannot obtain lifespan Gu in the end, then I can only try to advance to Gu Immortal. Tai by Yunxing inwardly thought. The inheritance that the old beggar gave him was extraordinary. It was a complete set of inheritances for a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The contents of the inheritance had detailed descriptions of how mortals could advance to Gu Immortal. Thus, Tai by Yunxing was very clear about the huge risks of advancing to Gu Immortal. The process of advancing to Gu Immortal required the fusion and fusion of Heaven Qi, Earth Qi and Human Qi. If these 3 aspects were slightly lacking, one's soul would scatter and die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tai by Yunxing did not want to advance to Gu Immortal. Because even if he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, his lifespan would not increase. However, Tai by Yunxing's inheritance had given him a sliver of hope. But this hope was very harsh. He had to advance to Gu Immortal before it could be realized. All these years, Tai by Yunxing had been searching for lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were born in heaven and earth. Their traces were hard to find. Tai by Yunxing had yet to obtain any. 88-point Jinyang Tower should have lifespan Gu. I can definitely find it here. I can definitely find lifespan Gu here. Tai by Yunxing looked at the silhouette of 88 True Yang building as he encouraged himself. Chapter 570. The entire sacred palace fell into shock and fear. A moment later there was a huge commotion. What is going on? What happened? Why is the mist shrinking? An unprecedented scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. The condensing second floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower was slowly fading. A large amount of dense rainbow mist was shrinking at a visible rate. What is going on? He Lulan frowned. He stretched out his thick arm and grabbed Elder He Pei's collar, pulling him in front of him. His expression was distorted. He stared at him angrily and shouted, "Investigate. I want to know what happened." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the great strength true martial physique. Only by advancing to an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. But for the 10 extreme physiques to advance to an immortal, they needed the help of the corresponding immortal Gu. He Lulan placed his hopes on finding the crux of his immortal ascension in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strength path immortal Gu. How could he allow anything to happen to 88-point Jinyang Tower? Elder He Pei was shivering in fear. He Lulan wanted him to investigate. He was just a mortal. How could he investigate? What could he find? He said with a sobbing tone, This subordinate does not know. There are no records of this in history. It's fading, it's getting fainter." Someone pointed at 88-point Jinyang Tower, shouting. The rainbow mist was getting smaller, the dense aurora was getting dimmer. Many Gu masters looked at it in a daze. Panic and fear were spreading rapidly. Could it be that 88 True Yang building is finished? This was personally arranged by our immortal venerable ancestor. Is 88-point Jinyang Tower also unable to resist the flow of the river of time? Everyone's faces were pale, some even held their foreheads with their hands, their gazes were filled with panic and fear. It's a mess. Far away, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he smiled coldly. Even though they were quite a distance away, The panicked cries from the sacred palace could still be heard from afar. The culprit behind the panic glanced at the sacred palace from afar. Then he lowered his head and stared at the deep hole beneath his feet. His eyes lit up as he praised, "Amazing, truly amazing." Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% of the multicolored light would be absorbed back. He didn't expect that when it was really activated, the mighty force that flowed back was far beyond his expectations. Based on this alone, Fang Yuan could see that this Gu Immortal's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was not below his own. Who is this mysterious Gu Immortal? What was his identity? I was lucky to have the convenience of being reborn, and I even had first-hand information about the land spirit of Langya. How did he or she know so much about 88-point Jinyang Tower? At this moment in the underground cave, the multicolored light was already abundant, and there was even a tendency to overflow. However, it was still restrained by a layer of black light at the entrance of the cave. The multicolored light rumbled, and there was a strong light inside that was getting brighter and brighter. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Pei and the other elders had pale expressions as they stared at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters below the top floor of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They were either shouting, crying, or begging, "Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Ancestor, please be merciful and give us, the unfilial descendants, another chance." These voices entered He Lolan's ears. He stared fixedly at the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cracks continued to spread on the first floor. Even though He Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with one of the 10 extreme physiques, an existence that stood at the peak of mortals, he was at a loss right now. He was helpless and hesitant. "No, we can't do this. I won't allow this to happen." Suddenly He Lulan roared in anger. His expression was malevolent, his gaze burning with anger. "I have not avenged Mother's death. My great revenge plan. My strength path immortal Gu." He roared in his heart. Bam. A light sound echoed, but the ground shook. The first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed, turning back into multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a flood that broke through a dam. It gushed out and spread rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it enveloped the sacred palace and dyed the sky red. He Lolan's eyes were dazed, his chest felt stifled, blood rushed to his throat and gushed out. "No. I won't allow it. Condense, come back." He opened his arms, his fingers spread wide, trying to grab the multicolored light. As if responding to his efforts, the multicolored light that gushed out gradually shrunk. The periphery of the multicolored light continued to retreat. He Lolan's gaze shone, the spark of hope that had just been ignited completely dimmed. Although the multicolored light retreated, it did not condense into the first floor's silhouette again. The multicolored light became smaller and smaller, as if a formless beast was greedily devouring it. "No, don't." Far away Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, his eyes dazed. "Does heaven want my He tribe to perish?" He Pei's first elder pulled out a bunch of his hair. If something happened to 88-point Jinyang Tower in He tribe's hands, He tribe would be finished. The other super forces and Huangjin tribes would not let them off. Oh heavens, what happened? 88-point Jinyang Tower actually. Yi Lui Sang clutched his chest, panicking. In his chest there was a fire path immortal Gu. Before the imperial court contest, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai had lent it to Yi Lui Sang. Right now this fire path immortal Gu was trembling. At the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also changed slightly. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada showed its true form, trembling and emitting the might of an immortal Gu, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak. This is the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. If mortal Gu were only a tiny fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, then immortal Gu were a corner of the great Tao, a complete segment of the laws of heaven and earth. Precisely so, immortal Gu were unique. Every time an immortal Gu was born, the surrounding immortal Gu would tremble and react. The more similar or conflicting the laws of Gu worms were, the deeper the resonance between the immortal Gu would be, and the greater the trembling. From spring-autumn cicadas trembling, this immortal Gu that is about to be born is not a time path Gu. Fang Yuan estimated, his gaze fixed on the cave, not relaxing in the slightest. Inside the cave, multicolored light was continuously being absorbed from 88-point Jianghu Tower, and was continuously decreasing, nurturing the intense light inside. This intense light was getting brighter and brighter, and the black membrane at the entrance of the cave was showing signs of breaking. It's enough. If I don't make a move, the black membrane will be broken and the multicolored light will soar to the sky, exposing me. It is a small matter if I am discovered by He Lulan and the rest, but if they alert the slumbering will in 88-point Jianghu Tower, I will turn into ashes with just a thought from the immortal Venerable's will. Several times earlier, Fang Yuan had resisted the urge to make a move. Now that the time was ripe, he finally made his move, scattering goo worms all over the sky. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were many goo worms of all paths, raining down like a shower. This situation looked complicated and disorderly, but there was actually a profound meaning behind it. Not only were goo worms divided into different types, the distance between them was also very particular. In fact, some goo worms fell slower while others fell faster. This was a top-tier goo refinement technique, known as sprinkling. Like enslavement path attainment and flying techniques, only those with outstanding talent could grasp them. But no matter how talented a goo master was, they would need to go through hundreds or thousands of trials to be presentable. Fang Yuan's technique attainment was far beyond presentable. It was enough to make some refinement path masters exclaim in admiration. After the goo worms fell, the multicolored light gradually turned into one color, like the blue sky, turning from movement to stillness. Within the blue light, there were countless birds flying, and also white lights that resembled swimming fishes. The specks of white light gathered into piles at times, and scattered like stars at times. Fang Yuan only stared for a while before he felt dizzy. He quickly shifted his gaze, looking towards the sacred palace. The commotion coming from the sacred palace had already become smaller. After the multicolored light shrunk by half, its speed slowed down. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this place, and that the scattered wolf group did not send any information about the battle, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly, next is the final step. He was extremely cautious, he did not feel any complacency, instead he became even more vigilant. Be it this world or Earth's history, were there any lack of failures on the verge of success? Moreover, this final step caused a huge commotion. It was the part where problems were most likely to occur. Fang Yuan was already holding a smelly fart goo in his hand. He waved his hand and it flew into the cave. Immediately, a strange fragrance wafted out of the cave. The strange fragrance spread without any wind and soon spread out. Stop! It stopped! It stopped! After a moment of shock, the goo masters in the sacred palace went wild with joy. Lord, the multicolored light has stopped shrinking, it is slowly growing again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, but in return He Lulan kicked him. I can see it. He Lulan kicked the elder to the ground. His gaze was like a wolf and tiger, he growled, unable to conceal his joy. But he was still extremely nervous. This was the first time that the multicolored light of 88-point Jianghu Tower had shrunk, and even the floor had collapsed. What was the problem? He Lulan's heart was filled with doubts. He did not know what the problem was, causing him to feel anxious and uneasy. What made He Lulan feel even more helpless and angry was that 88-point Jianghu Tower was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I know what the problem is, I cannot solve it with my strength alone. If he knew that all of this was caused by Fang Yuan, he might risk his life to tear the seal on him from Immortal Gu Dark Limit, and fight to the death with Fang Yuan. Chapter 571. The shocking change in 88-point Jianghu Tower shocked everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people worried about this day and night, they were fearful and did not know what to do. Fortunately, not long after the first floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed, the situation stabilized. The rainbow aurora light also stopped shrinking, it started to grow again. Maybe because it was stimulated, the aurora light's expansion speed was even faster than before. Several days later, the thick aurora light condensed into the first floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Once it was completely formed, He Lulan and the rest immediately rushed in. The process of entering and exiting 88-point Jianghu Tower was very smooth. This made He Lulan feel much more at ease. The furious He Lulan gradually calmed down. 88-point Jianghu Tower was extremely important to him, he wanted to take revenge for his mother, he had to become a Gu immortal. And as one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, he had to obtain a strength path immortal Gu from 88-point Jianghu Tower to ascend to Gu immortal. The legends of Renzu had a description of this. A person could live without strength or intelligence, but they could not live without hope. He Lulan regained hope. His mood turned for the better as he started to attack the 100 rounds. The first floor of the newly created 88-point Jianghu Tower was reset. He Lulan's hard work turned into dust. He had to attack everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a huge good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. We can get even more rewards by challenging the rounds again. Maybe this is just a small joke that old ancestor Immortal Venerable is playing on us. Each floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower has 100 rounds. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty. The number of imperial court lords that have passed the floors can be counted on one hand. We cannot hope to get through the final round. As long as we can pass the previous rounds, our clan's strength will soar greatly. The elders were jubilant, but to He Lulan, it was bad news. If he wanted to obtain a strength path Gu Immortal from 88-point Jianghu Tower, there were only two ways. One was to pass the upper grade and enter the treasure chamber. He used his bloodline identity to exchange for the immortal Gu in his collection. The second was to get through the final round of every floor. There was a chance of obtaining an immortal Gu. For He Lulan, the first method required her to take out an equivalent amount of treasures in exchange, so it was not realistic. There was only the second method that had a chance of success. He cleared the last few stages. It was very difficult. Now that the checkpoints had been reset, it would be a waste of his precious time to clear them again. Time waits for no man. Once the time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Paradise. If he had not obtained the Strength Path Immortal Gu before this, not only would He Lulan not get her revenge, but she would also die. Because of this, He Lulan went against everyone's opinion and stubbornly decided to expand the scale and recruit foreign Gu masters, completely opening up 88-point Jianghu Tower. They could enter and leave 88-point Jianghu Tower at will. He tribe did not charge any fees. This way, excluding He tribe leader, the sacred palace was filled with jubilation. He Lulan has an unparalleled spirit. She did something that none of the previous generations of kings had done. I Yi Lui Sang am filled with admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower, his face glowing. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe. He was originally a popular candidate for the Imperial Court Lord position. Obtaining the support of the tribe's Gu Immortals, they did not hesitate to lend a Fire Path Immortal Gu to him. But Yi Lui Sang lost in the end. To protect the Fire Path Immortal Gu, he had no choice but to join He Lulan. Although he won in the end and successfully entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, to him, it was a humiliation for him to submit to He tribe as a super force. If he returned to the tribe, he would definitely be treated coldly, abandoned, or even punished. If I gained a lot in 88-point Jianghu Tower, I can make up for my mistakes and return to the tribe with glory. Then I will be able to make up for my mistake and return to the clan in glory. Yi Lui Sang was excited. Chang Shanin, don't be complacent. As long as you do not become a Gu Immortal, I will have a chance. 88-point Jianghu Tower is the foundation for my rise. Chang Biao's gaze was cold. He was also the first Gu Master expert to enter the tower. He was not alone, he had a companion with him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping's opportunity was snatched by Fang Yuan in public on Xingjiu Peak. He was filled with indignation. After Chang Biao learned of this, he purposely got close to him and the two became partners. Go, become my vanguard, use your lives to expand my path. He Lulan sneered in her heart, activating the owner token while calmly looking at the first wave of people. The grand flow of people entered the tower one after another. After the flow of people gradually thinned, a tall and sturdy-looking man Tai Bai Yunxing, dressed in a white robe, appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai. He Lulan greeted. Lord Tribe Leader's spirit is astonishing, I am indebted to you. Tai Bai Yunxing praised. He had an elegant demeanor and a leisurely aura. Since he could enter and leave as he wished, he was not in a hurry to rush in. Rounds that could give lifespan Gu as a reward were definitely at the back. He was not in a hurry now. After the two talked for a while, Tai Bai Yunxing also entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. Soon He Lulan sighed. From the owner token's information, in a short time, relying on the huge number of Gu masters, the first 30 rounds were quickly passed. But after the 40th round, just relying on numbers was not enough. Special Gu master experts were needed for hope. Pan Ping, Chang Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunxing worked one after another, pushing the round to the 53rd floor. Everyone had no choice but to stop. enslavement path masters were needed to solve the problem. It seems we need Wolf King's help to pass this round. Tai Bai Yunxing stroked his snow-white beard, muttering. In this imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's performance had left a deep impression on everyone. The glory of being the #1 enslavement path Gu master in Northern Plains had already been delivered to him. Thus, when they encountered difficulties now, everyone immediately thought of Fang Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chang Shanin? Yi Lui Sang looked around but could not find him. Wolf King has gone out to walk his wolves. Soon someone answered. Chang Shanin is indeed not an ordinary person. He can casually enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, but he is not moved at all. Praises came from the crowd. Pan Ping snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, Everyone, don't forget that our wolf Wangda has already entered this building. According to reliable sources, he even got a high-grade clearance. After leaving the building, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. Even though Chief He Lulan repeatedly invited him, he refused to go. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan. No one was willing to offend the famous Lone Blade General. The praises directed at Fang Yuan came to an abrupt end. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Many Gu Master experts' expressions changed slightly, they had uneasy expressions. Pan Ping's intentions were sinister. He pointed out that Fang Yuan had once obtained great benefits and left enough room for everyone to imagine, successfully evoking the jealousy in everyone's hearts. It would have been better if they had not experienced it before. But now, everyone was charging forward. Many people had personally experienced it and could sense the enormous benefits of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This caused the hatred and jealousy in the depths of everyone's hearts. At this time, a young Gu Master's voice broke the silence. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower is open to everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain benefits is because of his ability. Everyone's gazes shifted over and found this person was not a bystander. It was Chang Shanyin's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression froze as he stared at Chang Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Although Chang Jiyu's strength was slightly lower than Pan Ping's, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father and he stared back without showing any weakness. Pan Ping's killing intent surged in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move. For a moment he was forced into a corner by this junior Chang Jiyu. The person with the most complex emotions was Chang Biao. He was actually Chang Jiyu's own father. At this moment, he watched as his own son defended the greatest enemy of his life. His heart was filled with endless bitterness and hatred. Cough, cough. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up at this time to smooth things over. Everyone, it is better to focus on this round. The only thing we can do now is to ask Lord Wolf King for help. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest prestige. As long as you personally write a letter, you will definitely be able to invite Wolf Wangda. Gu Masters spoke one after another. Once I spoke, Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, feeling anxious in their hearts. If Wolf King came, he would definitely be able to pass this round. But this way. Not only would he be able to obtain the round reward, he would also be able to display his methods and increase his prestige. This was a situation neither of them wanted to see. Pan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. He had the intention to stop it, but he took the opportunity of Tai Bai Yunxing's interruption to get off the stage. If he was pitted against by Chang Jiyu again, he would probably lose all his face. Chang Biao had been secretly observing Pan Ping's expression. Seeing that he opened his mouth several times but did not speak, Chang Biao inwardly scolded the coward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd and signaling to a spy in the crowd. This spy immediately understood and shouted from the crowd, "In my opinion, Wolf Wangda is a busy person, it might not be easy to invite him. It would be better to invite Lord Tang Miaoming. Her enslavement path attainment is already close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunxing's heart could not help but move. He had not interacted much with Fang Yuan, but he had truly experienced his arrogance. Rather than taking the risk of being rejected, it would be better to let Tang Miaoming try first. Swish, swish, swish. Groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew over from all directions, like hundreds of rivers converging into an ocean, flying towards the cave on the mound. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils within 100 li. It was this thick fragrance that attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this step, the Gu refinement was already nearing its end. This method uses beast lives as a sacrifice. It is actually similar to the operation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is just that the small tower is sacrificing wild Gu to unify the strength. Because of the personal experience, Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of this goo refinement. The strange fragrance gradually dissipated. Without the temptation, the remaining blissful snow bats fled in panic. Almost done. Fang Yuan's breathing became rough, his eyes staring at the cave, unable to conceal his excitement. Chapter 572. At this point, Fang Yuan was already gasping in amazement. This mysterious Gu immortal who set up Di Qiu inheritance was definitely a refinement grandmaster. The entire Gu refinement process was using the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was ingenious and bold. Even though Fang Yuan was the host, he was more like an assistant. Gu refinement was difficult, and refining an immortal Gu was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, to use an analogy, this huge rock had already been pushed to the mountain peak by the mysterious Gu immortal. Fang Yuan had only used his final bit of strength to push this huge rock down the mountain peak, and when it fell it would be a success. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the underground cave had already turned into a black whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to spin, emitting a strange sound. Next, the tip of the tower slowly appeared, followed by the top, the body, and finally the base. A brand new small tower with countless wild Gu inside appeared from the whirlpool. Amazing. Once this small tower appeared, it more or less made up for the last flaw. Even if someone rushes here because of the commotion, they would not be able to see anything strange. Fang Yuan clapped his hands in praise. But, even though the tower was formed, why did the immortal Gu not appear? Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly solemn. He found that there was an intense light flickering in the small tower. There was even a faint connection in his heart, connected to it. He immediately understood that this was the incomplete form of the immortal Gu. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal Gu out. Suddenly, this intense light was like an illusory shadow. It pierced through the air and flew towards the southeast direction. What's going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. At this point, the 4 steps of Gu refinement, light in the soil. The light reached 100,000 feet. 100 li sky travel, plum blossom snow fragrance had already been completed. Fang Yuan had no idea about this change. 88-point Jinyang Tower has reformed. Heilulan is fully open. This is truly a huge move. Logically speaking, I should be going into the tower to challenge the rounds. That is only normal. The incomplete immortal Gu had already flown far away. Fang Yuan looked at the sacred palace and hesitated. Although he was out of the country, he had already arranged his chess pieces. Whether it was the Chang family or the Gu family, news was transmitted to him in real time. The longer Fang Yuan had left the sacred palace, the more suspicious he would become. If they were to stop because of a bottleneck, they would need the Wolf King's strength. If someone came looking for it, it would take some time for the message to be delivered. Fang Yuan still did not know that his enemy, Chang Biao, had indirectly helped him a little. At this moment, Tang Miaoming was in a dangerous situation. He had successfully broken through the barrier. Everyone in the building cheered. In the end, Immortal Gu was more important. Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He spread his wings and chased after the strong light. This powerful light was shaped like a silkworm cocoon. It stuck close to the ground and moved at an astonishing speed that left one speechless. It was also because of the bushes and trees blocking the way. It was not eye-catching. Fang Yuan chased after him in the sky, trying his best to cover his tracks. The wolf pack abandoned everything and disappeared without a trace. As time passed, the bright light became dimmer and dimmer, but its speed increased. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of mortals. He had a hard time chasing after it, but he was not completely left behind. In the end, it was because this incomplete immortal Gu was not completed by Fang Yuan alone. Different from when he refined divine travel Gu, this time Fang Yuan was only an assistant. He relied on the heavenly power of 88-point Jinyang Tower to reverse flow. He was also a mortal. Being able to communicate with the incomplete immortal Gu was already the result of his hard work. The strong light flew out of the valley and suddenly entered a waterfall, vanishing without a trace. But through the connection in his mind, Fang Yuan sensed that the incomplete immortal Gu had stopped moving. Fang Yuan went through the waterfall but crashed into the slippery mountain rocks. Rocks flew and water splashed. Strange. Fang Yuan felt strange. The connection in his mind was still telling him that the strong light was in this water, but he split the water and even destroyed this waterfall, but he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. Am I going to fail at the last step? No, there is something fishy about this place. He flew up and looked down at this area. This small waterfall had already turned into a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a place with abundant spiritual energy. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on this pool. The connection in his mind was telling him that the incomplete immortal goo was clearly inside, but even if he went through the pool and controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, it was time to test the Goo Master's investigative goo. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He tried many methods to investigate. Although he was not good at investigating, he could control Hu Immortal Blessed Land and communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. He did not lack rank 5 mortal goo. Only when he tried the 57th method and spent a considerable amount of Immortal Yuan Stone, did he discover something. He saw that in the pool there was a vague building. It was like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. He entered the pool but could not enter the building. After trying several times to no avail, Fang Yuan gasped. A light of inspiration flashed in his mind. He finally recognized the origin of this building. Don't tell me this is the long-lost Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion? Immortal Goo were unique. Immortal Goo houses were also unique. This Water Pavilion was inferior to 88-point Jianghu Tower. It was only rank 7. But its reputation was also widespread. It was the signature of Goo Immortal Shuai back then. Shuai was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, a legend who created water paths. She was also the founder of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Compared to 88-point Jianghu Tower's grandeur, Water Pavilion could be attached to the water. It was illusory and miraculous. It could go with the flow. It could also stay in the mist and travel in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of frost, a quiet corner. Without the token to enter, Water Pavilion could even block rank 8 Goo Immortals. But right now this building was ownerless. Its doors were wide open. Fang Yuan was previously kept in the dark, but now that he found out the truth, he naturally had a method to enter. To enter Water Pavilion, I can only turn into water. There is a killer move called Water Spirit Transformation. By combining several goo, I can turn into a water fairy. My battle strength will rise sharply and I will have the home advantage. Fang Yuan searched through his memories and immediately found a method. But in the end, Hu Immortal Land Spirit helped him in Jewel Yellow Skies. He bought a rank 5 Surge Goo. This goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a torrent for a short period of time, charging forward for a certain distance. But it had already been eliminated by the Goo Master world. It was because the Goo Master turned into a torrent. Once they were attacked by Fire Path Goo worms, they would suffer heavy injuries at best or even die at worst. But Fang Yuan did not use this goo to fight. Using it to enter Water Pavilion was much more convenient than combining goo worms to form the killer move Water Spirit Transformation. Swoosh. Fang Yuan turned into a torrent and charged into Water Pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small. It had 3 floors. It was richly ornamented. Vases, tables and chairs. It showed the style of ancient times. After Fang Yuan successfully entered, he stored the Surge Goo and went to the 3rd floor. He pushed open a door. He found the early stage Immortal Goo again. This early stage Immortal Goo was like a cocoon. It was the size of a thumb. Right now it was submerged in a large vermilion bowl. This bowl was bigger than a water tank. Its mouth was uneven like a shark's teeth. Inside was a pool of eerie blue liquid. Cold air was emitting from it. So it was like this. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Although he had completed 4 steps and refined the early stage Immortal Goo. But it was not complete yet. It still needed to be nurtured before it could be nurtured. The mysterious Goo Immortal had set up Water Pavilion here. It was to provide the early stage Immortal Goo with an excellent nurturing ground. On the surface of the vermilion bowl, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan tried to identify them, but even with his vast knowledge he could only recognize a small portion of the meaning. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that they are the first characters formed by the water droplets from Jianghu Crystal Walls Book Mountains when spring. Fang Yuan was shocked. This type of characters had been lost long ago. Even the Ink Men, after they were forced to move out of Book Mountain, very few knew about it. The Goo Immortals of Jewel Yellow Skies should have the research materials on Inkman characters. After all, many Goo Immortals are interested in Book Mountain. They have been searching for the gray-white stone slabs, trying to recreate Jianghu Crystal Wall. Fang Yuan had a thought, immediately contacting Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. The value of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was displayed once again. It allowed a mere mortal like Fang Yuan to use the precious resources of a Goo Immortal. After spending a huge price to exchange for some Inkman characters, Fang Yuan compared them on the spot. analyzing the characters on the wall of the bowl for the first time. The result made Fang Yuan surprised and joyful. So this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was an extremely talented person. She was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her identity was special, she was an Inkman. But eventually she broke through the shackles of her race and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her most outstanding contribution to the righteous path was to change the demonic path overlord of 10,000 years ago, Sword Demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator. He started off as an insignificant person. But his talent was outstanding. He created sword path Gu worms by himself. He roamed the 5 regions unrivaled. He was the most dazzling rank 8 peak stage expert in the vast history of the world. His battle strength was outstanding. He shocked heaven and earth. His sword path Gu worms were unique. They had unparalleled power. He was known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was blessed by love. The meaning was, this person's battle strength was terrifying. He was only inferior to the immortal venerables and demon venerables. Fortunately, he was blessed by love. He turned from demonic to righteous. It was truly a great blessing for the world. Back then, Bo Qing was favored by everyone. He was the best candidate to advance to rank 9 realm. But in the end, he failed to advance to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao also risked her life for him, and in the end she died with him. According to historical records, Mo Yao was a genuine refinement path grandmaster. No wonder, back then when Giant Sun Immortal recruited concubines, Central Continent's 10 sects all offered beautiful female Gu masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House even sent several female Gu immortals to enter the palaces and offer themselves to the immortal venerable. Among the concubines that Giant Sun Immortal had favored, there were several powerhouses that came from Spirit Affinity House. Since he was the person who shared the same bed, his understanding of the sacred palace and 88 true Yang building far surpassed that of others. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was naturally nurtured by Spirit Affinity House. Investigating the secrets of 88-point Jianghu Tower was a piece of cake for her. The water pavilion in this place could also be explained. The middle part of the ink text introduced the information of this immortal Gu, Calamity Beckoning Gu. Chapter 573. Fang Yuan grinned as he looked at the ink text on the wall of the bowl. This Calamity Beckoning Gu was rank 7, a grade higher than Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its effect was extremely mystical. It actually involved earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle part of the ink text had a detailed explanation. Calamity Beckoning Gu could attract calamities and calamities for Gu immortals. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations from their original targets to themselves. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Who would dare to use such an immortal Gu? Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were such troublesome destructive powers, such terrifying heavenly power. They could live peacefully, but using Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, wasn't this simply courting death? Gu Immortal Mo Yao, the great 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, why would she refine such an immortal Gu? The latter part of the ink text provided a reason. It turned out that she really wanted to die. Back then she and Bo Qing fell in love and became a righteous path couple. They were a legend in the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was extremely talented. He was invincible in the world. People called him the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was fortunate to live for the sake of love. Looking at the world, looking at his life, the only thing in front of him was the supreme goal of advancing to rank 9. However, advancing to rank 9 was extremely dangerous. Even a Grand Sword Immortal would feel like he was walking on thin ice. He only had a 15% chance of success. Bo Qing had lofty ambitions. He was determined to advance to the peak of rank 9. Mo Yao could not persuade him. She could only help with the preparations with tears in her eyes. Bo Qing set up his inheritance and made arrangements for his funeral. His first attempt failed and he was heavily injured for 70 years. He was bedridden and could not move at all. It was Mo Yao who took care of him. After his injuries healed, Bo Qing wanted to advance to rank 9 again. Mo Yao knew this was difficult, especially at the final hurdle of advancing to rank 9, there would be endless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations descending. Even though Bo Qing had unparalleled battle strength, he lacked stamina. In order to help her lover, she secretly betrayed her sect and targeted 88-point Jianghu Tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the arrangement of a famous immortal venerable long-hair ancestor's work. It was the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Mo Yao had started researching it long ago. He gained insights from it and deepened his refinement path grandmaster attainment. Even though she was only a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, during Giant Sun's era, Spirit Affinity House had consecrated many outstanding women who became Giant Sun Immortals' concubines. Among them, there were several female Gu Immortals who had obtained Giant Sun Immortals' favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House kept many of Giant Sun Immortals' secrets. Among them, they knew even more about 88-point Jinyang Tower. From these documents, Mo Yao learned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Imperial Court Blessed Land was located in the center of northern plains. It was vast and had 2 heavens. It was also separated into the black and white heavens. It had the effect of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was extremely blessed. Thus, every once in a while, it would attract extremely fierce earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal considered this when he constructed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He put in a divert disaster Gu. It was an important foundation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This Gu was rank 7 and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path. It could divert the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. This way, it formed the 10-year blizzard calamity that spread throughout the whole of northern plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal used the 10-year blizzard calamity to set the rules, forming the tradition of the contest for Imperial Court. Mo Yao found a loophole that was not a loophole at this point. It turned out that Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower coexisted. Every 10 years, it would attract vast and powerful heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land needed to open a crack and use Divert Disaster Gu to divert the calamities and tribulations away. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Only mortals could enter and exit. Gu Immortals were not allowed to enter. But when Divert Disaster, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open a crack and flood of calamities and tribulations would be released. The Immortal Venerable's arrangement to prevent Gu Immortals from entering and leaving would not work. Mo Yao used this crack and risked her life to go against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She observed for close to 10 years, using her Grandmaster attainment. After much difficulty she found the crucial node. It was the small tower at Dichio. Next, she risked awakening Giant Sun's will and destroyed the small tower, using the flow of heavenly power to sense Divert Disaster Gu and create a cave to brew Calamity Beckoning Gu. After successfully refining the incomplete Immortal Gu, she casually set up the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside, Mo Yao nurtured the incomplete Immortal Gu and brought Calamity Beckoning Gu, using the Blessed Land's Divert Disaster Gu to sneak back to the outside world. She did not destroy these arrangements as a precaution. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again, Calamity Beckoning Gu would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Then she would enter the Blessed Land again and refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. However, this time she never came back. Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in his second attempt to break through to rank 9, turning into ashes in the mighty heavenly tribulation. And Mo Yao died along with him. So that's it. Breaking through to rank 9 was extremely difficult and dangerous. Mo Yao secretly set up this inheritance before that. She did not point out the true contents of the inheritance because this action was a betrayal to the sect. But in the end she still left the clues to the sect. In my previous life, 500 years later, Central Continent Gu Immortals conspired against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang Building. They were using this clue from her. Fang Yuan recalled it now and immediately felt like the fog had dissipated. Everything made sense. At the end of the ink text there was a poem. The path to immortality is long and obstructive. We meet at the ends of the world. Time passes suddenly. Love and hatred have lasted for a long time. At the end of the path to immortality, I miss my Lord's safety. Life and death are boundless. I return home for my Lord's dream. Evidently this was written by Mo Yao. The path of a Gu Immortal is long and difficult, but I was fortunate enough to meet my Lord. Unknowingly, love and hatred intertwined, unable to extricate myself. My Lord's gaze was fixed at the end of the path to immortality. My gaze was on my Lord. Advancing to rank 9, 9 deaths and 1 life, I am not willing to be separated by life and death. I am willing to devote my life to my Lord, to help him realize his dream. To protect her lover, to help Bo Qing reach the peak of Gu Immortal, Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself. using calamity beckoning Gu to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to herself. Truly an amazing woman. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he would not make such a sacrifice for love, this did not stop Fang Yuan from understanding such a person. In fact, this understanding was even deeper than others. Living in this world, people always had desires, goals and meanings. Mo Yao's goal was for her lover. And Fang Yuan's goal was to pursue eternal life. Different desires, different goals, different meanings, they created all kinds of people in the world, unique heroes and ruthless people. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the huge vermilion bowl again. The cocoon had already been broken, calamity beckoning Gu had completely formed. It was like a cocoon, its whole body was grayish-white, it was only the size of a pinky, it was floating in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu, and Mo Yao used it to sacrifice himself for others. To Fang Yuan this Gu seemed useless, but it had huge value. Firstly, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could sell it in jewel yellow skies and exchange it for a huge sum of immortal yuan stone. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu worm, it could attract heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Calamities and tribulations were strong, but as long as one's body was tough and could endure it, it could be used to harm others. Finally, it was formed with the help of one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jianghu Tower, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin, one was calamity beckoning, the other divert disaster. Just with this relationship, it would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's trip to 88-point Jianghu Tower. However, although there was a layer of restraint in his heart, there was still a hurdle to completely subdue this Gu. In the ink text on the wall of the bowl, Mo Yao had mentioned it in detail. To subdue calamity beckoning Gu, certain conditions were needed. Although it did not matter if one was an immortal or mortal, it required the fated person to have a heart of self-sacrifice. If one did not have such a heart, forcefully subduing it would result in the immortal Gu's backlash, or even the immortal Gu's self-destruction, bringing disaster to one's life. In Water Pavilion, Fang Yuan stood in front of the huge bowl, expressionless. A heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough cough cough. Tang Miaoming covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her brows were tightly furrowed, showing a pained expression. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Fang called out, his face filled with pain. Tang Miaoming was half lying on the bed, waving her hand, indicating to Tang Fang not to worry. Tang Fang looked at the blood on Big Sister's handkerchief, sighing deeply. Big Sister, why do you have to risk your life like this? So what if you pass this round? Father and the rest have already passed away. Big Sister, you are my only kin. If something happens to you, what will I do? Tang Miaoming stretched out her hand, lightly stroking Tang Fang's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe leader, don't be so unambitious. In this imperial court contest, our Tang tribe suffered disastrous losses, we were almost annexed by other tribes. Now is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, we need to borrow the 88 Truyang building to make our tribe strong and prosperous again. Tang Fang disapprovingly curled his lips. But Big Sister, you forcefully passed the round and caused serious injuries, the gains do not make up for the losses. I, your third brother, feel heartache. These days I don't even have the mood to take care of the tribe's affairs. What? Tang Miaoming heard this and her expression turned solemn, her sharp gaze fixed on Tang Fang. She reprimanded without hesitation, Tang Fang tribe leader, you have a heavy responsibility, how can you be so sentimental? Revitalizing the tribe is your responsibility, it is the meaning of being a tribe leader. From today onwards, I do not want to hear similar complaints, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fang hurriedly stood up from the bed, his face full of shame as he lowered his head to admit his mistake. Since young, Big Sister was the one who treated him the best. Tang Miaoming's gaze gradually turned gentle, she faintly sighed. Third brother, I know you have a lively personality, you like to roam the world, living an unrestrained life. But as the last man in the family, you should be brave enough to bear the burden. From today onwards, the meaning of your life is to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, little brother understands. Don't be angry, I already have injuries on my body. Tang Miaoming was still solemn. When you return, copy the first stanza of the third chapter of The Legends of Renzu, 10 times overnight. Tang Fang's heart was instantly filled with warmth. Since young, Big Sister's punishment was to make him copy books. Big Sister, rest first, I will go and copy now. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3 stanza. Renzu's second daughter, Desolate Guyue, went to Qingbai Mountain to find success Gu in order to save her father from the door of life and death. but at the last moment she failed. She lost herself and became an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter's help and his eldest son, verdant great son, became even more dispirited, Renzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to survive. Luopa Valley was like a huge labyrinth, twisting and turning. Occasionally, a vast bewilderment fog would spread out, causing the soul to relax. Sometimes Luopa wind would blow like a sharp blade, cutting the soul. Renzu was a soul body, he could not find the way out of the bewilderment fog. The Luopa wind cut his soul, causing him to become weaker and weaker, his situation becoming more dangerous. The soul fragments cut by the Luopa wind gradually condensed into a young man. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Eye Soul. "Oh my son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left in my final days because of your company, I am not lonely at all." Renzu sighed. Northern Dark Eye Soul was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he did not speak much, he was very filial towards Renzu. Seeing Renzu getting weaker day by day, his mood became increasingly heavy. He was determined to save Renzu. Renzu could feel his determination. He felt gratified and pained at the same time. "Don't bother, my son, I appreciate your filial piety. But I understand now life and death cannot be forced. Humans have to die eventually, this is the fate of humans." Northern Dark Eye Soul sobbed, "Father, I know what you said is right. I also know that my efforts will be in vain. But seeing you getting weaker like this, if I do not work hard, my heart will feel even more terrible. Let me do something for you." Renzu sighed, he could only let him go. Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered in Luopa Valley, he was born here, the Luopa wind could not cut his soul, the bewilderment fog could not block his vision. He searched bitterly but could not find the way out. Just as he was getting more and more desperate, he encountered a goo worm. "Ayaya, to think I was discovered by you." This goo worm looked like a ladybug, it was fat like a ball, but it was extremely agile, flashing around Northern Dark Eye Soul. Northern Dark Eye Soul's eyes brightened, he asked curiously, "What goo are you?" "My name is Accident." This goo worm answered. Northern Dark Eye Soul's gaze dimmed. "So you are Accident Goo but you are not Success Goo." Accident Goo sneered, "Young man, don't look down on me. I am an existence that makes Success Goo love and hate. The power of accident is very strong. Do you know what it means for you to meet me here?" "What?" Accident Goo shook its fat body, saying proudly, "What is this place?" "This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You are here, it means you are already dead. But you met me, it means you met with an accident and death. That is, rebirth. Hold on to me tightly, I will bring you back to the human world and revive you." "Really?" Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed. "Can I bring my father with me?" Accident Goo shook its head. "You met me, not your father, so I can only bring you with me." Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely disappointed, he rejected, "Since I cannot bring my father, I will not leave either. I want to accompany my father until his final moments." Accident Goo laughed loudly, saying in a domineering tone, "The accidents of life cannot be rejected. Young man, you must leave with me." The moment it finished speaking, Accident Goo forcefully brought Northern Dark Eye Soul away from the door of life and death, returning to the human world. Northern Dark Eye Soul had a living body of flesh and blood. Facing the huge world alone, he felt extremely lost. Accident Goo disappeared, he suddenly recalled Renzu's words, he had a second sister called Desolate Guiyuan. At this time, Cognition Goo found him. "Young man, don't doubt me, cognition has always been a person's friend, I am here to help you." Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Eye Soul about Qingbai Mountain and Desolate Guiyuan. Northern Dark Eye Soul decided to meet his second sister first. When he saw Desolate Guiyuan, he shed tears of sadness. Northern Dark Eye Soul tried to communicate with Desolate Guiyuan. But Desolate Guiyuan, who had turned into a monster, kept on muttering questions. "Where is this?" Northern Dark Eye Soul pondered for a moment before replying. "This is the human world, living beings can move around here. Above us is the sky, below us is the earth." "Who am I?" Desolate Guiyuan asked again. "You are a human, Renzu's second daughter, your name is Desolate Guiyuan. You are my second sister." Northern Dark Eye Soul replied. "Second sister, wake up quickly. Our father is dead, he is trapped in Luopa Valley, we need to hurry and save him." "Renzu? Desolate Guiyuan? Say." The monster shook its head in confusion. "Why should I save him? Shouldn't humans die? What's wrong with death? Why do humans live? Why do I live?" This time Northern Dark-Eye Soul could not answer. Why do humans live? While Northern Dark-Eye Soul was thinking about this question, Bewilderment Gu quietly arrived beside him, causing him to lose his senses of his surroundings. Along with it were Love Gu and Disguise Gu. Cognition Gu saw them and felt an incomparable headache. These Gu were famous for being mischievous, they often moved together, even Cognition Gu did not want to provoke them. Love, haven't you harmed enough people? Why don't you let them go? Cognition Gu sighed. Don't try to reason with me, I am unreasonable. Love Gu's tone was unruly. Get lost, Cognition, I don't like you. Cognition Gu was helpless, it could only retreat. Another person has come? Ah. Love Gu saw Northern Dark-Eye Soul and was very happy because it had another target to play with. It was sworn brothers with Disguise Gu. It immediately used its strength to disguise as Cognition Gu. Young man, your second sister has forgotten herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Gu. Love Gu said. Northern Dark-Eye Soul came back to his senses, he did not suspect anything, he asked Love Gu. I have seen Accident Gu before, may I ask, where is this Meaning Gu? How do I find it? Love Gu used a solemn tone to deceive him. Oh human, you need to know, your lives in this world have meaning. As long as you find Meaning Gu, you will be able to wake up your second sister. Follow the direction I point, keep walking, you will find Meaning Gu. Northern Dark-Eye Soul expressed his gratitude and immediately set off. Love Gu, Bewilderment Gu, and Disguise Gu looked at his departing figure and laughed loudly. How could there be Meaning Gu in this world? There was no such Gu worm, Northern Dark-Eye Soul could not find it no matter how hard he tried. Fool, who asked you to anger me? I will let you know that the punishment of love is extremely terrifying. Next we will follow him and take turns to toy with him. Love Gu's suggestion was approved by the other two Gu. Like this, Northern Dark-Eye Soul was toyed with by the three Gu, he suffered greatly. But in order to find the non-existent Meaning Gu, he persevered. The spirit moved Cognition Gu. While Love Gu was not around, Cognition Gu came to Northern Dark-Eye Soul's side, wanting to help him again. Cognition, what are you doing here? We are having fun. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu rejected Cognition. Cognition Gu laughed, I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Oh young man, use my strength to wake up. Northern Dark-Eye Soul used Cognition Gu's ability to recognize the truth. He was no longer confused and saw through the disguise. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark-Eye Soul expressed his gratitude to Cognition Gu. Thank you, Cognition Gu, because of you, I thought of a way to save my second sister. What method is that? In this world, Meaning Gu does not exist. But I can create a Meaning Gu. Northern Dark-Eye Soul said confidently. A person's life had no meaning, but it could be given a meaning. Northern Dark-Eye Soul returned to Desolate Guyue and personally created a Meaning Gu, placing it in Desolate Guyue's mind. I am alive to find Success Gu and save Father. I understand. Desolate Guyue's eyes shined. The meaning of living. Tang Fong put down the pen in his hand. It was already deep into the night. In this imperial court-blessed land, a gentle silver radiance covered the land. After continuously copying books, he was deeply moved. People living in this world will always feel lost. But as long as they find the meaning of their life, they will find their direction and move forward bravely. At the same time, they will know what they want and what they do not want, and they will not fear sacrifice. Big Sister's intention in asking me to copy books is probably this. He lightly pushed open the window, looking at the glorious and beautiful sacred palace. He thought of all kinds of people, some strong, some weak. His emotions gradually became excited. Every person's life has all kinds of meaning. And my meaning is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, Water Pavilion. Heart of self-sacrifice? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He stretched out his right hand without any hesitation. He reached into the bowl and took out Calamity Beckoning Gu. Absorbing his aura, Calamity Beckoning Gu's body flashed and became Fang Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth, there were no tremors or backlash. With his identity as a transmigrator, his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had already seen through life and death, family, friendship, and love were not his interests. Only eternal life, this grand and unreachable goal, could make his journey in life show intense interest. This was the meaning he had given to this life. But pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death, afraid of failure. Towards death and failure he accepted it calmly. In fact, whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But so what if it did not exist? Fang Yuan enjoyed this process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found the meaning. He felt that this life was full of interest. His body's low-level desires, the satisfaction of love and hate, he was already sick of them. Only eternal life was a worthy goal. Thus, I already have the resolution to sacrifice myself. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He played with the rank 7 immortal goo in his hand. Chapter 574. Fang Yuan carefully looked at Calamity beckoning immortal goo in his hand. This goo was rank 7. After being nurtured by the giant vermilion bowl, it had already formed completely. It was the size of a pinky grayish-white in color and was extremely exquisite, resembling a silkworm chrysalis. As Fang Yuan played with it, Calamity beckoning goo continued to absorb his aura. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the deepest connection between him and Calamity beckoning goo was becoming deeper and longer. Fang Yuan's heart rippled slightly. It would be a lie if he did not sigh. In his previous life, he had gone through untold hardships and slaughtered countless lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Now, with the advantage of rebirth, he had obtained Calamity beckoning goo before he was even 100 years old, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Calamity beckoning goo's effect was extremely unique. It sacrificed itself to attract heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. But Fang Yuan firmly believed that a goo master's use of goo depended on their thoughts. Like the chainsaw golden centipede, a rank 4 mortal goo master, electric saw mad demon, could use different methods against it. Then why couldn't he, Fang Yuan, create new uses for it? Let's not talk about other things, just the existence of this Calamity beckoning goo proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal had been extremely lucky his entire life. It was rumored that it was because of the luck path goo worms he created. However, this rumor had never been verified. But now, the Calamity beckoning goo in Fang Yuan's hands belonged to luck path. It was an immortal goo refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao through the senses of Divert Disaster goo in 88-point Jianghu Tower. Divert Disaster goo, Calamity beckoning goo, these were luck path goo worms. The inked text on the surface of the bowl was a strong proof. Mo Yao even pointed out in the text that Giant Sun Immortal's luck path goo worms could snatch other people's good luck and use it on himself at the same time. It could also divert his bad luck and divert the calamity to someone else. As a complete path, luck path had a clear structure. It included attack, defense, divert, healing and other aspects. It was just that everyone had the invisible and colorless luck that was targeted at them. After luck path was created by the Giant Sun Immortal, he had kept it a secret, silently making a fortune. The Giant Sun Immortal is the great thief of luck. Once the Giant Sun dies, the great thief of luck will disappear. Mo Yao expressed his feelings in the article. This strange woman had a strong personality. She even dared to make such comments about the celestial venerables. She even speculated that the treasury chamber of 88-point Jianghu Tower might contain the legacy of the Giant Sun Immortal's luck Dao. If I can inherit this legacy, will I be able to replicate the success of the Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. He pondered for a moment before placing Calamity beckoning goo into the vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity beckoning goo had already formed, Fang Yuan could not refine it yet. Although the connection in his heart was extremely strong, there was still a qualitative difference from truly becoming the owner of Calamity beckoning goo. Fang Yuan was still immortal now. He did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Divine Travel goo back then. In Three Kings Blessed Land, he refined Fixed Immortal Travel goo with the land spirit's help. He was the leader. Thus, once Fixed Immortal Travel goo was born, it became his goo worm. But it could not be used. If not for the land spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to teleport to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And the entire process of refining Calamity beckoning goo relied on the backflow of the 88-point Jianghu Tower's heavenly power. Fang Yuan was at most an assistant. He did not have the land spirit's help. Honestly speaking, it was already very good to be able to reach this stage. Only after I become a goo immortal can I truly refine it. Before that, I can only leave Calamity beckoning goo here. Without becoming a goo immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity beckoning goo. If he took it out publicly, the immortal goo's aura would spread and it would attract countless covetous people. Fang Yuan was not worried about people like He Lulan or Tai Bai Yunxing. He had many wolf groups now, and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. He was mainly worried about giant sun immortals will inside 88-point Jianghu Tower. Earlier, the immortal Gu's aura was weak. Now that the immortal Gu had formed, if he took it out, would it trigger giant sun immortals' will and awaken it? Fang Yuan did not want to take this risk. Moreover, his main plan had not been completed yet. He needed to hide and wait. Who would have thought that there would be a rank 7 immortal Gu in this nameless valley? But before that, I should first refine a portion of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water pavilion was a famous immortal Gu house. As a mortal, Fang Yuan actually wanted to refine it. This seemed like a wild fantasy, but it was actually quite feasible. Even something as strong as 88-point Jianghu Tower had loopholes for Fang Yuan to take advantage of. Now that the water pavilion was ownerless, there was naturally an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, one had to talk about the essence of Gu houses. What was a Gu house? Not to mention Fang Yuan's previous life, after rebirth, he had encountered many Gu houses. Among them there was the most common Gu house 3-star cave. When retrieved it would turn into seeds. After planting, it would form a towering tree with an empty space in the middle and 3 layers. There was lizard house Gu. It looked like a lizard with different colors. The eye sockets would become windows, the mouth would have a door, it could move freely. There was also the mushroom forest Gu house. By planting large numbers of mushroom room Gu, the mushroom houses would form a courtyard. These were mortal Gu, and there were also the immortal Gu houses 88-point Jianghu Tower and Water Pavilion. Gu houses had developed to this point, they were extremely complex, there were countless of them. But if one traced back to the source, the publicly recognized pioneers were the Green Tortoise Group of 7. These 7 were demonic path Gu masters of the olden antiquity era. They were septuplets from the same mother, from birth to death. They had always been in love, advancing and retreating together. They were skilled in defense, they were all rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. They even had a defensive killer move called Tortoise House. When they worked together, they relied on this move to defend against 3 attacks from Gu immortals. They created the famous agreement of 3 moves that went down in history. And this Tortoise House was the first Gu house in the history of Gu masters. Thus, in essence, a Gu house was a killer move formed by the combination of several or even dozens of Gu worms. Mushroom Forest Gu house was a classic example. It was a courtyard formed by a large number of mushroom room Gu. 88-point Jianghu Tower was the representative of the peak. It had defense, collection, storage and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers. Divert Disaster Gu was one of the main foundations. After sacrificing the collected wild Gu, they would form a heavenly force and form the main building. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao had amazing talent. When he advanced to rank 6, he did not have any immortal Gu, so he created a killer move called White Bone Chariot. White Bone Chariot was formed by many rank 5 Gu like a white bone wheel. It was powerful and could match rank 6 immortal Gu. White Bone Chariot was actually a Gu house. As for 3-star cave Lizard House Gu and Great Lizard House Gu, they were all evolved branches. They were the true simplifications of Gu houses. Normal Gu houses were formed by the combination of several Gu worms. As for 3-star cave and the others, they were simplified into one Gu, thus their power was greatly reduced, they were more like ordinary Gu. And Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal Gu house. This meant that among the Gu worms that formed it, there was at least one rank 7 immortal Gu. With my current strength I cannot refine immortal Gu. But I can still refine other mortal Gu. This was the source of Fang Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion. There were not many obstacles in the refinement process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House. It was controlled by Fairy Mo Yao back then. For her lover, Mo Yao betrayed the sect and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, sacrificing herself. This immortal Gu house became ownerless. This way Water Pavilion was an open embrace to Fang Yuan, a little beauty that he could do whatever he wanted. Amazing, there are actually over 3,000 Gu worms that formed Water Pavilion. And each Gu worm is interlinked with each other, faintly resonating with each other. The core is the rank 7 Water Fusion Gu. It can allow the Gu Master to completely fuse with water. As long as the water exists, the Gu Master will not die. Other than that, there are 2 supplementary Immortal Gu, the rank 6 Movement Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. The refinement process was the process of gaining a deeper understanding of Water Pavilion. The refinement of Immortal Gu far surpassed Fang Yuan's ability. He could forget about it. What he started with were rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal Gu. After spending 6 hours, Fang Yuan felt dizzy as he refined 500 rank 1 and 2 Mortal Gu for his own use. In this way I will have 10% control over the water pavilion. Even if I am discovered, with this 10% control I can obstruct the enemy for some time. This time is enough for me to be alerted and rush over. After another 2 hours, Fang Yuan's control increased to 13%. The further he went, the more difficult it was to refine. It is a pity that I have spring-autumn cicada, it is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use time path instant success Gu to assist in the refinement, otherwise the results would be much more than this. Fang Yuan's head was spinning, he knew he had reached his limit, the rank 5 peak stage primeval essence in his 2 apertures was almost expended. But just as he was about to retract his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Time passes quickly, I have finally met you today by fate. Following this indistinct sigh, a beautiful woman with a black veil over her face and eyes as dark as the night appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will, when did it enter my mind? Fang Yuan was shocked. So much time had passed, Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she still had her will, this showed how powerful her cultivation was back then. Fang Yuan was already prepared, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had a special method, she could actually make her will enter Fang Yuan's mind without a trace. This method was no small matter. Mo Yao's will entered his mind, if she had evil intentions and attacked, Fang Yuan would not be able to bear the consequences. Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path expert, only wisdom path Gu masters had the ability to restrain such wills. There was an even more crucial point. When a person thinks, they would first have thoughts. These thoughts would collide in their mind and change, creating new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. Right now Mo Yao's will entered Fang Yuan's mind. She could clearly sense every thought that Fang Yuan had. If Mo Yao's will knew about spring-autumn cicada, what would happen? Don't be afraid, fated person, I have no intention of harming you. I just want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will said faintly. Fang Yuan did not need to guess to know what she wanted to ask, he immediately told her about Bo Qing's failure and tribulation. Hearing this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook and was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but to his disappointment, Mo Yao's will managed to maintain her form. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was very complex, there was sorrow and also relief. Just like in her poem, time has passed, love and hatred have lasted for a long time, the love and hatred between her and Bo Qing was definitely a long and complicated story. Fated person, since you could refine Calamity Beckoning Gu and found this place to refine Water Pavilion, you must already know the gist of it. Since he is already dead, let everything pass. Sigh. Maybe this is the fortune of all living beings. Chapter 575. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Jianghu Tower had already formed 2 floors, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Gu and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Jianghu Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortals' inheritance ground. To Gu masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Gu masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in, even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Jianghu Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Gu master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the glass owner token, he could freely enter and exit 88-point Jianghu Tower, he could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the Killer Move Ink transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned, he snorted in his heart. This killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the goo worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort. How can I be in a hurry? Mo Yao's will chuckled. Young man, you are quite fortunate to possess who immortal blessed land. We should make good use of jewel yellow skies and purchase these goo from there. It is not difficult. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Di Chio's inheritance, and even successfully refined calamity beckoning goo, but he attracted the trouble of Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo Yao's will was able to see through these thoughts and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including who immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the space thought goo to generate thoughts to think. With space thought goo as the main goo and other goo worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness. Even if Mo Yao's will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts. Mo Yao's will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind. The more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are so young but you have so many secrets. This is really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the fairy of spirit affinity house of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. Spirit Affinity House's generation of fairies were all rare beauties. They had both looks and talent. They were ethereal and elegant, like hibiscus flowers emerging from the water. But Mo Yao was different. Her deep and beautiful eyes contained a natural craftiness. If placed in the demonic path, she would be a living demoness. She transformed into an enchanting long dress, wrapping her body in all the right places. Looking at the transparent bubble-like thoughts around her, she casually grabbed one of them. Next, with a soft pop sound, she exerted some strength and crushed this thought. But she did not gain anything. This thought's content was only the simple meaning of the word, eat. She gasped, her plump lips curling up into a sexy arc. Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about a problem, you will think of all sorts of random thoughts and cover up the main point. But don't you know in this way it has aroused my curiosity even more? You are so old, you still have the face to call yourself big sister? Fang Yuan sneered, threatening, you are already dead, you should stop. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you entered my mind. Who knows, at the next moment, I might destroy this will of yours. So scary. Mo Yao patted her towering chest, giggling without a care. But in this half a month, you attacked me 28 times, using 19 different methods. You not only cultivate enslavement and strength path, but also wisdom path? Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart. Ayaya, young man, don't be like this. Sensing Fang Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao shook her finger. I am your benefactor. Didn't calamity beckoning goo become your immortal goo now? You are still immortal, but you already have an immortal goo. This is an incredible achievement. Don't worry, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my dying wish will be fulfilled, and this will have no reason to continue existing. Return the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion? This was already in his mouth, how could Fang Yuan spit it out? Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling, but he had no other choice. Not to mention the remnant of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was another remnant of Mo Yao's will guarding the Riverside Pavilion. Speaking of which, this Mo Yao was really amazing. In the historical records, she was a refinement path grandmaster. But her attainment in soul path and wisdom path seemed to be even higher. Fang Yuan's dozens of thought encirclement were easily resolved by Mo Yao. Fang Yuan was having a headache now. He found that even though he inherited Di Chio inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and invested a lot to refine goo. Even though he refined calamity beckoning goo, he could not use it. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind in fear of harming him. It became a huge burden and hindrance. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Di Chio inheritance. Fang Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer move ink transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Jianghu Tower's loophole? You really have guts comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Humph, Calamity Beckoning Gu is mine, Water Pavilion is mine too, even 88-point Jianghu Tower will be mine. You are just a will, how can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Fang Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh, her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said. In this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. Don't you think this is domineering? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out, her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist. No matter how Fang Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in soul path and wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. As a result, Fang Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Fang Yuan empty-handed. In his mind he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Fang Yuan's mind. This was a killer move, it was called Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Fang Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court blessed land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Fang Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial Borrow Strength Gu in the treasure room of 88-point Jianghu Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing. Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Gu as support, as well as 36 other Gu worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. But, I know about the 5 Great Flying Zombie Gu. This killer move actually needs a 6th Flying Zombie Gu? What Gu is it? Chapter 576. In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an east window Gu in his hand. This Gu was an information path Gu. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This Gu was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal Yuan stones. This east window Gu was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these 3 came from the same origin. The first 2 belonged to wisdom path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom path, when it was first created, was a path for Gu masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a Gu immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth. forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, Gu masters would create countless related Gu worms, like the star thought Gu that Dongfang Yuliang had once used, the empty thought Gu that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought Gu that Gu immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words, the rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words, it could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, Wisdom Path Gu masters created Providence Gu. Using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, they could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent Gu, free will Gu, wish Gu, complacency Gu, malicious intent Gu, painting intent Gu, and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental Gu recorded in the legends of Renzu. Following the development of Wisdom Path, generations of Gu masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac Gu, tender emotion Gu, emotion poem Gu, and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from the legends of Renzu, Love Gu. Nian Yiqing. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing. With his current Wisdom Path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion. I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just 1 day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities, they are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it, but when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation right now because of who Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects. It is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours. I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Gu house is an important matter. I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission you need at least the strength of a Gu immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Gu immortal. I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Jianghu Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse? Are you sure this is your so-called 6 flying zombie Gu? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse Gu. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of goo worms, then using the Een soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years-old mountain-sucking grass and dark tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary and it was rank 5 like Azura corpses, heavenly demon corpses, blood-white corpses, nightmare corpses and plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie, goo? Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly. Ordinary Earth Chief corpse goo, of course not. But who am I? I have already modified the goo recipe and refined a new Earth Chief corpse goo. When used by goo masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief corpse goo. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief corpse goo recipe. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This goo recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously, especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief corpse goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this goo recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, you have some talent and refinement path. But you need to be careful. This killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself. Fang Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. This killer move had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Fang Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor. The third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Jianghu Tower's condensation became faster and faster. Especially the newly formed third floor, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were, and the greater the rewards. To most goo masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of goo masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Jianghu Tower made this group of goo masters stop. Jiang Dong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Jianghu Tower, snorting coldly and saying to Ma Hongyun in the group, "You Huangjin tribe goo masters are in luck. The rewards of any round in 88-point Jianghu Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyun laughed foolishly. Leader is right. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high. I cannot enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. Otherwise I can go in and broaden my horizons. Even the Huangjin tribe, the descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower. When Jiang Dong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. The other goo masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder, consoling him, "Kid, you are quite unlucky. But don't worry, you can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast, you will earn a lot." Yes. Ma Hongyun nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Yingjia. After He tribe recruited Ma tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyun, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now he was only a rank 1 goo master. His aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Jianghu Tower of course, but with his strength it was useless even if he went in. These days in the sacred palace he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Chapter 577. Rumble. The ground shook. A flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky. They were endless, like a vast river, surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted, wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves, sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves, pure white as snow. There were night wolves pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, Myriad Wolf King led the pack. There were mutated wolves, they were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves, they carried a bone forest on their back, they were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves, they were armored like elephants, they could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver gray 3 eyes, they were battle maniacs. Imperial Court blessed land, in the faint golden sky, azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling, they were extraordinary. Fang Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king. The wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep, he was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court blessed land, they were scattered all over the blessed land. But Fang Yuan had already issued a mission. Ever since he entered the blessed land, other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000. At this stage he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, he, Jiang Baoye, Ma Zun and the rest were called the 5 Great Beast Kings. After the Imperial Court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the #1 enslavement path master of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Chang Shanin, who did not fear him? In the entire Northern Plains, how many people could be his match? But at this moment in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. Young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path, you have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will smiled. Enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power had been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai, sister is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Fang Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xingqiu, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth were all ranked 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Fang Yuan was still immortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yao's will dumbfounded for a moment. Roar. Kill all these earth chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest, the shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes, they could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground, they often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails, they were all rare Gu refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in Northern Plains. But in Imperial Court blessed land there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li, it was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many Gu masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the Gu masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times, they had rich experience. But this time they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, it was an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild goo parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 goo. Among mortal goo masters, rank 1 was an apprentice. They had just started and had weak battle strength. They were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone. They were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders. They were the core of a force. Their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals. They were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild goo. Such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. If not for the leader Jiangdong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Goo Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit. We can win if we persevere. Jiangdong moved and shouted loudly, raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed. They barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Goo Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately Northern Plains was a common custom. Most of these Goo Masters cultivated the strength path. The Goo Masters fought with all their strength. They mainly used close combat. They would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Right at this time, the old Beast King suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Goo Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Goo Master's ribs were all shattered. He could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old Beast King was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Goo Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with. Now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture. What should I do? Jiangdong's eyes turned. He immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute. Escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill. They were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past it was difficult. I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered Imperial Court blessed land, there are resources everywhere. It is time for me to accumulate my strength. How can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home. Although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year. So, sorry everyone. Jiangdong's gaze flickered. He suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement goo worm. His sleeves tore through the air with a soft swoosh. He left in a cloud of dust. The remaining Goo Masters were stunned. Their leader had already escaped. What was the point of fighting? Immediately, everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck. Jiangdong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone, it only chased after him. Jiangdong's methods were ruthless and fierce. It bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on, I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly. Jiangdong fell into despair. Lord Jiangdong, run. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiangdong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him. He recognized him as Ma Hongyun. He had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation. He was a logistics Goo Master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad. Jiangdong was overjoyed. He immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing. He could not help but want to warn Jiangdong. But he hadn't expected that Jiangdong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Ma Hongyun immediately ran, but Jiangdong was extremely fast. In a few breaths of time he caught up to him. Jiangdong laughed heartily. Lad, you saved my life today. It is a worthy death. As soon as he said that, he activated his goo worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconscious. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ma Hongyun's collar, throwing him backwards. But the old Earth Chief Beast King did not want the meat that was right in front of him, it still chased relentlessly. Jiangdong's laughter stopped abruptly, he felt like his mood had fallen from heaven to hell. Just as the old Earth Chief Beast King was about to catch up, a rumbling sound entered his ears, the vast earth started to shake. Soon after, a gray line surged up from the horizon. Gradually the line became thicker and clearer. Wolves? Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide surged from the horizon with a grand aura, it was like a surging flood that engulfed the world. Thousand Beast King paused for a moment, his body shuddered as he turned around and ran. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves, such a wolf group, right? There was an announcement earlier, the Wolf King is going to hunt here. Ah, heaven has not forsaken me, I am saved. Jiangdong was dazed for a moment before shouting excitedly. He sat on the ground, his body trembling in excitement, tears of joy flowed out of his eyes after surviving a desperate situation. But at the next moment, the wolf group surged over without slowing down, like a tidal wave, they tore and devoured Jiangdong in the blink of an eye. In the golden sky, above the green wolf, Mo Yao's will let out a pitiful sigh in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan, you let the wolf group roam freely, wherever they go, be it friend or foe, as long as they are alive they slaughter them. Their killing nature is too heavy, even if you are not afraid of destroying heaven's harmony, are you not afraid of other Gu Masters' thoughts? Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person, she naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Fang Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Gu. He has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible, when he knows he cannot win he immediately compromises, he is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Fang Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Fang Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yao's will did not know many of Fang Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Fang Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Fang Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago, only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Fang Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. Seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze. He sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Danghun Mountain. As long as Danghun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Fang Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shanin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this Imperial Court blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would dye thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on Earth: political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power and power was the truth. But on Earth it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others, just take Fang Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind. But Fang Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50 zhang tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "It's you." He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment. Tiske, to think this kid has so much talent at such a young age. He can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal, she was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her vision was very high, and in her memory there were many young masters like Fang Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again. Exhausted by the wolf group, it was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. How could a myriad beast-sized Earth Chief Myriad Beast King group be his match? The huge battlefield had a radius of 1,000 li, but Fang Yuan cleverly divided it into dozens of pieces, using the weak wolf group to surround them, and then using the strong mutated beast to form the vanguard, clashing back and forth. First, one area was destroyed and devoured by the wolf group, then the second and third area. As the advantages accumulated, the scales of victory were tilting more and more towards Fang Yuan. Eventually, the wolf group's devouring speed became faster and faster, until the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was killed on the spot. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not bad. Although his commands are meticulous and bold, sharp and gentle, he is still far from Grandmaster level. Mo Yao thought. Gu masters nurture, use and refinement. No matter which aspect, they were all profound. They clearly used the same Gu worms, but some Gu masters used them extremely brilliantly, even reaching the level of art. People called such a person, master. Masters could only be discovered and not sought. They could not be nurtured by just relying on resources. Not only did they need talent, they also needed talent. But above masters there were still grandmasters. Comparing a master to a grandmaster was like comparing grass to a tree. Apart from talent and resources, one must also have opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached grandmaster, they would be able to comprehend any path, understand yin and yang, the universe, and understand the profundities of the universe, transcending the mortal world. They were immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Although he had died, his vision was still there. She had seen countless masters when she was alive, and felt that Fang Yuan's attainments were not bad mainly because of his young age. Not long after, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell to the ground, dying from heavy injuries. Bright red blood gurgled out and quickly formed a pool of blood around it. Fang Yuan flew down and personally skinned it. After cleaning it, he immediately refined the goo in the pool of blood, surrounded by the wolf group. Mo Yao's improved Earth Chief Zombie Goo required the freshest flesh and blood, and the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was the best, followed by the 1000 Beast King and 100 Beast King. Thus, Fang Yuan personally took action and killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The goo refinement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it succeeded. After Fang Yuan achieved his goal, he dispersed most of the wolf group and released them into the wild. He only brought the elite mutated beasts and returned to the sacred palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. From the small mountain of blood forest wolf corpses, a bloody man suddenly crawled out. The bloody man staggered and staggered. After a few steps he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "I'm still alive?" He stretched out his hand and fiercely wiped his face, finally revealing his true appearance. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by Jianghu, he had fallen to the ground unconscious. That Earth Chief Myriad Beast King did not care about him and chased after Jianghu. But soon after, the wolf group swept through and slaughtered all living beings. Ma Hongyun was bitten by the wolves. If it were an ordinary wild wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would have already been torn into countless pieces and stored in the wolf's stomach. Luckily, it was a blood forest wolf that was the size of a small mountain that ate him. This wolf opened its huge mouth and licked with its tongue, directly licking away all the grass within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun mixed with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and became food in the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued, Ma Hongyun would have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later, turning into a pile of wolf dung. But after the battle with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, this blood forest wolf was besieged and died on the battlefield. Its stomach split open and air leaked in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly crawled out. The battle had already ended. The battlefield was littered with beast corpses. Occasionally, there were heavily injured wild beasts that had yet to die howling and panting, making the surroundings even more deathly silent. Ma Hongyun's panting was enough. His stamina gradually recovered and the thick smell of blood filled his nose. He knew something was wrong. "I have to leave this place quickly." Not long later, many wild beasts will be attracted by the smell of blood. Ma Hongyun grew up in northern plains. This bit of survival knowledge was already ingrained in his bones. He quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sacred palace, immediately setting off. But after a few steps he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo from the Earth Chief Myriad Beast's corpse. When the Earth Chief Myriad Beast died, the wild goo would either be destroyed or fly away. But this wild goo was caught by the broken bones and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2, that's something goo. Although Ma Hongyun could not remember clearly, it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo worm. Good goo, good goo. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for a lot of yuan stone. Chapter 579. In the garden, silver light shone brightly as plants swayed in the wind. Sitting in the pavilion, Fang Yuan played with the Earth Chief corpse goo in his hand. This goo was shaped like an earthworm with a yellow body and the length of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was coiled around Fang Yuan's fingers, moving like a snake. It was refined using the improved goo recipe provided by Mo Yao, using Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and flesh as the foundation. However, Fang Yuan did not test it. He was a cautious person. This Earth Chief corpse goo was refined using an improved goo recipe. What if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will in his mind, the other party was a fairy of the Righteous Path's Spirit Affinity House, as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He had to guard against her. But a Grandmaster is a Grandmaster. My Refinement Path attainment is already at Master Realm. But compared to Mo Yao, he seems as childish as a child. Thinking back to the process of refining Earth Chief corpse goo, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In the entire goo refinement process, Mo Yao had only mentioned 3 sentences, but they were the main points and the finishing touches. Fang Yuan benefited greatly, becoming enlightened. But he did not know that Mo Yao's will was also sighing inwardly in his mind. Double master. To think this kid is not only an enslavement path master but also a refinement path master. He's so young yet he's already a double master. Even in my memory there aren't many people with such talent. No wonder he is so ambitious, wanting to become a venerable, comparable to thieving heaven, paradise earth and giant Sunday. It is natural for a young man to be arrogant and conceited. Mo Yao still scoffed at Fang Yuan's ambition, of being comparable to venerables, but it was understandable. But to become a master, talent alone is not enough, there needs to be sufficient resources. Or even the guidance of a great teacher. It seems this kid has a deep background. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fang Yuan possessing Hu immortal blessed land. Now, combined with the double master information, she felt even more strongly that Fang Yuan had a great background. Wolf Wang Da's men, the Gu family and Chang family's patriarchs have come to seek an audience. A servant came to report. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He was the one who summoned these two people. He said indifferently, "Announce." Yes. Outside the door, the servant respectfully withdrew. Not long after, the two of them came over and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in an extremely respectful and fearful manner. After going through the baptism of the imperial court contest and having a high position with no lack of resources, under the Wolf King, Gu Guang and Chang Ji you were already rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan glanced at the two of them. He didn't ask them to get up. Instead he asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to do a few days ago?" After Fang Yuan won and returned to the sacred palace, he ordered the 2 tribe leaders to mobilize the Gu masters of the 2 tribes. Clean up the battlefield for him. Replying to Wolf Wang Da's men, the battlefield has been cleaned up, a total of. Gu Guang wanted to report his gains, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. He didn't really care about these spoils of war and only asked, "How many Gu masters did you capture?" Gu Guang didn't answer this time. He knelt on the ground and signaled Chang Jiyu with his eyes. Everyone knew that Chang Jiyu was Chang Shanyin's biological son. After Fang Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. When Fang Yuan asked, Gu Guang let Chang Jiyu answer because he saw this relationship and was purposely expressing goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu's expression was respectful, but his gaze revealed fanatical worship. He said clearly, "The human heart is unfathomable, greed is hard to satisfy." Even with Lord Father's announcement, there are still many Gu masters sneaking into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild Gu. These days, tribe leader Gu Guang and I have worked together to capture over 180 Gu masters. They are all locked up in the underground prison. But there are still many crafty ones who sneak in and out when we are unprepared, reaping without sowing. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogations. As long as Father gives the order, I will definitely do my best to capture these fish that escaped the net and bring them to justice. Although Chang Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was straight. His nose was straight, his eyebrows were black, his back was broad and his waist was thin. He spoke in an upright tone, giving off a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing the fish that escaped the net, saying, "The battlefield is vast, there are no gates or passes to guard. It is already not bad to capture so many Gu masters. You two have done well. As for the others, it is their ability to make them steal, there is no need to pursue this matter. Step down and bring these captives to me." "Yes, subordinate son, obeys." Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives over. According to Fang Yuan's orders, a large hall was specially set aside to imprison these Gu masters. "All of you go out and close the door, guard the surroundings, no outsiders are allowed to enter within 100 steps. If there are experts, inform me in advance." Fang Yuan dismissed all the other members, leaving only him and the captives behind. The door was closed and there were no lights, the hall was plunged into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. "Lang Wangda, what is your intention in capturing us? Do you know I am a He tribe member? In terms of relationship, Lord He Lulan is my cousin." A young Gu master among the captives shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, activating his Gu worm and flicking his finger. Bam! With a soft sound, his head exploded like a watermelon with white brain matter flowing out. Everyone erupted into an uproar. They were frightened, immediately panicking. Soon after, with one person taking the lead, countless people responded and knelt on the ground. "Lang Wangda, this lowly one deserves to die. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, to steal Lord's spoils of war, this lowly one was blinded by lard. I beg Lord to spare us, please spare us Lord. Fang Yuan was a fierce person, but now without saying a word he killed people at every turn. It was truly cruel. These Gu masters were not experts, most of them were rank 1 or 2, they did not have good backgrounds and could not enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan, trying to resist was courting death, they could only beg for mercy. Noisy. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, his voice resounding in the hall. With a wave of his hand he killed the person who was begging for mercy the most. Whoever dares to make noise I will kill them. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was so silent that even a needle dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan was satisfied. He asked Mo Yao's will in his mind, "What should I do next?" Mo Yao lightly laughed, "This is easy, little brother, just listen to my instructions and place the Gu worms." She directly called Fang Yuan little brother. Her tone revealed a sense of intimacy. Fang Yuan coldly snorted in his heart, but did not refute, instead following Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao instructed, a Gu worm would fly out from Fang Yuan. These Gu worms were the Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, Earth Chief Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu and so on. They were either thrown onto the main beam or placed in a corner. One after another, Gu worms streaked across the sky, leaving behind colorful shadows in the eyes of the captives. These people were terrified but did not dare to ask anything. They stood on the spot, not daring to move. Like little chicks. The headless corpses of the 2 people killed by Fang Yuan were still lying at their feet, blood gushed out from their broken necks, and the smell of blood gradually spread in the hall. After arranging these Gu worms, Fang Yuan followed Mo Yao's instructions and poured his primeval essence. The order of the infusion was very particular, suddenly choosing the Gu worms in the southeast corner, suddenly going straight to the northwest corner, and suddenly moving to the left and right sides. Sometimes it was the main Gu, sometimes it was the supplementary Gu. Even Fang Yuan was confused, he was inwardly vigilant. When all the Gu worms were activated, the lumps of light gradually linked together, quickly forming a yellow light that covered the interior of the hall, forming a lighthouse that enveloped all the captives in the hall. This is... Fang Yuan's heart shook. His pupils dilated. In his mind Mo Yao's will laughed lightly, explaining, "This is a Gu house." Fang Yuan could not help but blurt out, "This 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, is its essence a Gu house?" Mo Yao chuckled, "Foolish kid, don't you know the essence of a Gu house is a killer move? 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. Gu houses are also killer moves, their essence is the same, naturally they can be converted." Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with brilliance, he sensed Mo Yao's hidden meaning and immediately asked, "According to what you said, doesn't that mean all killer moves can be converted into Gu houses?" "Of course." Mo Yao replied resolutely, "Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. A Gu worm has a single effect. What is a killer move? It is to combine different Gu worms and stack their effects together, either making one side of the effect peerless, or making the effect complex, taking into account many aspects." Mo Yao did not go overboard, whether he could comprehend it or not, that was up to Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan was dazed, inspiration flashed in his mind continuously. Mo Yao's words seemed to have pierced through that layer of window paper, raising his vision to a whole new level. That's right. The essence of a Gu house is a killer move, it is just that the form is fixed. For example, 88-point Jianghu Tower or Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, alludes to northern plains, plundering resources and storing inheritances. The latter is faintly discernible and can be used for defense and storage. These functions cannot be provided by a single Gu worm, it is the combination of these Gu worms by Gu masters. Looking at it from another angle, a Gu house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a Gu house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the Gu house, the bodies of those Gu master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear, they found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another, each arm was different, some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Fang Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the Gu masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Chapter 580. In the deep and serene hall, only Fang Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a Gu house. In the lighthouse there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 Gu masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales, their bodies were stiff like iron, some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. "This is the killer move you thought of?" Mo Yao said confidently, "These Gu masters were definitely going to die. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the Gu master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity." Fang Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. "This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end only 6 to 7 Gu masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget we have an agreement." Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, "Little brother, don't be impatient. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state." She replied to Fang Yuan while thinking, "This lad is not simple. He can actually sense 17 flaws. With his refinement path master attainment, he can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level." Mo Yao did not know that Fang Yuan was actually playing a trick. "I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws." Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Fang Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws. The Gu masters used for testing were all dead. But Fang Yuan was not worried. Instead he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now is only a fragment of her will. Fang Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation, but when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing, it can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire. While emotion is like water, when it is shallow, it is like a small stream, it cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these 3, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second, thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will, and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally, a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed six-arm heavenly zombie king, not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Fang Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her will would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in Water Pavilion, only waking up when Fang Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile, that meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually, it would die. Looking at 88-point Jianghu Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal Gu house contained Giant Sun Immortal's will. But even someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal's will was slumbering now. Be it Giant Sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless. Without any replenishment, they would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using Space Thought Gu now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Fang Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Fang Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into Imperial Court blessed land and seizing landscape as before Immortal Gu had already caused him to rack his brains. Now, with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Fang Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted, with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Fang Yuan. He consoled, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard, why are you sighing? Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms and add 3 more. Oh. Fang Yuan's brows rose, he said calmly, I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. Communicating with jewel yellow skies and exchanging for mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Fang Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus, he continued to experiment using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move. He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Fang Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan stored the dozen or so Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level, they could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, they would die for sure. But how they died and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies, their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black, the nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses Borrow Strength Gu as the core, the 6 Flying Zombie Gu as the foundation, and the other 18 Gu as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way the Gu Master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times, and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support Gu there are 3 life force Gu, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength gu, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding, it complements the borrow strength gu. But gu masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm heavenly zombie king, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Life force and death energy are clearly separated, they are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem, it is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force gu worms among the support gu, this is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy. At best, the killer move's power will fall, at worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time. Life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm heavenly zombie king? It was just that she had modified the killer move, 4-arm wind king, that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days she has used over 1,000 gu masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, he did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, so, is the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king completed? Mo Yao shook his head, not enough, the test subjects are only low-rank gu masters, we still need high-rank gu masters. Rank 5 gu masters are the best, if it is rank 5 strength path that would be perfect. Rank 5 strength path? Fang Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Chapter 581. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the central area of 88-point Jianghu Tower. The secret room was circular, with walls shining with starlight, and a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model on the table, it was similar to a sand table, it was the entire appearance of imperial court blessed land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land could be seen clearly. I am here again. In his mind Mo Yao's will sighed. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to her, he only looked at the white jade round table. Since entering 88-point Jianghu Tower, he had first used the guest token to reach high grade and enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Next he used the glass owner token to enter the central control room. But because of Dichio inheritance, he chose to temporarily stop attacking 88-point Jianghu Tower and refine Calamity beckoning immortal gu. All in all, Dichio inheritance had its pros and cons. Although Fang Yuan obtained the immortal gu, its effect was special, it benefited others at the expense of himself. Furthermore, Mo Yao's will had infiltrated his mind, he could not get rid of it and had many internal problems. But undeniably Mo Yao's will had given Fang Yuan many pointers these days, he had gained a lot. Not just the refinement path insights, just the killer moves like 6-arm heavenly zombie king and ink transformation, as well as the modified Earth Chief zombie gu's recipe, were very valuable. Besides this, there was another huge benefit. That was, it was very useful for Fang Yuan's plans for 88-point Jianghu Tower. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. He had deep research on 88-point Jianghu Tower. Back then he had infiltrated imperial court blessed land and created a loophole, creating Diqiu inheritance, a legendary character. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He also had the video of Central Continent Gu immortals attacking 88-point Jianghu Tower. He also had the precious first-hand information from Land Spirit Langia, and now he even had the help of Mo Yao. This time he was very confident. But right after that, his gaze froze slightly and he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table was covered in a layer of sticky black liquid. The black liquid formed a loophole vortex and slowly poured into a hole in the sand table. The hole was none other than the location of the Diqiu succession. But now there was no trace of the ink on the sand table, and the spot that was covering Diqiu was completely restored without a single hole. Such a scene was like a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's confidence. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to make a guess, Mo Yao's will in his mind knew what he was thinking and chuckled. There are gains and losses. Little brother, you've already obtained the inheritance of Diqiu. With the power of the 88-point Jianghu Tower, the previous hole must have been restored. The hole on Diqiu is no longer there and the small tower should have been rebuilt. Without the hole, how do I refine the glass owner token into an edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked. If there is no hole, you can create a new hole. Mo Yao smiled proudly. Why did I teach you the refinement path killer moving transformation? You should have guessed it already. That's right, the ink you saw covering the sand table was caused by the killer moving transformation. If there is no hole, create a hole? Mo Yao's words displayed the bearing of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan's brows to raise slightly. Even though it was easy to say how to create a hole, Fang Yuan, who was at least a refinement path grandmaster, did not have this ability. Mo Yao continued, loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Jianghu Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time. It is no longer perfect. Time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Diqiu because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source. If she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot. This was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes. She said, little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table. I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jianghu Tower's operations. This will help you find a flaw. All right. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself. It was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jianghu Tower. The 88-point Jianghu Tower was extremely profound. Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table. It was like a small boat in a vast ocean. It felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws. 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Diqiu. This result made Mo Yao sigh. Time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 True Yang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan, little brother, next you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these flaws. Fang Yuan followed her instructions. He willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. They were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now. Only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms. He had spent at least 1.5 immortal yuan stone. Immortal yuan stone had extremely high value. It could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. It was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 immortal yuan stone. In this life he had risked his life to obtain Hu immortal blessed land, and the highest record he had was 12 immortal yuan stones. Right now he only had 2 left. There was no helping it, there were too many places that required immortal yuan stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms and so on, they all required immortal yuan stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees, or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He commanded the goo worms. When the time was finally ripe, he shouted, "Ink transformation." The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud. Raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw. He controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased. More than half of the ink liquid was used up, before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, "Put in the glass owner token in your hand." Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased. About an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. 4 hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed. On the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge like a horn. One edge owner token, this is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Jianghu Tower, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, "That's right. Giant Sun Immortal planned for his descendants. He set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest. He built the 88-point Jianghu Tower, and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. Speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. It will not be like me back then. I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water. He smiled bitterly. Make use of all the flaws? I won't hide it from you. I only have 2 immortal yuan stone left. I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a Gu immortal. Although Fang Yuan was still immortal, he had Hu immortal blessed land and in Mo Yao's mind, he was already half a Gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal yuan stone? Is he speaking the truth? It should be. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Jianghu Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind. Even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. No matter how well this brat hides at that time, he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Fang Yuan with a pleasant expression. Don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges. As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, he raised his tone and intentionally said, "You want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death?" Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He tribe, a super force with several Gu immortals protecting him. Hey, you are really daring. Since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the Imperial Court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him, I only want the owner token in his hands. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. I cannot kill He Lulan, killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest. I cannot afford to offend He tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands, he will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do? Cannot afford to offend now? Does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.